And we are live, man. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Key back in the house, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber, man, from S.E.T Media. We got another night of content for y'all. Happy to be back in the building. Hopefully, everybody had a good weekend. Let's close this week off and start the next week with a bang. We got a lot to cover tonight. Some things that we didn't get to cover over the weekend, some new videos. We're going to start off with Trump addressing the GOP at the National Governors Association dinner. And, of course, we got some more videos to follow up with as well. So, guys, going to be a fire stream. Got a lot to cover, like I said. Like the video. Show your boy some support. Let's make it a good one. Let's get into this content. We got a lot to break down. Let's do it.
And really good. And he was all of a sudden thrown into. Someday, somebody sitting in this room is probably going to be here for 4 or 8 years. We don't know who it is.
What's going on, everybody? I see all the mods. I see all the members. Hopefully, everybody's doing good. Hopefully, everybody had a good weekend. Man, let's make this a fire stream, man. Good to see y'all.
I have some suspicions, but you never know, right? You never know, as the expression goes, but it's a great honor to have you. It is an incredible place. And let me begin by expressing our gratitude to the First Lady of the United States for hosting the dinner. She worked very hard on making sure everything was beautiful, and she's very good at that. Thank you very much. You know, it's time flies, and I just realized this is the 5th Governor's Ball that Melania and I have hosted, and thank you for doing such a great job. And really great, really beautiful. Made the evening beautiful. We have many new faces among the governors from.
We like to see Trump give his wife her flowers right there for helping set up this dinner. Very important dinner, by the way. You know, she faces a lot of criticism and a lot of unjust criticism in the media. I mean, Melania minds her business for the most part, really doesn't say anything or adjust anybody out of turn, but they come for her when she hasn't really sent for anybody, so to speak. So love to see her get her flowers right there, because, man, you know, behind every big, strong, powerful man is a dutiful, helpful, assistive wife.
Our new administration, and we have a lot of people that have been just newly sworn in, and we have them with us tonight. And also we have some people that I've become very close to, Vice President Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance. I want to thank you very much. What a great start you've gotten off to. You've gotten off to a great start. Thank you very much, JD. Really amazing. Usha, thank you very much. Really amazing job. Congratulations as well to the 8 new governors attending tonight. And would you please stand up? We have 8 brand new, beautiful governors. Good. That's great.
That's good.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a good-looking group. I'm fortunate to have some of your most outstanding former colleagues as members of my team, and they're doing an incredible job, including former Governor of North Dakota, Doug. Where's Doug? Doug Berger. And Catherine. Thank you. Thank you.
And we talked about this before. When Trump gives you a shout out like this, any acknowledgement from Trump, you know, when he's doing one of his speaking engagements, it bodes well for your political career and your future. You know, you get a nod from the president himself, none other than the man Donald Trump. Yeah, you're probably going to do pretty well. You're probably going to have a good future. So yeah, this Donald Trump cosign bodes well 10 out of 10 times for any politician when they get one.
With Chris, isn't he, huh? And former Governor of South Dakota, Kristi Noem, who's doing an incredible job. Thank you, Kristen. Great job. Thank you, Kristen. Great job. The governors and president have really a special bond because we're all executives and we have to get the job done for the people, and you're doing the job and I'm doing the job and we're working together, and my numbers right in your wallets and right on your person, because I am open to anybody, Republican or Democrat. If we can help, you're going to call me up and we'll take care of it. You'll call the secretaries, you'll call the cabinet members, but if they don't do the job, and I think they will, you'll call me and we'll take care of it. And that's Republican or Democrat. And I'll take maybe the Democrat call even first. How about that? Can I say that?
He said, I know how they going to come for me. I know how they like to hop on my ass. So how about this? When they beat them to the punch, Democrats call in first. And oh man, perfect segue and reminder to everybody that's in here, mods and members, man, it is a call-in show. Call-in Sunday. We do appreciate the continued support. So this show is for the members, man. Shout out to you guys. Feel free to call in. I'm going to go ahead and get that link posted, man. We'll let it talk to some of y'all. Got a lot to cover tonight. It's been a long week. Let's get some of the members and supporters up here, man. It's one of those nights. It's one of those shows, man. Let's do it.
And I have a tremendous respect for the burdens that you bear, overseeing state police forces, directing disaster relief efforts, fighting for jobs and businesses, and so much more. And what we're going to do is a little bit different than we've ever done this before. We're going to ask you, if you want, you don't have to, it's a beautiful, elegant evening. We can sometimes make it unelegant by doing this, but it's always interesting. If you'd like, you get up and either ask a question or make a statement. And ideally, it's going to be a statement of unity, maybe for tonight. But whether it is or not, we don't care. We've been through it all, right, Ron?
You mentioned unity.
He said, if you want to get up here and say something positive, we'd love to hear it, man. And even if you want to get up here and talk some shit, man, it's understandable. We didn't all had a tough 4 years. Like, it's understandable. Let this be a place to vent. This is the safe space, he said.
I know you met with the Live in Peace.
And that call-in link is posted in the community tab. Or why do I'm so used to saying community tab. It's posted in the post section on our page. So if you go over to our page and you slide over and you look for post, it's going to be right there. I just posted it. Feel free to call in, members, mods. You know what time it is, man. Call in Sunday. Look forward to hearing from some of y'all. Let's keep going.
PGA,
That's
right.
Going to
be able to bring golf back together?
Well, that's an interesting question. He's a very good golfer, and he has.
Yep, and I did see that as well. Shout out Daniel Castro, first super chat of the stream, getting us started, man, on this Sunday night, man. Good to see you, bro. He says Dan Bongino as the deputy director of the FBI is a thumbs up, and I couldn't agree more. We do have that as well. Short video detailing that. We're gonna get into a lot tonight, man. A lot of stuff took place over the weekend. A lot to cover, man. And let's keep going.
That question. I think there's a good chance that we'll do that. I do. I think there's a very good chance, and it should be together. So that's an interesting question for you to ask. So we're going to ask if you want to get up and say something as we progress. This evening, we're not Democrats or Republicans. We're America's chief executives, and together we have to make our country run and run properly. We'd love your cooperation on energy, and we have some of the greatest energy people in the world in this room tonight, and they're working for the administration. Chris is here someplace. Where is Chris? Chris, thank you very much. Everybody knows him. They couldn't believe that we got you, but he gave up a lot to do this, and he said to be the best anywhere in the world, so thank you very much. We appreciate it very much, Chris. We also want your assistance on public safety, especially removing foreign terrorist organizations from America, removing some really bad guys and bad people from America. And we're going to get them out for you. We'll be doing you a big service, and we'll get them out. We're bringing them back to the states where they came from. We don't have one country that says no. We had a lot of them that said no, but that was lasted about 2 hours, and all of a sudden they're all saying yes. But
and now I love it. But you do have to understand, and as somebody who's watched, I'll be honest, hundreds of hours of Trump content, just speeches, speaking engagements, interviews, so on and so forth. But this man speaks in hyperbole damn near constantly. Some people say that's Trump's character. Some people say that's him embellishing as a New Yorker. Whatever it may be, you do have to understand that these countries really weren't trying to take back these migrants, these gang-affiliated, dangerous, criminal migrants that they had sent over here for all intents and purposes. They weren't trying to take them back. Now, that was at first. You got to understand they seen Trump, they seen the policy he was enacting and implementing, and then they changed their tune. Now, maybe it wasn't 2 hours like Trump just said. Let's be a little bit more realistic. It was probably something along the lines of a couple weeks. But now all of a sudden, bada boom, bada bing, these countries are, I mean, I guess on the other side and wanting to take these people back in. It's kind of funny how that worked, and it aligned with Trump getting in office. So who do you think?
But we'll get them back and we'll get them out and we'll make your state a lot safer. And on deregulation, we'll be creating maximum deregulation and maximum numbers of jobs. And I think it has a lot to do. One has a lot to do with the other. I want you all to succeed so that our country will succeed. And I'm always just a phone call away. By special coincidence, this evening marks the 293rd birthday of our first president, George Washington, whose portrait hangs in the East Room. And the father of our country was a great general. He was unmatched, really, as a general up till that time. And he was also a great executive and a true statesman. George Washington, by force of will and determination, he was also the ultimate national unifier. He was a great unifier. In fact, he could have stayed longer. They wanted him to stay longer. And he said, no, we don't want to do that. We want everybody to have a chance. We don't want to. He was very, very popular, and he refused to stay longer. And that in itself was possibly at the early stages of government, a very important fact. In his farewell address,
I think it checked and balanced himself. I mean, god damn, like how many politicians do we have nowadays that will recuse themselves of their own position? I mean, you got some bureaucrats who are mad that they over here getting laid off, getting fired because they wasn't doing their job that they've been in for a very long time, I might add.
George Washington counseled Americans that are shared.
That man said, I'd love to continue to serve, but you know what? Let's give somebody else a shot.
National identity under one great political union is, quote, the main pillar in the edifice of our real independence, the support of our tranquility at home, our peace abroad, our safety, our prosperity, and that very liberty which we so highly prize. Beautiful words. We don't use words like that much nowadays, do we, huh? I don't know what happened. We should be able to start. The elected leaders in this room are the living embodiment of the union to which President Washington referred. You're really doing a fantastic job. I won't say, because the press is up there going crazy tonight, but I won't say how good some of the Democrats are, but some of you are doing a really good job. Others are doing good. Some I'm not so sure about, but you have some very great talent on the.
Gotta love it, man. Like I said, it is a call-in show. We got almost 100 of you guys in here, so like the video, man. We just kicking the stream off. Got a lot to cover tonight, man. It's gonna be a fire one. Happy to be in the building with you. Happy Sunday night. Let's get this work week ended on a good note, and then let's get it started on a good note as well. And we do have Zoloff, one of the mods and members in here, man. What's going on, my boy?
Show. Yo, what up?
What's going on, G? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing pretty good. Just chilling. I just wanted to hop up and say, what's up, bro? We ain't seen you like 2 days. It was like, where the hell is Key at?
Yeah, so Friday we had a external situation, I'll say. And then
okay.
Well, so let me preface that. So S.E.T and I obviously work different schedules. You work second shift, I work more first shift, but my schedule alternates. So if you've noticed, it seems like some nights I'm like fully available, and then some nights I'm like partially available. So
yeah,
you'll alternate. So like for example, this weekend I've worked Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'll be off Monday and Tuesday. I'll work Wednesday and Thursday, but next weekend I'll be off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it'll just flip flop back and forth like that. So
okay, yeah, like I said, I wasn't trying to get up in your business.
Yo, no, you're good, bro. Just to be transparent, man. You know, because we try and do this shit every day, but you know, we do got to keep the lights on. But good to be back, man. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Pretty excited about lot of the news is coming out, like the thing that he just posted about Bongino. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I've heard a couple of things about Stacey Abrams, the representative in Georgia, and
Yep. I got a
you
video
know,
covering that, man. We also appointed, I'm not sure if anybody's seen Alice Johnson. She was like a former, I think she had like a life sentence. He pardoned her, and now he's appointed her as the pardon czar.
oh, I haven't heard about that.
Yeah. A lot of exciting stuff a lot of exciting stuff coming up this week too. So stay tuned for this week. You got a lot of shit planned and coming out for this week too.
Hey, well, that's what we were talking about in the Discord a second ago. Is like, you know, he hadn't even done it. Nobody's done anything yet. They're just appointing names, and people are fucking pumped, man. Like, imagine when they get in there and start doing stuff.
Exactly. And I like that everybody he's putting in that role has like a chip on his shoulder. Dan Bongino, former Secret Service, he has like that knowledge and experience. You know what I'm saying? Cash Patel already was kind of critical of the deep state. Everybody that's been put into their role, regardless of the criticism that they face, low-key has that chip on their shoulder to do that much better of a job. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, it's personal for him. Yeah.
Everybody who's been like placed in the role that they're in, bro, they got something to prove.
Yeah, it's gonna be incredible, man.
I want to say drug trafficking G unit. You know, don't completely quote me on that. You might want to check with Google or AI on that. But I know she was pardoned from whatever sentence she had, and now she's like the pardon czar. And I seen somebody say that's a DEI hire, and I'm just like, how? If anything, that's a merit-based hire. If he has all the experience in the world, as she was, you know what I'm saying, in jail, in prison, and then got pardoned. Like, I think she knows a thing or two about pardons.
Yeah, well, they said the same thing the other day when Trump went up and said he's gonna put up a statue of Kobe Bryant, you know, for Black History Month. They said, "Oh my God, it's DEI! How could he?" Oh, he was bringing all of his black friends on stage to show them off. That's what they were saying. But
that was funny. And if anybody watched the stream that night, I literally was laughing because I could see it right then and there. The media was gonna spin it like, oh, these are Trump's favorite blacks, his token blacks. You know what I'm saying? The ones he's cool with. You know, the porch niggas, so to speak, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I could already.
Yeah.
The writing was on the wall that night. I seen it. But yeah, man, everybody else is getting in here, man. It is call in Sunday. Feel free to queue up and call in, man. We'll let them talk to the rest of the mods and members, man. But nah, there was something else I wanted to ask you. Man, it just slipped my mind. It'll come back to me. But anything else you want to add in?
Nah, man. I just want to say what's up and say good to see you, man. That's it.
No, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Friday night was also my birthday, funny enough. I think me and Steph are birthday twins.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I didn't want to call you out. So, happy late birthday, man.
I felt like somebody would, so I got to beat whoever it would be to the punch. I feel like somebody was going to say it. So, I appreciate it, though. But good to be back, man. Sorry for the absence. Stick around, though, Zola. We'll probably have you back up, bro.
Yeah, man.
For sure. Appreciate it, dog. Always good talking to the members, man. Always good talking to the members. And if you guys want to join the call in, feel free. Members mod, you guys know what's up. Anybody else, $5 or more, we'd be happy to host your call. Or just join that membership program for exclusive priority on the call-in shows. All right, let's get back to it.
The other side, I have to say, and we all appreciate it and we respect it greatly. So tonight, let us all recommit ourselves to strengthening America, making it something even more special than it has been. And we're going to be one united nation, and maybe together, this is going to be the evening that we start uniting. We're going to unite. We're going to hold each other close, and we're going to fight for our country. And I want to just make a comment that we have a very special room that most of you haven't seen, and some of you might have been here with me the last time we were together, which was actually 5 years ago. Can you believe it? I missed you for 4 years very, very badly. That was a long journey back, Melania, wasn't it? It was a long, tough, that was a nasty journey. Don't ever try it. but it is unique. But it was a long journey, a long, nasty journey. But here we are, and we're going to do things that hopefully nobody else has really been able to do. But we have a room called the Lincoln Bedroom. I think it's like maybe, to me, the most important room in the whole country, the most important bedroom, definitely. And it's incredible just the way he left it. And he was Abraham Lincoln, after all. And we have it upstairs. And right after we're finished with the meal, I'm going to take whatever group wants to go up. We can handle quite a few. We walk up the stairway, the big, beautiful, grand stairway. And at the top of that stairway is the Lincoln Bedroom and the treaty room, where we signed virtually every land acquisition. And we are looking at a few of them, by the way, just in case you're not. We're looking at a few. I won't name them tonight, but I think we know what we're talking about, maybe more than we even think. But we'll meet here right after the end of the meal, and we'll walk up together, and you'll see something that actually is really amazing and real history with the treaty room and the yellow oval. It's a room that was copied by the Oval Office, 1/4 of an inch. Taft wanted it to be exactly that way. It was more than 100 years younger than the Oval Office, and the Oval Office is younger. And when they built it, they loved the room that you'll see upstairs so much, and it's almost an exact copy. The Oval Office is almost an exact copy. And you'll see some things that are really, really interesting. And again, as we progress tonight, if you feel like it, just come up. We're going to leave the mic on, which is usually a mistake. That's usually not a good thing, but we're going to leave the mic on, and you may ask a question, or you'll make a statement. And I'd like to ask Scott Turner, who's our Secretary of HUD. He's a great young man, and he's a tremendous, tremendous talent. And I'd like to ask you to say grace. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray together. Father, we're so grateful to have this opportunity to gather together, Father, for such a time as this, Lord. Father, we thank you for President Trump. Lord God, we thank you for the First Lady. We thank you for Vice President Vance and the Second Lady. Lord God, I pray that you will be an iron dome of protection around them and their families. Lord God, we thank you that you are a sovereign Father and you're a good, good Father. And tonight, Father God, I thank you for the governors that have gathered here. Lord, thank you for their service. I pray you will give them wisdom and clarity and understanding. God, I pray you will be with them and their families. Lord God, I pray and thank you for my colleagues in the cabinet, Father God, that are here tonight. Lord God, we know that you have ordained this time before the foundations of the world. And Lord God, we thank you. Father, we thank you tonight that as we gather and as we fellowship, Lord Jesus, that you would be glorified. And Father, as President Trump, Father, as the leader of this nation, Lord God, as he every day, Father God, leads and serves, Father, I pray that you would give him great favor. God, I pray that you would open his eyes to see like he's never seen before, that you would open up his ears to hear your voice. And Father God, you would give him divine insight and divine, Father God, just wisdom.
And with no disrespect intended, they pretty much closed with that prayer. So good to see Trump address the GOP. And we're gonna go ahead and transition into the next videos, guys. So we wanted to cover Dan Bongino getting named as FBI Deputy Director. That was huge. Dan Bongino, popular right-wing, well, I think he's coined or termed a right-wing conservative talk show host and analyst. But, I would just say political analyst, very popular, has a very large following and channel on Rumble. I like his perspective and take, as he is a former Secret Service member. And he's normally got good analysis on most issues. Or good perspective. Let's cover this with Benny Johnson.
Not going to allow you to be misled.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. This was me 24 hours ago at Kash Patel's official swearing-in ceremony for FBI Director at the White House, and the celebrations afterwards, fighting with Kash all the way, baby. I didn't think things could get any better than this. It was a high watermark point of, my entire career. Kash Patel is a personal friend and somebody who I'm so very honored to say that we know and have supported for years. Nobody more deserving than Kash Patel. But of course, Kash Patel deserves to have a great team around him. And then Donald Trump goes and does something like this. You didn't think it could get any better. And then Trump comes up over the top and says, no, the golden era just got more golden. Great news for law enforcement and American justice. Dan Bongino, man, of incredible love and passion for our country, has just been named the deputy director of the FBI.
And anybody that kind of knows or is familiar with Dan Bongino's content, he's pretty goddamn passionate when it comes to this shit. Like I said, former Secret Service member, has a lot of experience, unique perspective when it comes to a lot of these issues. And like, if you've seen any of his content, bro, he's pretty ardent when it comes to talking about this shit. Like, he feels very strongly, and understandably so. Like I said, like, got a lot of experience.
Oh, baby, we are cooking. The man who will be the best director ever, Kash Patel, named him to this position. Dan has a master's degree in psychology from CUNY and an MBA from Penn State. He's a member of the New York Police Department, New York's finest, and a highly respected special agent in the United States Secret Service. And he's now one of the most successful podcasters in the country, something that he's willing and prepared to give up in order to serve, working with our great United States Attorney General Pam Bondi and Director Patel. Fairness, justice, law, and order will be brought back to America. And quickly, congratulations, Dan. In case you were wondering if this is, I don't know, a prank or perhaps somebody got hacked. I don't know, whatever. Dan Bongino posting this to his 6.5 million person following. Thank you, Mr. President, Attorney General Bondi, and Director Patel. Look at this. Oh,
6.5 million. I mean, all right, now for a political commentator, that is not small peanuts. That is not a small following. He's in the top 0.00001 when it comes to political commentators with that large of a following.
Oh my goodness gracious. Donald Trump following up. Another aspect of the life of Dan Bongino is that I think is very important. His great wife, Paula, and his two wonderful daughters who truly love their dad. An incredible job Dan will do to protect this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we know Dan Bongino. We know Kash. We've been on Dan's show. We've known Dan for ages. We've known Kash for ages. This is the freaking dream team. No one could be in a better position to clean up this destroyed, rotted federal law enforcement agency than the man who was willing to literally take a bullet for President Trump, the man who did take bullets metaphorically for President Trump, Kash Patel. These two guys know what it's like to be on the other end of the left's lawfare and to be on the other end of the persecution of the deep state. And I am just so freaking pumped for this. I just can't believe the timeline that we are living in. It is the sacred timeline. So everyone is losing their freaking minds over this. Charlie Kirk saying, thank you, Dan Bongino, for the sacrifice. I know this is service to your country. America just got a huge upgrade. Bongino joins Kash Patel. You know what Kash told me? What Kash told me? This photo, he said, wait till Monday. And we are a couple hours away from the clock striking midnight. Well, it looks like Kash was a bit early. Your greatest nightmare has come to pass, Deep State. There is no way of waking up from this. Kash Patel is the FBI director. Kash Patel's deputy director is Dan Bongino. Just leave D.C. Patriots has seized control. Patriots literally in control. What a combination. Dan Bongino is the new deputy director of the FBI. Many had said that Dan Bongino might be tapped for Secret Service director, but it looks like President Trump had other plans in mind, and I think obviously the FBI is clearly more powerful when it comes to being the actual enforcement arm of the Department of Justice, the largest law enforcement agency in the world, right? And so this is a very, very unbelievably positive update and will protect our boy Cash. These two guys have each other's back. This is the dream team, says Julie Kelly. Congrats to my friend Dan Bongino. We will miss him on the outside, but this is where he will do the most important work. Godspeed to Dan and FBI Director Cash.
And shout out to the newest members, man. How to get some more folks in here on the membership. If you're in here and we're just gifted a membership, feel free to take advantage of all the benefits, including access or priority to the call-in show that we are hosting right now. If any of the members or mods are in here and still would like to call in, feel free to do so. But shout out Tracy Karen, Vincent Anderson, who's already a mod. Shout out Vincent. Clues, Birmingham, and Hitch Clan. Welcome to this thing of ours, and we do appreciate you joining the fam.
Ash Patel. There it is. Look at this. Just unbelievable. It's like hard to believe it's real.
I want to shout out James Foley, $2. Dave had fun today. It only took Dave had fun today. It only took 3 quick midgets. Yo, man. I swear. That man James Foley.
Dan Bongino named Deputy Director of the FBI. Congratulations, Dan Bongino, says Elon Musk. All the good guys are coming together. Molly Hemingway, Dan Bongino, next director of the FBI. Congratulations, Dan Bongino, says Anna Polina Luna. Dan Bongino appointed to serve as Deputy Director of the FBI. The position does not require Senate confirmation. Radio show host and commentator, former NYPD officer, served the U.S. Secret Service agent for 12 years. Cash and Dan Bongino to become Deputy Director of the FBI. I didn't see this one coming. Hate to lose his podcast, but he can make a huge, real difference.
I mean, man, you know what's going to be so funny about what I'm about to say? Some people are going to understand because they know the value of this shit, and some are just going to be like, no, what? That doesn't make any sense. But he's actually sacrificing money, revenue, income by going to work as the Deputy FBI Director versus staying on his podcast, getting all the channel revenue and endorsements that he most likely was getting. I mean, let's be honest. His channel was probably worth upwards of millions of dollars. He was probably getting millions of dollars from his channel a year. Yes, social media content creation and commentary, streaming, whatever you want to call it, can be and is that profitable. Yes, like literally. So this man was probably making at least $1 million a year doing this, whereas he's gonna go work as the FBI director. He's probably gonna make 6 figures, but nowhere near $1 million. So shout out again, passionate about these issues, and it shows. Took a pay deduction to go and do this shit, man. Gotta appreciate that.
Bongino is Deputy Director. Let's freaking go. What does Dan?
It shows he doesn't even need the money. Like, I'm doing this because I just want to serve.
Bongino say about the actions of the FBI and about the actions of a man who used the FBI in order to persecute his political enemies, Barack Obama. Let's have a listen.
Spygate, Obama was in charge. Collusion hoax, Obama's in charge. The Hillary email scandal, Obama's in charge. The bribery scandal, Obama's in charge. There's a common thread. This isn't a conspiracy theory. What did I just say that's not factually accurate? Now, as this Biden scandal explodes with this allegation that he took a $5 million bribe as vice president, Obama's vice president, keep that in mind. Andy Biggs appeared on Fox yesterday. He was talking about these massive payoffs they have bank records of. They now have bank records. Nobody disputes the authenticity of these bank records flowing into the Biden Inc. crime network while he's vice president. Nobody disputes it.
Dan Bongino knows where all the bodies are buried. Dan Bongino was able to perfectly dissect what the FBI did in the raid of Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't live too far away from Mar-a-Lago. He knows President Trump, and the two are very, very close. Dan Bongino has had President Trump's back for years. Listen to this.
He was held accountable.
I was passionate about it for a reason. How many freaking times are we going to let the FBI interfere in an election? I mean, this is supposed to be a constitutional republic. I'm not crazy, right? Like, this is supposed to be a representative democracy. banana republic. We're beyond a banana republic. We're into like tin pot dictator third world stuff. This is embarrassing. At least Pravda didn't pretend to be anything but state apparatchiks. The FBI, and listen, I've been with you for a while. I work with a lot of decent guys, but I'm done with the rank and file stuff too. I'm done with it. If you took part in this, anyone who took part in this, anyone, I don't care who you are, an analyst or an upper level manager, the next president who comes in office, they should schedule F as many people as they can in the federal government.
And I did mention it was a call-in show, man. Call-in Sunday. Hopefully everybody's doing great. We do have one of the members up here, Castro, man. What's good, my boy?
Hey, what's up?
Not too much, man. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man.
Love
Getting
to
this
hear
news
that.
about Dan. Oh my God, that's the greatest thing they could have done.
Ready to ask how you feel about this Dan Bongino pick, man.
Dude, he is the fucking man. There is no more straight up guy than Dan Bongino, man. He knows what he's talking about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I was saying, man, let me know how you feel about this. Like, I don't know if you like watch his content regularly. I pick up some every now and again, but anytime I've seen him speaking on these issues, bro, he's passionate. Like, his man knows his shit. You know, he's animated when he talks about it, but I feel like that perspective only comes because he's worked inside of this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, he's former Secret Service.
Exactly.
He has all the inside connections. He knows. He gets all the whistleblowers. He always comes with receipts. He's a great asset to America. He is on point and always brings receipts no matter what is going on.
And I do feel like, you know, with his perspective, his experience, those two things compiled with his audience, like the size of his audience, he has no choice but to be credible, right? The network he's built up of working within the system, you know, all these connections, the people he knows. Again, like you said, he's whistleblowers come to him, people come to him with inside scoops and stories. That combined with the fact that he has a large audience, bro, the shit he says is just credible. 9 times out of 10, it ends up coming out weeks later or a few days later, the full story. And Dan Bongino is pretty much exactly right. Hit it right on the nose.
His word is bond, man. He's batting 1,000. Everything that he's said has come to fruition. Like I said, he does not jump to conclusions. He always says, "Let's hold and see what's going on." He's very, very reasonable guy. He's just done so much work for free to help America so far, man. I mean, there's no way if you like America, this guy is the guy for you, man. I mean, there's nothing bad to say about Dan Bongino.
It's a dub. It's a dub. I mean, I don't know anything bad about him. I mean, I'm not the type of guy to go out of my way to dig up skeletons out of people's closets. From what I know, again, he's an accomplished ex-Secret Service man, and I think that his experience is going to be very dutiful going forward. But shout out Fox Chase, $5. Trump just announced tonight Dan Bongino was picked for the new deputy director, and we are talking about that now. Shout out Fox Chase, another $5. I don't see how he can do the show in the FBI. Conflict of interest, perhaps, because at that point I don't know. I don't think he's going to be able to do both. You're right. I think it is probably going to be a conflict of interest. I mean, just from what he's going to be, the information he's going to have access to, I don't even know how he'll be able to run the show without like going too deep into, you know, his position. It would be like a sensitive area, and I don't think he runs the show, but he is like I guess like a shareholder of Rumble, so he's still going to be getting paid.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a couple things I want to bring up. The pipe bomb hoax. He is all in on that, and he will expose that whole thing during January 6th. You notice how everything went dark after they brought it up. It seems like that was a plot that they were pushing, and they weren't expecting January 6th to actually happen. And when the riots did happen, he jumped up and he'd never let it go, and he is on the case, man. You're going to see a lot of stuff come out about that.
Mind you, People I know mainstream media networks have picked that storyline up. They pretty much ignored it.
Yep, 100%.
What was the other thing though?
And then he covered much of the major hoaxes and brought and shine light, like the PP tape hoax, uh, the Steele dossier, a lot of those things. He has so much information that he hasn't been able to put out, but I think you'll start seeing him put it out now.
Bro, this man has so much information. They call him a conspiracy theorist. It's like
Yeah,
he's ahead of the curve so many times. Like they don't know whether he's pulling this shit out of his ass or he's just like a psychic. Like some of the
he's a
shit
he.
he touched on before it actually came out is insane. Like you said, he is batting 1,000 essentially. Like I haven't heard something he said like be proven wrong or not come out later with like full credibility at some point.
Yeah, he takes his time. He does the work. He's a true American, red-blooded American, and he's not there to make people look bad. He's there for the facts to come out and to work as hard as he can for the American people. And he shows you every single day he comes out and puts brand new information out and works diligently to make sure that's credible and factual.
Nah, facts. You gotta appreciate that. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me or I don't know how long you've been in here, but I was saying earlier, it kind of seems like every Trump pick, every cabinet pick, whether it be Dan Bongino, we got a short video. I don't know if you've seen. We got Alice Johnson appointed as border czar. Everybody seems to have like deep, intimate experience, damn near a chip on their shoulder when it comes to the role they were placed in, and I think that's going to serve the country that much more well because they're heavily incentivized to do well in their role, right? A lot of
Yep.
these picks have been criticized. A lot of these picks have been told that they were underqualified. A lot of these picks have just been bullied simply because they're affiliated with Trump. So I think
Yeah.
that a lot of these picks have a lot to prove when they get in these roles, whether it be Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, Alice Johnson, Pam Bondi, you name it. Everybody kind of has that chip on their shoulder. And shout out
Yeah.
Fox, another five. Cash is also the new ATF director. And the only reason I see not hiring a new director is because they'll absorb the agents and shut down the ATF.
It's
Okay.
going to be interesting.
What do you think about that, Castro?
Uh, Pretty much, I'm a wait and see kind of guy. I don't pretend to know what they're trying to do. But what I will say is that Dan is going to definitely help the whole situation out. He's going to bring some credibility. He's going to bring his insider information. Uh, he always says on his show, gauge the effectiveness of our actions by the reactions of the media. And the more they cry and spout, the more we're moving in the right direction.
Mhm.
So you're going to see a lot of these things that make them go a little crazy. And we just know everything's working.
I hope we got them do because as they squirm, we're doing something right. And one of my
That's right.
favorite goddamn saying is, "Where there's smoke, there's fire."
Yep. We turn
But
that
no,
light on, you'll see the cockroaches scatter.
yep, man, that's what we've been seeing. It's damn near funny. It's like hook, line, and sinker, bro. Like they don't know how guilty they make themselves look sometimes. But
Oh, they know. They know.
they
They're on
know
the
and don't
tape.
care. Trump said it best. They're either complete idiots or they're purposely ruining this country.
Well, they're not
And
idiots. They know what
he
the
said
fuck they're
no,
doing.
and then he ended the joke by saying, "And they're not idiots; they're very smart people."
Yeah, definitely.
But
They know what
no,
they're doing.
is there anything you wanted to add, bro? Before we get back to the video, appreciate you calling in, dog.
I just want to say y'all do fantastic work, and man, it's so great to be an American today, and we're moving in the right direction, and this is a no-brainer for a fucking hire, man. We're going to do great things.
Nah,
If I'm the deep state, I'm shaking in my boots right now. The deep state is shaking today.
I mean, you got Dan Bongino, and the whole message I'm hearing is damn near like FBI, open up on everybody. God damn it,
You're damn
everybody
right.
were kicked in. But nah,
Kicking
man, I
them
love you,
in.
bro. Thanks for calling in, Castro. Man, thanks for being a member. And a mod. You're a mod too, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, man. Yeah, appreciate it, bro. Appreciate the support to the channel, bro. One of the real ones, man. Always good to have you up here, dog. Stick
I
around,
appreciate
though.
it, man.
Up here as well, bro. Stick around.
Yes, sir.
All right, bro. Always good to talk to the members, man. And as you guys see, it is call-in Sunday. Feel free to go ahead and queue yourself up, man. Members, mods, supporters, you guys already know what it is. Anybody else, $5 or more, we'll be happy to host your call, man. Come up, share a comment, have a quick conversation with your boy. We could discuss a topic that we've covered so far. It could even be a disagreement or debate. We host those as well, man. Call in Sunday. Let's keep it going. We do appreciate the support. Like the video. Let's finish this one out.
And fire every single person involved in this. Everyone. The receptionist in the FBI office who took a call on this should be fired. We are not a third world republic, supposedly. Sean, the difference between us and Kim Jong-un, right, is that we investigate crimes and then we look for people. We don't investigate people and then look for crimes. That is exactly what's going on. How many times are they going to investigate Donald Trump for how many different things before the American people wake up and realize this isn't an investigation of a crime in search of
Hey, shout out Fox Chase 93, $2. He said, throw some super chats, cheap asses. Hey, we appreciate it though. But shout out, man. You guys do know super chats drive the stream forward. And it is call-in show, man. So we do appreciate the support and y'all being here. But yeah, man. Super chat in if you support the work here at S.E.T Media. We do appreciate it. And a lot of exciting stuff coming up here in the future, man. We do appreciate you guys though. Let's keep it going.
And let me just add, one last thing on this, folks. I left my job. So no one's going to lecture me, oh, Dan, what would you do if you just do? There's no more we're just doing our job. You swore an oath to the Constitution. Have some balls, man. I left my job because I couldn't take what was going on. I gave up my pension and everything because something else mattered. You're not going to lecture me on anything. If you were involved in this constitutional abomination to our constitutional republic, you don't deserve your job today. And you will get no backing from me or anybody I know in the conservative movement going forward. You flush your credibility down the toilet.
Hey, and look what happens, man, when your supporters and your mods drive the stream forward and they set precedent. We do appreciate it, Fox Chase, and we do appreciate it, Shelly Sands. $5. New sub, says she likes the show. We appreciate it. Thanks for subscribing. That's what this is all about. Glad you enjoying the content and look forward to seeing you in here in future streams. Shout out Shelly. And shout out Zola, $5. Fox calling us cheap. He didn't even have $2. It was $1.90. Man. You got Fox being funny, and then you got Zoloff being petty. Shout out the mods on that one, man. Funny stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the greatest FBI America has ever seen. Ever. In case you're wondering if Dan Bongino is going to...
Shout out James. He says, $2. Can I take Fox's boner, double it, and give it to Dave? Well, Big Dave, you're in here still. What do you think about that, Big Wave Dave? I mean, I don't want to speak for you. I don't want to speak for your behalf, especially not on that. So we'll wait for Big Dave's response on that. Like, God damn.
Bruh. To do his homework, or if Dan Bongino is going to give us a little bit of a breadcrumb trail as to who he may wish to investigate at the FBI. Feast your eyes.
Has anyone bothered to ask why the son of the president of the United States seems to be the most valuable man in corporate America all around the world? Has anybody asked that? And guys, there's no excuses here as to why the media is still doing one of the biggest cover-ups in media history. Here, let me show you some. Here's the receipt. We have the receipt, guys. Here is the Hunter Biden receipt, signed by Hunter Biden. There's Hunter Biden's signature. Bill to Hunter Biden with Hunter Biden's laptop. Here's another one. Wait, I got more. This is like a court exhibit. Don't go anywhere, fellas.
This is the same, like, pages of proof, pages of correspondence for the same laptop and the same story that they gaslit us and told us was only conspiracy. I mean, bruh.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I mean, bro, when you're right, you're right. And you ain't wrong when you're right. You can't be wrong when you're right, man. And shout out Dan Bongino and others for being fearless when it came to speaking out on the topic. I mean, you had mainstream media and others literally denying the credibility of the story. And then you have people like Dan Bongino again and others that were just like, nah, this shit's real. What do you mean? There's this, they have this proof of this on the laptop. It shows this collusion over in Ukraine. He's got pictures of him screwing around with his dead brother's wife, smoking cocaine, doing 120 in Porsches, like Rockstar Biden. And they told us it was fake until it was confirmed that it was real. Like, bro, sometimes you just gotta know what you gotta know. You gotta know what's up sometimes. When they're telling you to look left, sometimes you gotta look right. Trust me on these things. But shout out James Foley, $2. He says yum yum yum. Goddamn. And shout out guest dude, another $2. He says F in chat for boners. Apparently it's Boner Sunday. Guest dude, it's calling Sunday, not Boner Sunday. God damn it. I don't know what the hell is going on. And shout out Blasting, $2. He says she don't eat meat, but she sure likes the bone. Hey, yo. And shout out Shelly Sands, $2. He said, "Are you on Rumble?" Yes, man, we are. Look up S.E.T Media on Rumble. We do have a Rumble page. For everybody else, go ahead and follow us on Rumble too, man. If this thing ever gets taken down over our YouTube, we do cover some pretty controversial stuff, and we try to give our unfiltered opinion. And you know how that is over on YouTube sometimes, especially when you talk on sensitive topics. But if you love hearing about those sensitive topics, go ahead and follow us on all of our other social medias, Rumble included. S.E.T Media on over there. And yeah, hit the subscribe button over there on Rumble. We do appreciate it. And shout out Shelly again. Shout out Fox Chase, $2. You regrading the mods yet? Bro, I love it, bro. I love it, man. I love it. Trust me, bro. I got I guess some would say, immature sense of humor sometimes. So this shit is actually genuinely funny to me. So nah, we appreciate it though. Let's get back to it.
There's a picture of Hunter Biden. Of Joe Biden and Hunter. I even circled Joe for you. That's not part of the picture. That's my Sharpie. There's Joe Biden with Hunter Biden's business partners that he says he never met. There was this kid, Steve, you may know him, Peter Ducey. Yeah. He's got the same last name as you. He asked Joe Biden a question during the campaign. Hey, man, you have any conversations with your son over these business deals? Nah, none of them. There's the picture. Right. There's the picture. Right. There's Joe Biden in the picture. I mean, what else do you need to know to interview this guy and ask him serious questions?
You talk about serious. This China energy firm is tied directly to the Chinese government, and they're looking to push forward their Belt and Road program, which is the counter to American influence. They take these struggling countries hostage by giving them money and then extort them for their natural resources or their port access. And he's helping foment that. The other big story in Miranda Devine's book is the cobalt mine. We basically gave up the cobalt mine, which is cobalt is necessary for this clean energy and this battery power. We gave it to China because in 2013, involved in that sale is Hunter Biden. This isn't just a crack addicted son of a president. That's a personal story and a tragic one. This relates to American foreign policy and to our president. They want to make it about addiction. It's not.
You're right. And the Belt and Road Initiative, they're doing that now, by the way, with airports as well, even in Africa, where they're currently in the process of taking over an African airport now. They lent a bunch of money to, can't pay it back. This is all part of the plan, Brian. Now, it's interesting how the Democrats always talk about greed. You hear?
And it is Call-In Show, but we'll still run it as normal. So we'll say 50 super chats or a value of $300, and we'll go ahead and cue Conspiracy Hour. Shout out guest dude, $2. O-Ring James. I don't see Don's or an Oldsmobile. O-Ring James. I don't see Don's or an Oldsmobile. I'm lost on that one. Maybe I'm assuming everybody in the chat gets it, but I'm lost on that one. But shout out guest dude. We appreciate it, bro.
hear it often. They're actually blaming inflation
About
now
to lose
on
it.
greed and not Joe Biden. It's amazing how greed is just the worst it's been in 30 years under Joe Biden. Well, now you understand why, guys. Because the Chinese government understands Biden families, their proclivity for greed. They're really great at exponentially growing greed.
Sure.
They knew that. Do you blame the Chinese government for understanding Joe Biden's kid is a grifter and then taking advantage of it to leverage their power against the United States? This is a nuclear-powered enemy of the United States. Let's be crystal clear. But you blame them one bit for saying, hey, our intel sources show that this guy's family's full of grifters. Let's take advantage of it. Of course they did that.
Oh, baby.
Shout out Benny for that one, man. That was good coverage. But yeah, Dan Bongino, FBI Deputy Director, and in honor of the pick, we gotta give my man the FBI open up. We finish him with the yeah. Ready to get into it, man. Like I said, guys, we do have a lot more to cover, man. A lot happened this weekend. Want to get into pretty much as we can. So let's transition, skip on over to the next video. Alice Marie Johnson, President Trump's border czar. She talks about the appointment and gives a little bit of her story. Let's get into it, guys.
One moment. No worries.
Let me see if I
No
can
worries whatsoever.
get it right. I can't see. Is my head cut off?
Nope. Can you see me?
I can see you very well,
Okay.
but I
Nope,
can't.
your head is not cut off.
Okay. Are we okay? I'm sorry, my eyes are red. I'm so tired.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You look wonderful.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm ready. If you think I look okay.
Yeah, I was just about to say that side right there. Just pull it back one more time. I just want you to blend it.
Is that okay?
There you go. There you go. Okay, Miss Alice Marie Johnson. Okay, first and foremost, let's talk about this new appointment. How did this come to be?
Well, I've been working with this administration. I've worked with them in the past on clemencies. In fact, I submitted over 100 clemency petitions to President Trump, and I was successful in almost half of those of helping people gain their freedom. And since that time, I've been continuing to advocate for the freedom of others. So I never stopped working on this, even when he left the administration. So we were in talks. I went to Mar-a-Lago a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about my position in the White House. And he agreed that
And I'm sure she's going to go over her story, but just to add context for some of you who are completely unfamiliar and didn't have any idea who this is or what the appointment was. So Alice Marie Johnson, she was convicted in '96 for her involvement in a Memphis cocaine trafficking organization and sentenced to life imprisonment. So yeah, she had a life federal sentence. In June 2018, after serving 21 years in prison, she was released from the Federal Correctional Institute in Aliceville after Trump granted her clemency, thereby commuting her sentence effective immediately. So, and just on the 20th, she was appointed pardon czar. So with her experience, obviously firsthand experience being in the federal prison system, she's going to know firsthand who should be able to apply for pardons, clemency, things of that nature. I like this pick. I think obviously her experience qualifies her. Yeah, I mean she's beyond qualified if you consider the time she served.
I really brought great candidates. I have a lot of experience in this, and I have a very large advocacy network. So he felt that I was the perfect person for this position. And really, I'm very honored to be stepping into such a role.
Tell me about being in this position, clearly appointed by President Trump in this current environment that we are in. And of course, this all happens during Black History Month as well.
I think that's wonderful because this was a very historic moment to be able to be appointed to this position in Black History Month. And it also was my grand twins, Aiden and Amira's birthday. So the timing was absolutely perfect. And I'm not going to say it happened to be Black History Month, but God divinely orchestrates our steps. So I believe this is a very good thing for those who are waiting for their freedom. It's a very good thing for our community, for our nation, because giving recommendations is more than just recommendations of freedom. It's making sure that those who are being considered have a very good infrastructure that's set up for them so that they're able to flourish when they go back into their communities. And another thing that I'll be working closely on is prevention strategies with our youth to help shrink that footprint of our youth from the schoolhouse to the jailhouse imprint that seems to be very prevalent right now.
Well, let's be clear, when it comes to advocating for those behind bars right now, that does not mean with your position, your current position.
And shout out James Foley, $5. Oh God. Chat, bear with me on this one. Yes, Don slipped on his O-ring and accidentally fell into a wood panel Pontiac instead of the Oldsmobile, then a white Malibu with a belt squeal. I'm not even sure what I just read off, but hopefully somebody's been following this man and the conversation in the chat, and hopefully y'all get it, because I'm lost. I'm just like,
you what? You will be advocating for all prisoners. There are certain select few that you're advocating for.
Absolutely. There's some, as we both know, that would be a threat to our communities. And for me, honestly, community safety is number one. And number two, has this person rehabilitated? Have they completed, what is considered retribution? Is there, as I say, is there a safety concern? Do they have the structure to not reoffend again? Do we have the mental health? Do we have jobs that are waiting for them? So there's a lot of different components that go into this work. It's not just saying, let's release people and they don't have a chance. I want to give them their best chance at a second chance.
There we go.
What does that mean? What are you giving them?
I'm giving them the same opportunity that I had. And that's making sure that really I served too much time. As a first-time nonviolent offender, there is no way that I should have been sentenced to a life plus 25-year sentence. That was just really inhumane. I'm not saying that people should not pay for their crimes, but the time does not fit the crime. And when a person has rehabilitated and they have really fulfilled the requirements of a release from prison, why are we still keeping them there? It is a drain on the taxpayers. It's a drain on families. It's a drain on communities, because when one person goes to prison, their entire family goes with them. You can't separate them.
As far as becoming the pardon czar, is this something you went to President Trump with, or did he come to you with?
Well, when I went to Mar-a-Lago, we discussed it, and you may have heard on another news outlet, one of the commentators talking about me it was Sean Hannity being the perfect person to fulfill a role such as this, because I have truly been faithful in my assignment, in my mission that only God could give me. And we discussed it, and he made a decision that that's exactly what I should be, is his pardon czar. And that position was created. It was not a call, it was a mutual conversation.
Like, obviously the position was created. I mean, I don't think we've ever had a quote unquote pardon czar. But no, I think that she has more than enough experience for the job. I seen somebody asking, like, what does that exactly entail? I mean, it's yet to be seen, but I think it could be generalized as something like she's going to be making suggestions for pardons, clemency, doing things to combat what's the term when you're like a repeat offender. There's a specific term, but I think she's going to be doing things to combat that, maybe targeting the youth with certain initiatives and directives to lower crime, keep kids off the street and out of gangs, that type of stuff. Recidivation, what's the goddamn word? I'm gonna look it up. There's a certain word for repeat offenders. Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of programs and initiatives to maybe combat crime and keep people from going back into jail, giving them outlets when they get out of jail. And then, yeah, the people who are serving longer prison sentences than they need to, she's going to be probably looking at their cases and submitting them for suggestions to be pardoned.
Can you hold one moment, please?
Absolutely.
Recidivism.
Okay,
Thank you.
my eye
Somebody
is
knew what I was
watering. I
talking
feel like a
about.
tear is about to drop.
Thank you. God damn.
It's allergies and cold here. Okay. Am I okay?
Yes, you're okay.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, I do have another question for you. How do you balance this current position with the fact that so many people of color feel as if they are being targeted by this current administration?
The way I balance that is I keep looking forward. I look at the individuals. I think that our community should be celebrating that I'm at the helm of this now, and they will not be unseen. If someone has been unjustly treated, I feel that God has placed me here to see that, And I've been given this role to really look at cases like that also. It's for all Americans, but we know that in the Black community is disproportionately incarcerated. Our rate is way above the rate in the United States for all people. So, that is a problem. That is definitely a problem. But I want to be someone who is there for all people, that they don't look at me as someone who is leaning more to one side than the other group of people. But the facts are the facts. There are more of us. There are more Black individuals who are incarcerated than any other race.
True.
So I'm very thankful to be, I'm going to say, a champion for justice.
You know that, as you just said, that African Americans outweigh any other minority group that's sitting behind bars at this point. Do you really think that you can make an impact in this current position?
Not only do I think it, I know it. I was able to make an impact in this current administration, under the Trump administration. I was able to help push forward the First Step Act. In fact, if you look at some of the things written about me, I'm called the face of the First Step Act because it was my release from prison that really brought bipartisan support. And I just don't believe that there is nothing too hard for God. And He is the one who has raised me up in this position. I didn't raise myself. And I've already rolled up my sleeves and started work already. So I just really want to be a beacon of hope for those who possibly have given up hope that no one hears or sees them. I see you and I hear you, and I'm there for you.
I also know that reality star Kim K stood behind you in the effort to allow you out of prison.
Yes.
If that had not happened, do you think you would even be in this current position? Do you think that President Trump would have decided to pardon you at that point if you hadn't had that type of support?
I really don't know what God would have allowed, because I've been praying and I knew that God had a date for me. Everyone who was used in my case was a vessel that God used. So I can't say that that would not have.
While I'm not overly religious, I can respect the humility, just the down to earth vibe and aspect that comes from some believers. I respect the fact, heavily respect the fact that, when given the opportunity to be like me, in certain moments, they show straight humility, and I can only respect that. I can only respect that. As somebody who isn't overly religious myself, I have a deep respect for when people are humble and give credit to others around them, or whatever religion they might be taking a part of.
Have happened. I don't put man on that type of pedestal or a woman on that pedestal. I put God first, that it was only by His grace that my petition came before the president. But He had a plan that was much bigger than mine, much bigger than any of ours. And He puts us through tests to test our heart, to see what we'll do. And the Lord knows my heart that I'm going out and I'm going to champion the cause of those who have been unjustly incarcerated. I'm not saying that they were innocent. I'm saying that the time don't fit the crime and they have rehabilitated and they are ready to go back into our communities. That trust that has been placed in me is truly humbling and it's an honor. And it's one that I am going to fulfill to the best of my God-given abilities.
If I'm sitting behind bars right now on a nonviolent crime, what would you like to say to me at this point?
I would like to say hope. Your hope, keep hope. I don't want to use that phrase. Can I rephrase this?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, this is very much, it's very important that I get the right message out to those who are sitting behind bars. And for those who are sitting behind bars, I really want them to know that I hear you, I see you, I'm one of you, I'm just a free one of you, and I'm going to fight for you. I can't.
Gotta respect that message, man. Shout out Alice Marie Johnson on that, man. I do like that appointment, man. I feel like it's very appropriate. You know, in the same breath or in the same thought of the Dime Bangino pick, you know, they both have direct experience and unique perspective. So I like that she was appointed, and I think that she's gonna honestly make a difference in this newly appointed role. I mean, we've never had a border czar, so I mean, her chances of being successful are literally just they're through the roof. They're through the roof. She's already successful, goddamn it. She's already the best pardon czar we've ever had. But no, we still got a lot to cover. Let's transition over into the next video because Joy Reid, who I know a lot of y'all just do not like, man, this is gonna be a good moment for y'all, shining moment for y'all. Her show was canceled in Black History Month, by the way. So that's, I mean, insult to injury. But let's cover this real quick, guys. This was funny.
Stakes in this crucial election, where one side. We've laid out the stakes in this crucial election, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany or Franco's Spain or Mussolini's Italy.
All right, so social media users have ruthlessly mocked MSNBC anchor Joy Reid following the cancellation of her show. Yeah, she was a very let's just say outspoken detractor or hater when it came to Trump. The Readout has been a nightly program for the network most regularly slamming U.S. President Donald Trump. As I explained, MSNBC's decision to cancel Reid's show's first airing in 2020 was canceled as part of a shakeup at the network. And these shows don't really stay along too long, to be honest. So her show getting canceled is maybe not even due to anything else besides just them cycling through shows and analysts. That's just kind of what these networks do. It's just it's the process. It's the nature of the beast. 5 years is actually a long time. So her show was moderately successful, whether you liked it or not. Hey, this is funny. Rita Panahi says, genuinely shattered that the uniquely awful Joy Reid has been sacked. She has provided lefties losing it with so much content. Yo, that's exactly how I be feeling. That is exactly how I be feeling about some of these commentators, pundits, or just these people who we be seeing in these videos. Like, yo, I know y'all are mad. I know y'all think y'all are cooking and making real points, but y'all are just providing us with endless content, endless entertainment. Like, on one hand, I'm like, y'all look crazy. Y'all need to stop. But on the other hand, I'm like, nah, keep it going. Keep it going. I don't know if this is necessarily true, but she did say some pretty controversial things. But Charlie Kirk says Joy Reid, aka the race lady at MSNBC, it's funny, reduced her to a race lady. But she just had her show canceled because it was unwatchable. Good riddance to the most vitriolic, lowbrow, unhinged race hustler ever allowed on national television. Like, okay. Yeah, quite the claim. Quite the claim. And we've had some pretty hyperbolic race baiters on TV. Pretty bold claim there. She had said some controversial things. I do have to admit. I damn near want to find some clips of some of the shit she said because there's a reason why a lot of these folks don't like her. Wow, I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear that one. That's insane. So apparently, guys, the left-leaning host also famously compared former President Joe Biden surviving COVID. COVID to Trump surviving an assassination attempt. Damn! Like, are you serious?
You stupid. These two men are both elderly. Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention is being conveyed in the media world as a sign of strength. This current president of the United States is 81 years old and has COVID. Should he be fine in a couple of days? Doesn't that convey exactly the same thing? That he's strong enough, older than Trump, to have gotten something that used to really.
That's the most disingenuous, specious argument I've heard. Like, you are you serious?
You what?
Like, you get sometimes you can really assess the level of bias when people share comments like that. Like, hold on. Did you just compare a bullet in the side of the face on national television to a man catching COVID? Are you serious? Only thing they have in common is they're in the same age bracket. Aside from that, the situations are vastly different.
You what?
Like, are you talking out your ass or are you talking out the side of your neck? Because none of it makes sense.
Really be fatal to people his age. So if he does fine out of it and comes back and is able to do rallies, isn't that exactly the same? It's not exactly the same. It's not the same incident, but it's an elderly man coming through out of an illness.
It should.
Sky News host Rita Benahi roasted me during the segment. Lefties losing it over an unhinged rant following Trump's election win.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. You know, we are blessed to have networks like MSNBC staffed by certifiable morons and pathological liars because they make my job just so easy. I just have to watch a few minutes and the Lefties Losing It content.
You know what's so funny? I feel a little bit more comfortable fully admitting it now that Rita Panahi is. Some of y'all do make our job fucking easy. I'm not gonna lie. When we get on here and we search for content, we curate these shows, sometimes it is so easy because you guys just make the content readily available. Daily, you guys are just filming yourselves, just doing the goofiest shit in regards to Trump, whether it be a random Joe Blow on the street, a political pundit or commentator. There's just endless amount of content because for whatever reason, Trump just fuels the lunacy. Like, Trump just triggers something in these people where they just have to react. And it's 2025. Everybody's doing shit in front of a camera. Bro, it's endless content. When I say sometimes it's easy to curate these shows, they just give us like a wide amount of content to cover because they're always talking about this man. They're always crying about something this man did. Bro, y'all make it too easy. Y'all make it too easy sometimes. Make us work for it a little bit.
Flows like the Mississippi in spring. Here is Joy Reid being a hysterical banshee and using words she doesn't seem to understand, like coup.
We begin tonight with a full-on crisis in our democracy, as federal workers are literally locked out of their offices while operatives working for a private citizen essentially take over our government. If this were happening in any other country right now, I promise you, I'd be on the air calling it a coup.
And Joy Reid, along with suffering from a severe case of stage 4 TDS, that's Trump derangement syndrome, she's also an election denier. And according to the left, that makes her a threat to democracy.
They're even talking about like stealing an election.
Oh,
and it's making me rethink whether I do believe like election machines can be hacked. Because I've always been like, you can't hack the election machines, but they're like convincing me, I don't know, maybe you can. I don't know.
I mean, to me, in this world, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Whoa. This was so funny to me because after their beloved Kamala lost, they're like, well, Trump had to have, he had to have rigged this. They had to have rigged it in his favor. Something had to have happened. They hacked the election machine. Something. Oh, whoa. Y'all are sounding a lot like the same people y'all criticized in 2020. Oh, how the shoe has been put on the other foot. Y'all call us crazy conspiracy theorists for even suggesting something might have happened to our electoral process in 2020. But when y'all candidate loses in 2024, y'all are like, well, maybe there is some credibility to that. Maybe they did hack the system this time around. Like, bro, like I said, some of y'all speak and y'all bias is just so clearly shown.
You what?
And then you got people like this Joy Reid, well-spoken, articulate individual with the platform who gets on here and says shit like that. And then now you got to debate your coworker who watches Joy Reid nightly show at 7 o'clock because they feel like they know something because this doesn't say it. God damn it.
There are all these conspiracy theories out there about Trump and whether or not they cheated. I know you say that they didn't, but I know you kind of have
Wait a minute. I didn't say they didn't.
I don't know about you, but I'm shaking with fear with this dangerous democracy denial.
Elon Musk, somehow using his tech connections, because I don't want to say genius because we know he's not.
Yeah, he ain't a genius.
But those relationships or whatever, because they just seem too confident. It just doesn't add up to me with all the support that she had. And I know that for you, and because of what happened with Fox and because what you do professionally with the network, you can't say it was the machines or something like that. But if you think it was the machines, but you can't say, just don't say anything. See, this is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is there are many ways to cheat in an election. And I don't ever put it past Republicans to cheat in elections because they've been busted too many times.
Let's hear now from a couple of women who are likely to be MSNBC viewers. Why do I say that? Because they are uninformed, unhappy, and a little unhinged.
I took my kids to school today and just dropped them off, and I just feel so sad, right? Like, we all knew this was.
Republicans have been confirmed to cheat in elections before. That is hilarious. But when we suggest the other side does it, it's just like, oh no, conspiracy. You guys are crazy. You guys are insurrectionists, blah, blah, blah. But y'all can say it about, I'm just like, okay. All right. Okay. Fine.
Was coming, and then I think that yesterday was far worse than any of us could have anticipated. And I took the day off to just.
And shout out James Foley, $2. He says Joy Reid spinning more waves than Key, man. Yeah, got a little splash in there, a little kitty splash, a little wave kitty splash in there. Let me know if the camera looks any better than it did earlier. I'm trying to get that together for y'all.
Just kind of protect my peace, and I plugged back in this morning, and it's just so bad.
And here is a lady who is very forthright in her opinions, except when faced with a fairly obvious but inconvenient question.
Stop abuse of power.
Yes.
In what regard?
Well, with everything that's happening in our politics, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Like with Trump?
Yes. It seems that money goes a long way right now with our politicians, and that needs to stop.
So would you say it was an abuse of power how they just removed Joe Biden out the Democratic primary and installed Kamala Harris?
I don't know that I can comment on it.
All right. And yeah, I know a lot of y'all are happy Joy Reid got fired, but we had to cover that one, man. Yeah, she'll be working somewhere. She'll be on somebody's podcast or start her own. This wasn't the last we hear from Joy Reid, unfortunately. But yeah, she's definitely one of the main offenders when it comes to this TDS shit. Let's cover this video here, man. This was kind of funny, honestly. speaking of endless content coming from the left because they make a fool out of themselves, we got this video right here. One of these rallies, left versus right. This is always interesting to watch. We've covered this young lady's channel before, Liberty Hangout, conservative. She does her thing. Let's get into it. I think she went viral for like having an AR-15 in her college graduation photo. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have did it, but yeah, it is what it is. She makes good content though.
Me from freely moving. I'm not touching you. Okay, I'm gonna go around. They're building a wall around me right now, which I thought you guys were.
God damn, y'all said it got worse. How the hell? All right, give me a minute on the camera, guys. I'll try to figure that out. Shout out Fox Chase, $2. Joy Reid, her last. Joy Reid, her last news article, not facts. Like I said, she'll be on somebody's podcast. She'll be collaborating with somebody here in the near future. You'll see her face or hear her voice. And this isn't the last time, Joy Reid is around, unfortunately. As is the way. It's just the game. You make a name or face for yourself, and you're pretty much good after that. You're pretty much good after that. Like, she was on national television. Like, she's pretty much good. She can go make $1 almost anywhere else.
We're against that. Like, Donald Trump is ruining everything. Why are you guys building a wall? Where's your walking stick, by the way?
My cane? Are you being able to?
Louder.
You need to go. For what? Name and I don't have a video.
Okay, let's go stand over here. We're going to talk.
For what?
Because you cannot be out here disrupting.
We are doing security, and this is the disruptor.
I am security.
Okay.
Over here.
She's bad. She's evil. What? She's dark. You're very dark. You're dark soul. She
We're
needs
not
to
going to
get
touch
out.
people, okay?
Yeah.
She has the right to be here. Okay, I watched you.
What's my name?
Genitalia. You know what? I'm kind of glad to see the police presence right there, because 9 times out of 10, what we see in these videos is whatever offended lefty that's destroying somebody's property or assaulting somebody. We've seen it all. There's no cops around. There's no cops around when that shit is happening. So I'm kind of glad to see some police presence there. Like, all right, I don't really want to see y'all taking a side or anything like that. Obviously, the police are just supposed to be there to secure the event, be neutral. But yeah, if y'all are going to be all up in my face, if y'all are going to be touching on me or trying to destroy my property, then yeah, police right here, step in. Get this blue-haired individual out of my grill. Shout out Jacqueline, $10. I used to share your opinion without Joy Reid or The View. Where will we get our content? Now I see things different. Get rid of the poisonous rhetoric to ensure the golden age. Oh, okay. Shout out. I appreciate that. And yeah, like I said, on one hand, I'm like, bro, these people are unhinged. They're crazy. I even said myself, you got pundits and commentators like Joy Reid and people who consume that content, don't do any of their own research. Now you're debating a regurgitated point with your coworker, family member, or neighbor. It's quite annoying, honestly. It's tiring. I completely get that perspective. But at the end of the day, if it's not Joy Reid, there's going to be another lunatic leftist saying the same type of bullshit. So with that perspective, I do say, yeah, it's just endless content, bro. Like, because if it's not Joy Reid, it's going to be the next one. But shout out Jacqueline, man. Always good to see you, bro. And happy to have you in here tonight. Appreciate that 10.
Another day, another anti-Trump protest. Let's go see what they're mad about and why they're screaming.
Guys, it still is Call-In Sunday, man. Call-In Sunday. Members, mods, you guys know what time it is. Call in, chop it up with your boy. Would love to hear from some of y'all, man. I ain't been on here in a night or two. Got a lot to cover tonight still. A few more videos to get into tonight. Let's make it a fire stream. Let's make it fun. Let's make it interactive, man. Y'all know how I like to get down. Let's keep it going. Like the video. But yes, mods, members, go ahead and cue yourself up if you want to share a word or two. Everybody else, like the video.
Screaming at the sky today. So the people that were in Tampa at our last video that you guys remember are here, and she's really upset. What's wrong?
Just stop. We don't want you here.
Why not?
You're just harassing people and you know it.
What am I doing?
You're just coming to stir the pot.
Stir what pot? What is there to stir?
Caitlin, I'm not playing this game with you again.
What game? What game are we
This
playing?
isn't our first time around. And you're not going to go in and harass my people.
Who are your people?
The people that are opposed to Donald Trump and what is happening to our Constitution.
What's happening to our Constitution?
But on one hand, I do respect I think this young lady's name is Caitlin, obviously. That's what this is all about. Discourse. We have it in the chat. It's not all about agreeing. This isn't an echo chamber. I mean, despite what some naysayers may say, we open the conversation. We open the lane for debate and healthy conversation. It's all about figuring out where the other side stands, maybe finding some common ground, seeing where the sensibility is added within the conversation, maybe disagreeing or agreeing to disagree on some issues. It isn't about seeing everything the same, but, you know, and it isn't about necessarily changing my mind, so to speak, but just gaining perspective is what I would like to say. But some people don't even want to host or entertain it. You're not going to go in there and stir the pot, bother my people. Like, what do you mean? I'm just asking questions. Let me know where y'all stand. Maybe we can have a useful, fruitful conversation where we both learn something. But some people just don't even want to hear it and are offended that you're even countering their belief.
Seriously? I'm not playing this for your Liberty News. That's all I have to say.
It's Liberty Hangout, and you can hit the subscribe button right now if you like my content and want to support my work out here. So you're not going to tell me what to do.
And Caitlin kind of innately understands the same thing that we just described. Shout out Jacqueline. Like, these people are endless content. Like, I'm covering videos of this shit. She done went out, boots on the ground, and got in front of these people as they're protesting and said, like, yo, like, debate me. Like, this is the real juicy shit right here. Like, she understands the same thing, but took it to the next level. Like, she didn't put boots on the ground and debated these people in person. Like, these people are, bro, endless content.
I think it's rude to. I'm going to walk through the crowd. Yes, I am. I'm going to walk through the crowd. Are you building a wall and preventing me from freely moving?
I'm not touching you.
Okay, I'm going to go around. So don't make a wall because I don't want to. She's restricting my free movement through my country here. You guys have to be told to keep your hands to yourself because you're so childish. You're so childish. So I'm going to go through, and whether you guys want to do that, they're building a wall around me right now, which I thought you guys were against that. Like, Donald Trump is ruining everything. Why are you guys building a wall and preventing someone from moving?
You're trouble.
Like the illegal immigrants, right?
You're trouble.
Yeah, no, they're trouble. You guys don't want illegal you guys want illegal immigrants coming to our country that rape people, bring drugs, bring crime, but I'm just here. I'm just a little woman out here. Hands up, don't shoot, right? Where's your walking stick, by the way?
My cane? Are you being ableist? Ah!
Your makeup is beautiful.
Let me know how much of this you guys want to see. This is a little bit crazy. But shout out to everybody in here. Like I said, guys, call in Sunday as well. Yeah, man, we're gonna keep it going.
Beautiful. You did a great job on that. You went viral in my last video, by the way. People loved you.
Dangerous oligarchs grab everything. Why am I just peeping that? Like, bro, stupid. These people got a problem with everybody. Like, it's not just Trump. If you're aligned with Trump, if you're associated with Trump in the slightest, they got a problem with you. They hate you, matter of fact. You could have been one, bro. You could have been one of their favorite celebrities, entertainers, politicians, influencers, what have you. That was before you got that Trump endorsement. Now that you aligning yourself with Trump, oh, bro, they hate you. You like, bro, they can't stand you. It's only a matter of time before they're making hit pieces on you. Like, calling you a name, pejorative terms, labeling you.
I love this game. Where's your cane? I'm so confused. Where your cane is. So you guys are making like everyone watch us. If you were just letting me go around and like be quiet and talk to people, this wouldn't be an issue right now. But you've now disturbed your entire protest.
Poopy pants.
Be louder. Be louder.
Just stop.
You can wait. You don't need to do.
She is.
Louder. Louder.
Savenya. Obobishia. Yeah.
For what? I don't have an idea. Okay, let's go stand over here. We're going to talk. For what? Because you cannot be out here disrupting. I'm
We are doing security, and this is the disruptor.
I am security.
Okay, this is
Okay.
Caitlin Bennett, and she's trying to go through our crowd and stir stuff up for the Christian news.
She's going to come too. Okay. We're not going to sit here and scream at you.
Okay, then I will stop screaming. That's all you had to ask.
We're going to go stand over here and then we'll continue.
Are we going over here?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. I'm coming with the officers over here. Yes. Okay, what's up?
Doing okay?
I'm doing great. How are you? It's a beautiful day out here.
Comes out here and likes to instigate fights with people and instigate crowd to rage bait reactions. And I apologize for yelling. She shoved her mic in my face, and I don't like that. I don't like having a mic shoved in my face.
Then why don't you just move away from me?
Because last time you filmed me.
Come with me.
And
Come with me.
Can I speak to my legal guardian, please? Because I'm not.
We could call him off from the distance.
What the hell? You're that deranged and you're not even 18? Yo! This is why I say liberalism is a disease, yo. Look how just distorted her reality is, just how her perceptual set is just hatred for anybody on the right just because she feels like they're against her. Like, baby girl, you ain't even 18. You don't know nothing. You hate these people because you think that y'all are just diametrically opposed. I mean, yeah, we have differences and disagreements, but you're over here lashing out and you don't even know me. You don't even know anything but what you've been told. You don't even have a fully developed brain yet. Your brain isn't even halfly developed, I'd argue. Like, that just blew me. That just took me out the game. Like, can I speak to my legal guard? Whoa. You're 16? You're 17 years old? Baby girl, go home. Don't you got a test to study for? Like, what the fuck? Bruh.
She's here. So, yeah, let's just solve this because I do want to talk to people and film and whatever. Have I done anything wrong? What do you want me to do?
It's completely legal. We
Okay,
just
great.
Can't be.
She's here to disrupt this circle.
She is legal to protest the same way you are.
Yes, she is, but
Correct.
she's going to go right through our circle.
Can you let me have a conversation with her as the
Certainly.
police officer here who was sent
I
down here
respect
for
that. Thank
security? Please turn around and continue to watch the protest.
If you guys remember, this is the woman who followed me last time in Tampa. She immediately recognized me and went around or whatever. And then she went and got her mail.
Shout out Joe Schmooley, $5. We're about to get him up on platform in just a minute for what he says will be a respectful conversation. And I think it will be, energy's a little bit different on the call in than it is on the chat. For Schmooley and Joe Schmooley and Schmo. Funny enough, you guys both have the trolly ass names. Funny enough. But we'll get him up here in just a moment. Shout out Schmooley for that.
Megaphone, which she used to follow me around for 2 hours with on full blast. We left that protest that day with our ears ringing and thumping because
we're about 230 away from Conspiracy Hour, 230 away from Conspiracy Hour or 28 super chats. Shout out Shelly Sands, $2. He says they can't handle different opinions. Very true. It triggers them, actually. And it just, I think it fries their brain when you counter them with facts or any just countering belief. It just fries their brain. because they think that everybody's just so against them. And they've almost been, I don't know if it's perceptual set or just complete brainwashing. They just think that their side is completely right, and then there's just no truths that come in from the other side. And I say to be truly informed, you have to have a balanced take and opinion. You have to take things from both sides, not necessarily tunnel vision or rabbit hole down one particular side, but have a balanced view when it comes to politics. But that's why I say it's almost dangerous to completely align yourself with one side, because you tend to black out the other side. On both sides, that claim can be made on both sides. But specifically, in reference to this young lady, emphasis on the young lady, she was apparently underage. Yeah, just crazy as hell. You could tell like she's just doesn't. You could tell like literally has just been brainwashed to think that conservatives are evil.
Because she was so close in her ears full blast with that. So I think she's not going to be able to get away with that this time.
Shout out Vlad, $2. Tell Fox Chase to put his hearing aid back on. All right.
So that's awesome. But they're all complaining about me to the cops. So these people aren't allowed to apprehend criminal aliens in our country, but they want to stop an American citizen, a woman. Might I add, my rights are under attack. They don't want me to even be in my country. And so that's funny. But we will continue with filming content today, whether or not they like it. Yeah, she's trying to control my movement through a public space and through the country in which I live. Yet, dare we say, if you come here illegally, you cannot just roam around our country. You're going to be vetted and you're going to be deported because you did not follow our laws. That's not allowed. But, I'm so scary. I feel like I'm way too close to. I'm sorry.
Who's more racist than you?
Who's more racist than me?
You're racist.
How am I racist?
If she said anything racist, that's a little bit crazy. I don't know if she said anything racist. But shout out my man Shmuley. Let's get him up here. He's been waiting patiently. What is going on, my guy?
Oh shit, am I in?
You are in.
Oh hey, how you doing? You hear me okay?
Good, bro. What's going on, my dog?
It's been a week at work. I've been exhausted. Finally got some time to actually like relax. But now I'm here, and my blood pressure will probably spike because I might get triggered, and I apologize in advance.
I hope not. Let's keep it civil. Let's keep it moderate.
Oh man, I'd love to. So I wanted to chat about pretty much anything you want to chat about. We were talking about Doge when I sent in the call. I'll happily talk about Doge if you want to.
Okay, yeah. Let me hear what you think, just on its face, I guess. What's your criticisms?
Well, you're in favor of what like Doge is doing and everything like that?
I'm in favor of the overall initiative. If you're going to point out any pitfalls or downfalls, I'm aware of such things. Like, I'll let you obviously clarify and define, but I don't think it's perfect. I think that their initiative is just, though.
I agree too. I think it's always good to have accountability, especially when it comes to government spending, because obviously across the board in every program, there's going to be some element of waste, and I'm always in favor of double checking like how those payments are doing, what's going on with them, are they actually being received, things like that. And we've had a long history of oversight on our government with its spending for a long time. But Doge is a new thing, and it's an anomaly, and they seem to be pushing the boundaries of acceptable like public discourse. Because so far, they started their initiative by claiming completely falsely that we were sending like $100 million worth of condoms to Gaza, which was not true. And then they went down to 50 million condoms, or 50 million spent on condoms for Gaza, and that was blatantly not true at the same time.
Really, man? Come on.
No. We don't have to talk about condoms. We'll move on. But
thank you.
But we like that was false, and then they have routinely, time and time again, made grossly mischaracterizations of what they were cutting. They have frequently either lied.
When you say mischaracterizations, what do you mean exactly? Are you saying that they haven't been exactly accurate? Are you saying that they're not defining what they're doing exactly or properly? What do you mean exactly?
They have been so far from accurate, I wouldn't even call it a mischaracterization. That was me being charitable. I would call it either lying or being extremely dumb or careless.
As far as the numbers that they're saying, as far as what
the way they describe, well, one, I mean, there was a list, like the list that the speaker, that the press secretary like gave out. It was like a DEI opera or a trans play or something like that. Like that list that she gave out.
The comic book and
The
so on.
comic book, yeah. That list that she gave out, almost every single one of those was just outright false. Three of them.
So this is my counter right there, and I do want to let you finish. But nobody credible, and I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about, but nobody credible came out and combated that narrative and said, no, this was actually spent here appropriately. This is complete hogwash. This is a complete lie. No one's came out and countered it. That's my. That's been
so many.
I've been
So
waiting
many
for
people
somebody
have.
to come out and say like, no, like that's not what the money was spent on.
No, Forbes, NBC, CNN, like Reuters, like Politico. I mean, everyone from like Fox News anchors to John Oliver has come out and been like, we have no idea what these claims are. There's no evidence for them. Some of these numbers are completely wrong. Like a lot of them are not even paid
It's
by
just a
like.
battle of semantics and where your political affiliation lies, because we
It's
can
not
sit
a
here
battle
and
of semantics.
hold on
Because
just
what
a
we're talking
second.
about
Hold on
is
just a second, because when I've seen the counters, it's just a slight shift of the narrative. Like, oh, it wasn't condoms, it was sexual reproductive health. Like that's been the only clarification that has been offered from any of these left-wing media narratives that I've seen, as far as cleaning up the story or clarifying what the money was really spent on. This is why I say it was almost like just semantics, because we could almost have that debate, and we were about, oh, it was condoms, or no, it was sexual reproductive health. Like, it was still money spent that came out of our tax-paying dollars that really doesn't align with anything we really got going on over here.
Well, one, the payment you're talking about didn't come from USAID, like Trump claimed, and what Elon claimed, and what the press secretary claimed. It came from a grant from the State Department being given to UNFAP, which is a UN organization to protect gender-based violence, discrimination, sexual reproductive health, and childbearing services in the third world. And that payment from the State Department, not USAID, covered all those things in many different areas. The actual money for like sexual reproductive health in Gaza was far lower than the 45 million that like some people claim, and it's far lower than the 100 million that Trump claimed. And like with this Doge rhetoric that comes out of the White House and that comes out of Doge, why are we so accepting of constant falsehoods and mischaracterizations when it comes from Doge, when we don't accept that from anywhere else in our government? Like, I think he even released a statement where he said, we cut this and it saved over 8 billion. Someone looked into it and it was nowhere near 8 billion. It was 8 million. And what he cut wasn't what he said he cut. He cut Social Security payments for 8 million of them, and then went over and claimed 8 billion. And then he said he cut, oh God, what was it? The Sri Lanka climate change mitigation. That was that. He said he saved over like 300 million from it, when we looked into it, and by cutting it, we saved $57,000 in taxpayer money. It's just constant, time and time again, lies and
So your
mischaracterizations from
definition of
Doge.
mischaracterization would be the underreporting or the misappropriate reporting of the numbers. Is that your qualm here with
Numbers,
those?
causes, and where the actual like funding is coming from. Mischaracterization is a charitable way that I would describe it. I would call it being like lying or extremely careless or dumb. And I don't know why people are so accepting of this from our institutions when it's Elon Musk. We wouldn't accept this from Biden, or we wouldn't accept this from Congress, and we wouldn't accept this from the judiciary branch entirely. But why do we accept it from Elon Musk?
Okay, fair enough questions. I will answer. Shout out Fox Chase, $2. The party of inclusion, in reference to old girl trying to build a wall to keep her out. And shout out Shelly Sands, $5. They don't have a sensible counter argument and they get angry. So you said, why are we accepting of this? I would argue that again. I think, and this is what I preface my statement or the conversation by saying, I think on its head, on its face, the initiative by Doge is almost something that everybody should be able to agree with. Now, the actual numbers being reported, that sometimes is, I think it's subjective. I mean, because you have certain right-wing commentators and pundits who will say it's one number, and then you have left commentators and pundits who will complain and say it's a completely different number. But I think that the fact that they're finding where this money has been misappropriately spent, I think that that's the main idea. Now, I could get technical and say, was it 500,000 or was it 500 million? And these are differences. And I mean, I think the numbers will be hashed out over time. But again, I'm still arguing on the net positive of Doge and Elon, the initiative being to go in here, find out what the money is being spent on, if it aligns with our values, or fuck the values. I mean, values are a part of it, but the current administration, if it aligns with the current administration, because their whole initiative and their whole game plan seems to be efficiency. Even beyond Doge, Trump has still the same strategy of efficiency. So I'm just arguing on the premise of, I think that Doge in its inception and the initiative that they have is just a net positive. Now, are the numbers going to be accurate? Elon said himself, like, shit, I'm not perfect. And I know a lot of people.
I mean, I don't expect perfection. I don't expect perfection from anyone. But when every single claim that comes out is rigorously fact-checked and found to be absolutely false, like it's not even, we're not even asking for perfection. We're asking for competence, or at least honesty. And we're getting none of that from Elon right now. I mean, one of the things, sorry, I'm still recovering from a flu. One of the things he advocated to cut was the Consumer Financial Bureau or Protections Bureau, and it was successfully rolled back heavily. And you want to talk about saving money? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau saves the American people money every year. It actually is a net benefit to our pockets, to our dollars, right? Which is very rare for like a government actual institution to actually put money directly back into the bank accounts of Americans.
But that doesn't mean
I received a $2,000 check from them.
That doesn't That doesn't mean efficiency still cannot be applied. That doesn't mean that just because they have been known to do good or have done good or have done anything, that efficiency still can't be applied, that we still can't get in there and look at the books. This is what Doge is supposed to do. So,
yeah, but like we already have oversight committees that have been doing this effectively for a long time. Why do we need this guy who frequently lies about what he's actually doing also in there, wasting our money and time?
Where are his lies at, though? I feel like if you feel like he's lying, it kind of depends on how you feel on Elon, whether or not you like him, whether you think he's a liar, whether you think he's qualified to be efficient. Because some might argue like he's clearly efficient. He clearly knows a thing or two about money. And then somebody like you might say, well, he's a liar. He paid somebody to play the game on his behalf. And, you know what I'm saying? Like this shit is.
If all he did was lie about that video game, I would be a huge advocate for him.
Because I can, and I'm no fanboy of Elon. I'm not a dick rider. I'm not a glazer in any way, shape, or form. I think you can assess that, but it's like clearly almost depends on where you stand on Trump. That decides where you stand on Elon and any of these other cabinet picks.
Well,
because
I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not attacking him as like this is not part of my true leftist agenda. I'm attacking him just based on like common sense and decency. I don't like when our government officials are allowed to make these gross lies and errors consistently and frequently and waste all our time, money, and energy as an American taxpayer. I don't get why Elon gets to get away with that, right? Like from the ICE payments that he lied about.
Hold on. What is he getting away with? You make it seem like he's hurting you. Like, hey, Shul, what? How is he hurting you, dog? Come on.
I'm an American taxpayer. Are you an American taxpayer?
Dog. What if bro, come on now. We just agreed that the initiative on its face is a net positive.
No, I agree with the mission statement. Let's cut waste and let's track our spending. I agree with that mission statement.
Okay.
That's why I'm pro the oversight agencies that have existed in the federal government for millennia since its inception, right? And
But
say what you will about
did,
those,
but anybody,
maybe they can be
people, if
streamlined,
we
right?
remove political affiliation, we can agree that some of these agencies, some of the networks, some of the standards that have been in place for millennia since our nation's inception have not proven to be efficient. Can we agree on that? Or they lack
100%.
efficiency at some
I
point?
guarantee you that there is waste in the government, and I would love for it
Right,
to stop. I
for
guarantee.
sure, for
I guarantee.
sure.
Why do we want this man and this institution to do an audit of our agencies when he has shown time and time again to lie about his goals, to
Okay,
lie
now
about
this
what
is
he's
where we
doing, and to
disagree.
lie about
This
his
is where we
mission statement?
disagree because you say he's lying, and I say, like, bro, that's just narratives that people that don't like him paint. Where did he lie? Where is it confirmed he lied? Where?
So, okay, so first the
About
ICE statement.
anything.
No, you asked. First we have the 50 million for condos in
And if
Gaza.
you're
That
gonna
was a
go over
lie. We know
numbers,
that.
if you're gonna
Then
go,
we have the ICE
school,
payments
hold
that he
on, real
said
quick,
cost
hold
8
on, real
billion.
quick,
No,
real
you asked
quick,
me. Okay.
because you're gonna
Yeah.
have to rephrase your debate. If you're gonna go over numbers, I could say that again. People on the left might say it's this number. People on the right might say it's this figure. Now we can iron out the exact number over time. But if we say the money is being spent on this, and he's drawing attention to the fact that money is being spent on these causes, these initiatives overseas, our interest abroad, so to speak, and we didn't know, oh, it was publicly accessible information. Sure, fair enough. But we didn't know. He's highlighting it. If
Well, it was always
that's
publicly accessed. It was seen over by an
if that's
oversight
the
committee.
underlying fact, the exact figure can be ironed out later. Because the left is gonna say it's one thing, you guys are gonna say it's this figure, we're gonna say it's this figure. We're iron out the number. It damn
Do
near
you
doesn't
believe,
matter
like, do you
anymore.
believe we can find this answer as like just people? Like only, or do you think Elon is the only one that can know the answer to how much we spend?
I think Elon has the qualifications to go in there and be able to look at the books and figure out where the hell mistakes are being made and lend to overall efficiency. I think he's overqualified, if you ask me. And
Okay,
I'm
I'm
not
not asking
speaking
about
with too biased.
qualifications.
Go
You
ahead.
said earlier that all this information is public. We might just not pay attention to it, but it's
Fair
all
enough.
public. So
Fair
we
enough.
have the ability
But
to
then,
look at all these
then
payments.
if we climb down and we say like, oh, our government is wasting funds. Our government is spending money on woke bullshit overseas. They call us conspiracy theorists and they gaslight us and say that we're lying or we're just crazy.
But we both agree that we didn't spend $50 million on condoms in Gaza, right? Because it's been shown time and time again.
But
That's
we
like the
going back
only.
to
That's
that.
one
Hold
of
on.
the
All
many
right.
things that's been
Anyways,
shown
I'm gonna
false.
keep you up here for a second. I'm gonna keep you up here for a second. I do like talking to you, crazy ass.
Okay.
But I got a few super chats I gotta read out.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
Shit. Where'd I go? Lost here. Shout out Sally Sands. I don't know if I read this one out. $5. They don't have a sensible counter argument and they get angry. Actually, I think I did read that one. Shout out Fox Chase though. $2. He said, "What's with the feminine accent?" I think he's talking to you, Shmooly. I don't know if you want to address that.
Damn.
Shout out. He said
I've
he
been
had
doing
a
my
cold.
push-ups, man.
I'll stick up for my man Shmooly. He did say he's getting over a cold. God damn it. Shout out Jacqueline. $2. Ask him about the political trans funding. Good question. You did bring up political anyway. Shout out Jacqueline. $5. Elon said there would be mistakes. Ask him about the fraud. I actually said that my damn self. Shout out James Foley. $2. 500K per day to Roosevelt Hotel owned by Pakistan. Okay, he's getting into more of this, more of these initiatives by USAID and some of these other bureaucrat agencies. Shout out 93 Fox Chase 93. $2. All we hear is left bullshit. Shout out Fox Chase again. $5. If you're a centrist Democrat, I'm sorry, but you must choose a side now. Shout out Zoloff. $2. L7 Weenie. Okay. And shout out Cat for $2. Hyper focus on one point and ignore all the theft. All right. Who do you want to address first? I'll give you a chance to respond.
I don't know what L7 weenie. I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but it is funny. I don't know what the hell it means.
Oh, maybe
That
not
was the
the
funniest
most.
one.
Like if you don't like we've gone over condoms a million times. We can keep moving forward. Is there? I forget if there's a super chat that asked me a question or not. Was there?
Jacqueline says, "Oh yeah, you brought it up. Politico trans funding."
Oh yeah, Politico. I mean, like being in an office, usually in the government, they pay for Politico subscriptions for all the employees. So I believe they were just paying for like not just
Oh
Politico, but like
God,
a bunch of news aggregate sites
bro, the
subscriptions for employees.
justification is so smooth. Oh, I believe they were just like, come on, dog, come on, really?
Yeah,
Really? We're gonna say there was no collusion. We're gonna say there was no collusion. You're just gonna easily bypass it like that. Really, that was smooth as fuck. That was smooth as
They
fuck.
call me Smoothie, okay?
Oh, that was smooth. I like that. See, I
Do you
like
have evidence
that.
that there was
I
fraud, that
like
there was
that.
corruption? Do
I
you have
like
evidence that there
debating
was corruption?
intellectual equals, man. That was smooth as hell. But
Do you have evidence that there was corruption or fraud?
we have evidence that Elon's been lying.
Yeah.
Where?
Okay, so he claimed that he claimed that he was able to save the U.S. taxpayer $8 billion by cutting one ICE contract. That was a
Oh, stop
lie.
getting into the numbers.
He
Stop getting
said
into
that
the
there was
numbers.
widespread
Lose
Social
that.
Security
Stop
fraud.
getting
We
into
have
the
no
numbers.
indication
You're
that
gonna
there
lose that.
is.
You're
He
gonna
said
lose
that the
that.
government
Don't
paid
get into the
Reuters for
numbers,
social
Shmuley.
deception. It
Do not get
didn't.
into the numbers,
He
dog. Do
said
not
we
get
spent, what was it, 60 million
Shmuley.
on housing
Shmuley.
illegal
Dog.
immigrants in luxury hotels. That
Dog.
wasn't true at
Dog.
all.
Do not get into the numbers. You might as well go back to well, he paid a kid to play the game for him. That was dishonest. You might as well go back into that.
Are you going to address anything I've said?
Well, let's go over these super chats. We were addressing the things one by one.
Okay,
We were
okay.
going bullet point by bullet point. So let's
Okay.
go back to these super chats. So 500K per
Yeah,
day to
yeah.
Roosevelt Hotel owned by Pakistan.
Say that again?
500K per day to Roosevelt Hotel owned by Pakistan. I think James Foley's asking you to address, or if you had a comment on that. If not, we'll go into the next one.
Is it the NYC luxury hotels claim? I don't know the packet. I don't know that one.
Fair enough.
If it is the luxury hotels, I know about that.
No, fine, fair enough. Shout out Daniel Castro, $2. If government oversight works, why didn't it work? You're talking about the agencies that have been in place for millennia
Well,
that are
that's if
supposed
you
to
believe
oversee
what
government
Elon is
efficiency
saying.
already.
Yeah. It only doesn't work if you believe what Elon is like saying about all this stuff. Like really. Like I will fully admit that there's probably waste in every aspect of like the government, but like to say it's happening the way Elon's saying it's happening is an insane claim that needs a lot of evidence. And so far he's been incorrect on everything he supplied evidence to, and everything else has no evidence. So I don't know where to go with what he's saying except to just call him either a liar or careless.
Subjectively incorrect. Let me just clear that up.
Factually incorrect. Unless he's hiding evidence from us. You know, I guess he might be.
Okay. Well, make sure I get all these super chats in here. Shout out Foxface, $2. He said, Vlad's got him beat. He's an L level 9 weenie. Okay. All right. Well,
I'm a super hot junior weenie, baby.
Yeah, I really don't know what that joke is right there, but
I don't know either.
No, so it's I guess summarize for everybody, anybody who may just now be getting in here, your main qualm with Elon Doge is that they're not necessarily telling the full truth, or they're flat out lying, and they have autonomy that they shouldn't necessarily have.
Here's the thing: if they were shown, if they were able to show that they were competent and effective at doing this job, I would probably support it, right? If they made reasonable claims.
All right. Okay.
If they made reasonable claims backed by evidence and showed that we are wasting money in X, Y, and Z, and it doesn't align with the mission statements of these programs, right? And then he said, let's cut these, I'd be all for that, right? But again, he has shown that he is not competent and that the evidence he presents cannot be trusted, and that the facts and the reasoning behind him cutting vital social services to both Americans and those that we serve abroad are outright false. I don't see why we should trust this guy. Like, our barrier for evidence needs to be higher when people's lives are on the line.
I have
And
a
when
question
he,
for you. I have
yeah,
a question.
please.
And I would hope that you genuinely answer, but I guess answer how you see fit. Do you like
I
Elon
promise.
Musk? Before let's just say September or October, whenever Elon joined MAGA, how did you feel about Elon Musk? Were you a fan? Did you hate him? Did you love him? Were you indifferent?
I think I was like, how old was I? I must have been like 17. He was really big on Reddit when I was a teenager, and he was very popular on Reddit. And I liked him a lot because he was really into space, and he was doing Teslas, and I liked electric vehicles, and I really liked space as a kid. I wanted to be an astronomer or an astronaut. So I had a lot of respect for him. And then you learn more about him. You learn about his like ties to the apartheid in South Africa. You learn about how he ran his businesses with like PayPal all the way up to Twitter or X right now. You learn about his general demeanor when it comes to the women he's dating and his kids, and it just doesn't paint a pretty picture. I haven't liked him for 5 or 6 years since I like fully learned more about him.
Okay, I appreciate the truthful answer right there. So you're not necessarily a fan of him.
No.
Now I will fully
And-
challenge you on the point and the take that you just shared and say, even if this man was found to be credible on the wasteful spending found the exact numbers, would you ever truly admit it? Would you ever truly be like, nah, you know what? He was on point with that one.
100%. I mean, I have no financial incentive or political incentive to say that wasteful spending needs to stay. And if he came forward and was like, "Hey, I found that we were paying $100 million to shoot kids in basements," like I would be like, "Let's cut that," right? I'd be so pro that. I would not mind if it was all factual, and he could show that the programs were spending money on things that didn't align what Congress appointed the programs to do. I would 100% support cutting that money and returning it to the American taxpayer, or putting it back into covering our deficit, or putting it back into more vital programs, right?
No, I challenge you on that because Congress doesn't approve of the initiative; they approve of the funds. So it's up to the agency to go and set the initiative, what they're going to spend it on exactly.
Yeah, the government programs.
Yeah, Congress approves the general funds. They get
and
the
programs
funds.
come to them seeking approval.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I would challenge you and say that when the next administration gets in, they deem that these initiatives don't align, then they can change them at their discretion.
Yeah, Congress can.
Which is essentially what's being done here.
No, Elon. Well, one, Elon works for the federal branch, not Congress, and two, Elon isn't proving anything. He is lying about things. Like, is there any claim that has shown to be like fully accurate from Elon Musk that you know about, like 100% supported by evidence? I will give it to you if you. I haven't seen one. I'll give it to you if there is one.
So, and this is where I was going to challenge you and push further, but I just wanted to see how you would answer that. You're again, we're getting caught up in the exact figure. So you can point out a left-leaning media take or article that says it's this amount. I can point out a right that counters and says it's this amount. What we're kind of skipping over here is, and this is again where I challenged you before. Well, some of this stuff, it could be about the figure if you wanted to, but the initiative just doesn't align. So again, I'm asking you, like, it could be $5, it could be 500 million. Are you okay with the money being spent on some of this shit?
Well, this is where it comes to gross mischaracterizations, right? Like, if it was truly bad, I'm going to use the condoms again. Forgive me.
That's fine.
If it was truly bad, why would they feel the need to inflate the amount of money in their statements and then change what the actual initiative was for, and then change the organization that paid for it? If it was truly bad and worth getting rid of, why obfuscate that to such a degree where every single part of the statement is false and you have to bend over backwards in order to find a way to make it a reasonable statement? If you are a public speaker, your job is to communicate effectively with the people you represent. And Elon and Trump represent me, and I personally deserve just a minutia, at least, of evidence when you cut my tax dollars going to A and B, right? Like an iota. And I don't deserve to be lied to about what the program is, how much is going, and where it's coming from. And you don't either.
I have to agree to disagree on that one.
What part do you disagree on?
Because it seems like your opinion is strictly based off of bias. You don't necessarily
What is bias?
Well, you're saying that Elon is underqualified. He's lying. These numbers.
I'm not saying he's underqualified. I'm saying he's doing a bad job.
Okay. Well, he's doing a bad job. He's essentially telling us the wrong numbers, or he's downright lying. And he has too much oversight. He has too much autonomy. I think that's your general point. Like, he shouldn't be able to do everything that he's doing. Nobody's checking him, right?
I'm not even really touching on the overreach of power from the federal branch. I'm more so saying, like, this is a good goal to cut wasteful spending, but I deserve, and you deserve, and the American people deserve not to be misled about where our money is going and where it's coming from and how much is being spent.
But he's exposing the funds and where they are going. Now, you can, again, we can get caught up on the exact figure, but the money
It's
is
not
going
getting
to
caught up on the exact figure. I don't like the way that you
not.
frame that. I'm not like being like, oh, it was actually 48.7 and he said it was 50. Like, I'm saying, like, the number was wrong by an order of like magnitude. The place where it was coming from was a lie, and what it was being used to like what they were spending it on was completely false. Like, these are not minutia. It's not subjective. It's real, complete, like, fabrications.
And I guess
on every
that's where
level.
the disconnect is. I guess that's where the disconnect might be. Because you're essentially saying that it's fraudulent. Like, the stuff that they're telling us they're spending the money on isn't necessarily true. The causes that they're spending the money on isn't necessarily true. The numbers aren't. You're essentially saying that the whole thing it stinks. And I guess my counter would be is, why do you feel like that? Some of these causes and some of the funds that they've exposed are verified. So,
well, I mean, like, he's also cutting things that we know that he's like being forthright about that are just outright disastrous for the American people, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, super important for the American consumer and the taxpayer, and it's getting just gutted. And that's a net gain. Second is like cancer research for kids. Like, who would be against that? Apparently, our current administration is. Cut that funding too. Crucial science is being cut across the board. And with all of these, there's again obfuscation, misleads, and outright lies, right? Like, we don't have to talk about like the condoms. We can talk about, like, he said he was cutting like the transgender operas and DEI musicals. This was just a complete lie, paid like from the wrong organization with the wrong amount of money. 6 million on tourism on Egypt, also not true. The USAID spending almost completely fabricated as well. Like, I don't think there was a single one that was accurate when he was talking about USAID spending. Sex changes in Guatemala, not true. Paying Politico from USAID wasn't accurate. There are more. I can't think of them off the top of my head.
And I love getting you up here, Shmuley, because it just shows the contrast. It just with respect to your intellect and opinion, it just shows the contrast. And I love to honestly have the conversation with you, and I love to show people in the chat as well. But got a couple.
Oh, wait, can I extend you one bridge?
Of course.
Just one bridge. So USAID was paying money, and Elon Musk reported it accurately. And he reported it where it was going to. I remember this one. It was the Serbia DEI workplace initiative. That was the name of the program. And that was, and he said 1.5 million was being given to it from American taxpayers. So the name of the program was accurate. The money that was being received, also accurate. It was actually 2 million. And that was cut. Say what you will about DEI and Serbia and workplaces, okay? I'm just so happy that there was one where the number was accurate The location of the funding was accurate, and where it was going and what it was going to was accurate. But that's the
Well,
only
there's
one I
only
remember
one
being like
cause
accurate.
out of there's only one cause or one initiative out of all the ones that they cited that was actually factual.
I think the Serbia one was the only one where like people found everything being like pretty close to true.
Now, if you say you're getting this information on your own, I won't doubt that. But who's verifying that?
I mean, there's a number of journalists. I'm a big advocate of ground news. I worked with a lot of
Sure.
content creators who
We use
liked
ground
ground
news over
news a
here on
lot.
the channel as well.
Yeah, I really like ground news. I've worked with a lot of content creators in my past that had them as sponsors, and I was like, this seems cool. So I really like them. I love Reuters. I love Politico. Super dry shit on Politico, but I was a sociology major, so it's like my bread and butter. I do, I watch the news. I watch Fox News. I watch MSNBC. I watch CNN. I even listen or read the Drudge Report because he's just funny.
Oh wow, that's some old school shit.
I know.
You showed your old soul with that one, young man with an old soul with that one.
I really try to keep it diverse. I mean, one of the reasons I am on this channel is like just to like see what's going on everywhere else.
Respect. Well, I'm glad you continue to tune in, regardless of the difference in opinion. I'm gonna go through some of these super chats, and I'm probably gonna continue on with the show, man. We'll keep you around, though. We might get you back up here for a
Wait,
take.
can I like did anything I say like speak to you or change or made you think give a second thought about what was going on with Doge?
I like the difference in opinion. I like the counter. I think that for the majority of the points that you pointed out, for me, it seems not that there isn't any truth to it. Like I prefaced the whole conversation by saying, and shout out Jacqueline because he agrees as well. I mean, Elon isn't perfect. Their initiative isn't going to be perfect. I think there was a story shared that they had to fire or they accidentally fired some people essential to the business, or I don't remember what exactly agency it was, but they had fired some people and they had to email them to come back in the office, like essentially a whoopsies. So I think things like that. I think things, and I mean, that's real life implication. These are people's jobs and careers. So I don't mean to reduce it to a whoopsies, but I think just the general idea of him not being perfect and maybe a number or two being misreported or something not being done to the standard of a Joe Schmo or a Schmooly, I can respect and understand that. But I think again, overall, where I stand and where I haven't moved from is the overall initiative of Doge is a net positive for everybody. I think that the money found, regardless of if it's 500 or 500,000, if they spend it on this, if they spend it on that, if he highlights it and we deem as a country, as the current administration, I mean, as the current administration, if we supported Trump, I would say we have the voice right now. Fair enough. So if we deem it something that doesn't necessarily align with American values or current American values, I think we have the right to call it out and decide whether or not we want to keep it going forward.
Is it like hypothetically to move you into being against Doge, right? What kind of evidence would you want from me to bring to you? Like, what would you look for?
If you came to me with something that said,
what would change your mind on it?
I think there would have to be something that showed a conflict in interest for Elon, where I would just doubt his credibility. Or
can I actually speak to that? Or are we running out of time?
Let me get to the super chat. Let me get to the super chats. Hold that thought because I do want to hear that. Let me see. Appreciate the support, guys. Y'all are sending in so many. I'm damn near getting lost. Shout out, guest dude. $2. The authoritarian left is nothing but sycophantic sophist. Goddamn. Shout out, guest dude. James Foley, $2. Competent and effective. We found 500B in 30 days. Yeah. Shout out Jacqueline, $2. 384 billion, but Elon bad and left good and right bad. Yeah, it does seem like that. Shout out Shelly Sands, $2. Oh, please, nobody is dying. Fox Chase, $2. He paid $5 to sound smart. Fox Jelly said another $2 hid $5 of bullshit is up. Z. All right. You said you wanted to tell me about something that was a clear conflict of interest for Elon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of things that raise up conflict of interest concerns with Elon. One is Elon receives, I believe, about
$8
$60
million
billion
a
a
day in
year.
government contracts.
Yeah, I think divided 60 billion divided down. Yeah. There's more. USAID and the SEC directly moderate his businesses and check for bad business practices or misalignment of funds. He has over 70 different investigations going on with his companies from the SEC, as well as there's one other that regulates him. I'm not sure which when it comes to government contracts off the top of my head. But currently, Elon Musk is in charge of now regulating those that oversee him. The White House themselves called this a conflict of interest, but said, don't worry. If Elon is presented with a situation where it raises a conflict of interest, he will excuse himself. But any decent attorney will tell you that self-moderation of conflicts of interest is itself a conflict of interest. So you see, now he's in charge of those that regulate him. He's in charge of either cutting or keeping those that regulate him. And he's in charge of determining whether he's in a conflict of interest or not.
Now, you do know if any of this was to be confirmed, then this would have been publicized. The media would have merchandised it to the point where Elon couldn't overrun it or outrun this.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Hundreds of articles have been written. I mean, you just Google Elon conflict of interest with Doge.
Yeah,
like
but
there are a number of
you're
articles
saying
about
he
it.
has lawsuits. What billionaire doesn't have lawsuits? I mean, I'm not trying to reduce it to just the fact that he's rich as hell, but what billionaire doesn't have lawsuits against his company?
Yeah, true. But do you think the billionaires should be in charge of their own lawsuits against them?
Say that again? Because you're
Do you
saying
think
he's
billionaires should be in charge of controlling the lawsuits against them and the regulations or the regulatory agencies monitoring them? Do you think they should be in charge of those as well?
Well, he's not necessarily, but you're saying that he said that if there was a conflict of interest proven, he would recuse himself of his position, and I don't think that
self-moderate that.
I don't think that has yet been proven, and again, this is why I made the point. Like,
no, that's what the press secretary said.
If these things had any legs, so to speak, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. Like I said, every goddamn CEO and billionaire has lawsuits against them. But if these things had any legs, then the media would have merchandised it. It would have been publicized to a large enough scale to where he wouldn't be able to outrun it. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, no, it's huge. I mean, like MSN, Newsweek,
I don't really think that
NPR,
it's
Forbes,
of
Fortune.
anything like for us to be alarmed at. Like, what billionaire doesn't have lawsuits on them?
But you asked me you said that like a conflict of interest would be a reason you wouldn't support Doge. And then I've given you a number of conflict of interest he's embroiled in right now with overseeing spending on SEC and USAID and other regulatory agencies in the government that monitor his own businesses. And we both agree there's a conflict of interest, right?
Where's the conflict of interest in
Social Security? I mean, like, yeah, what's like? Okay, look, Smoothly, I think we've been agreed that the real conflict of interest, if he'd have been backing Biden or Biden's EV mandate, the fact that he didn't do that, there's more conflict of interest with him backing Biden and him backing Trump. So I'm trying to understand where you're trying to land this conflict of interest at.
Well, I mean, you're moving away from the point. What I'm saying is currently he is in charge of regulating the funding of multiple agencies that regulate his businesses, which is a conflict of interest. And the White House has instituted only one guideline.
His business, because we got to be specific here. Which agencies?
The SEC, USAID, like various judiciary committees are.
So USAID has paid money to Elon before?
Yeah, well, Elon, who receives grants, USAID is one of those that would regulate how those grants are spent, and the SEC has opened
so we don't know if the
numerous.
Grant typically came from USAID or it could have just came from anywhere else.
I don't know if it specifically came from USAID. It might have. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Wouldn't be able to state that as a conflict of interest.
Well, that's one of them. The other one is that he is now overseeing the funding of the SEC, which regulates his business and has multiple inquiries into his business.
Now, hold on.
And multiple.
I'm sorry. Whoa. What was that last organization?
The SEC.
I'm just confused.
They
as
have
to-
multiple.
no,
They have
SEC.
multiple inquiries into his business
I'm
and
confused
ongoing
as
investigations into his practices.
I'm confused as to why you think he has this blank state or blank slate autonomy and he can just do as he pleases. There's obviously people in place within these organizations who are overseeing or coordinating with him to make sure that he's not abusing his power or influence. You do
Yeah.
know
So
that,
the
right?
press
It's not just,
secretary.
as we've seen, he's not just being led into these buildings and let up into the top floor and given all the documents. They're
I feel like, as we've seen, he is just doing that. But it's also said that the press secretary, when this issue was brought up to them by CNN, the press secretary for Trump said, "Don't worry, Elon has the power to recuse himself from any such situations where a conflict of interest would arise. But any decent attorney or lawyer will tell you that self-moderation of a conflict of interest becomes itself a conflict of interest. So you need
SEC.
yeah. So when Doge gets to be in charge of the funding and the staffing of an agency that regulates Elon Musk businesses and is currently in over 60 investigations on his businesses, that would be called a conflict of interest. But we have seen no indication that Elon Musk has recused himself or is stepping
You're saying
away
there's
from doing that.
investigations?
Yeah.
Security and Exchange Commissions. Okay, hold on.
But what are these investigations proven though? I mean, like I said,
Well, they're ongoing, right?
All right. So why are we prematurely judging him? It's almost like you decided he's guilty.
I'm not deciding he's guilty. I'm saying you don't get to be in charge of the funding for these agencies, whether or not you're guilty or not.
Oh, hold on. Now, didn't we all agree he's not in charge of the funding? He's just looking over it.
Well, he doesn't have the power to. He shouldn't have the power to look over things that are actively investigating him, right?
When you say look over,
like one of the issues we have with cops is that
That's like saying you
when there's an
over a
investigation
page
in the
somebody has
police department, you can't investigate yourself. The police department can't investigate itself. They have to bring in a Fed, right?
Unless you're the CIA.
Yeah, like this is a clear conflict of interest from Doge. And you asked me like if there was a conflict of interest from Doge, you would switch your position on it. So now I'm asking you, like, how do you feel now about Doge?
I don't really feel like that's a direct conflict of interest as you've described it.
Yeah, and then if you really look
because
into it,
now if you had said that he has these investigations and he's been found guilty of collusion in this area, he's been found guilty of self-interest in this or that area, then I might give your statement some credence, but I don't. I'm diminishing it to just the fact that, bro, he's a CEO, he's a billionaire. They all have.
Well, okay, wait. He has been found to violate many labor laws and workplace and business operations in the past, right? So he has been guilty in the past, and he's also been innocent in the past, but he's also been guilty in the past, right? So why should we give him power over the agency that regulates his corporations and is investigating his corporations currently?
well, the SEC is honestly on him. It's not even anything serious. It's over filing, so it's not anything really fraudulent. It's just it's like this, like bro, it's like the IRS getting on you about filing your taxes late. So you're trying to make it sound like it's something like salacious or overly heinous, and it's not. It's just my man ain't filed.
What?
Yes, he didn't look, bro. The SEC complaint on Musk is the fact they got it. Now, yes, he saved 150 million at the expense of his Twitter shareholders by failing to timely file the beneficial ownership report. That's it. So you're making it sound like they're coming after fraud or something when it's like, oh yeah, bro, you just forgot to file.
Well, I mean, there's also the Labor Department and the DOT has multiple investigations into Tesla and SpaceX. Like the Food and Drug Administration were
I'm pretty sure
for
if he
his
goes up
brain
step
implant
with
company.
the Food and Drug Administration.
Well, he wouldn't even be able to have these government contracts, these ongoing government contracts, if they had found that any of these investigations he was guilty of. I understand
Well,
that
yeah,
they
but
he's
currently
wouldn't be able to have these ongoing government contracts if they were found to be credible.
But he is currently in multiple different investigations from agencies he now has the power to oversee and cut their funding.
Well, there's no way that you really believe that he's going to be able to have the power to go in, oversee the agencies that are investigating him, and just cut the funding or fire the boss. There's no way you genuinely think that, bro. No way.
He's shown time. He has shown in the past to be able to cut funding and fire staff.
Come on, Shmooly.
But you're saying he won't do it for these?
That doesn't even make any. He's not gonna be. It's not gonna be possible. It's not gonna be possible. The media will not let this man. Every move he makes is under direct scrutiny. And you think he's gonna be able to go in and fire the bosses that are investigating him, or oversee the process, or cut the funding of an agency to fund his funding, or get more funding?
So you agree it's a conflict of interest? You just feel he's under such scrutiny from the media, he wouldn't dare.
I don't think it's necessarily a conflict of interest. Now, if you said that he's been found guilty in any of these investigations, I may reposition my stance. But I think that.
But can you explain to me why overseeing an investigation into your business is not a conflict of interest?
Bro, hold on now, bro. We just explained to you how
he's not investigating their investigation of him, though.
Yeah, they're not. Looking over their spending,
like, bro. Like it's really, I see you, but I don't see you at the same time. I think that you have this, I don't know. I think how you look at it, he's in there and he's gonna have some type of direct oversight of the investigation that they have going on of him. And I don't. If that was to happen, it wouldn't be possible. That's why I said his every move is under direct scrutiny, so that he wouldn't be. They wouldn't even allow that.
He has the power to fire. He's been shown in the past to have the power to cut funding and fire government employees, and now he has the power to oversee that, and use that exact power on programs in the government that are actively investigating him. So let's say he cuts that funding or fires those employees. Now they can't investigate. Now the investigation's dead in the water. Does that seem like a conflict of interest or not?
I mean, bro, it all depends on what honestly, it does depend on what the charges were. Like I said, it was for filing. Now, the FDA, you may have a bigger case on that one because.
Well, the Labor Department and the DOT have multiple investigations in Tesla and SpaceX.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to read over those to see if those are even worth it, because even the FDA is kind of swinging at the fence here. Don't make no.
But it doesn't matter.
Bro, what is the FDA doing trying to get into Neuralink as if they're tech guys? Like, shouldn't they be worrying about the poison in our foods?
Well, they oversee clinical trial applications, right?
Yes, the Food and Drug Administration, bro. This is Neuralink. Like,
okay, wait,
it's not a drug. How come I take the chip in your brain?
But again,
what are they doing?
You could definitely say.
Like,
we don't know.
Out of their league, if you want to be honest with you, that's way out of their league. This is not medicine here.
Okay, you're moving away from the point. Okay, let's go back.
I'm pretty much bringing up the point that I don't lie. These charges are kind of just seeming salacious. Like, they don't have no credence to them. It kind of sound like these are hit pieces against Elon.
Okay, so you have even looked into it, and you're already assuming they're hit pieces. So when we talk about the Labor Department and Department of Transportation, they're filing against Tesla and SpaceX. These are very crucial departments in how they handle investigations. It's very important to pass their certification, and they're currently investigating Tesla and SpaceX for multiple possible alleged violations. This could all be smoke and mirrors, but don't we want to see the results of those investigations? And if we want to see the results of those investigations, why should Elon have the power to cut and fire employees at those departments? Can you explain to me why that is not a conflict of interest?
Here's the thing. You know what's so funny? Look, Elon sends a report to the president, and that's who fires them. It's not really Elon. Elon, he writes the paper, he writes the list, but the list is carried out by the president. So you would honestly have to. I'm being real with you, it's not making too much sense. It's like you're giving too much power to Elon, just like the media is. Like, they're calling this man the president, just kind of like you're trying to.
Okay, so if Elon Musk heavily advocates to fire and cut the funding of the people currently investigating him, and Trump does it, is that not a conflict of interest?
He hasn't done that though. Like, what are you saying? Like,
that's he has power to do so, and
you're going off the presumption that he will do that. You're saying he has this investigations, like he's going to be able to get in there and cut the investigators. Like
he announced he was going to do this yesterday.
Like, he's going to be able to get in there and take funding from whatever initiative they have going on over here and add it to SpaceX and add it to Tesla. you're going off of the presumption based on the bias that you have.
I'm not saying added
That's
to
why,
SpaceX or
honestly,
Tesla.
Shmuley, I respect you as an intellectual. Again, I'll keep saying that because I do, but your take shows clear bias, my friend. Not gonna lie. Shout out Shelly Sands. Said this guy's lying through his teeth, 50 characters, and $2 more. He said this dude is gaslighting. And I'm gonna add James Foley to the conversation. I want to let him get a brief word in. Shmuley, continue. We're gonna go back to the show momentarily. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Like the video, double tap that screen for your boy if you haven't already. Let's keep it going.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Thank you. How's it going, James? So one of the things that you just like he announced he called the SEC and the DOT like complete obnoxious trash on X like yesterday and said that Doge was going to look into them, which is frightening because they're currently investigating him. This is like, I don't know how else to reiterate. Like, this is why cops can't investigate their own faults in the law, right? Their own misdemeanors, because it's a conflict of interest. So now we have Elon Musk investigating and overseeing his own independent investigation. It is
looking at the financial records of this. It's not really like, if you want to say financial investigation, I can give you that. But when we're talking about a criminal investigation, that's not it.
When you specifically say oversight, I think you need to take that a little bit more literally than you are. I don't think he has necessarily the power to get in there and be like, I don't like this, let's cut it right then and there. I think it goes to a committee. I think it's reviewed by others in Doge, maybe others in President Trump's cabinet. But Elon, I don't believe, and prove me wrong if you can on this, I don't believe he has the power, the autonomy. This is what I've continued to ask. I don't believe he has the direct autonomy to go in there and be like, I don't like it, cut it. They're investigating me. Stop that. I don't like that, where that money's going. Take that from there, put it over there in the SpaceX fund. I don't think he has that autonomy as you.
Well, I'm not saying he would move the money directly into SpaceX.
That's almost what's being implied, though. That's almost what's being implied.
No, well, if I did imply it, I'm sorry. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that he has shown in the past that he has the power to advocate and eliminate funding and employees from federal offices. And now he has that power and has shown clear intent to use it on the programs and the government agencies that are currently investigating his businesses. So do you think it's possible? Wait. Do you think it's possible?
Why are you saying he's going to do this? He's going to do that.
I'm not saying he's going to do it. I'm saying it's a conflict. I'm not saying he's going to do it. I'm saying it's a conflict of interest, which you asked me to provide you. And do you think it's possible that in his ruling, he may feel a pull to cut funding and fire some people because they're currently harming his profits and his businesses?
I don't think that.
Well, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me get in here really quick. Hold on one second.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah.
So you're going down a rabbit hole in your own way, okay? Now, we have to get back to the very beginning of this, which was your whole topic when you introduced yourself, which was Doge. Is your problem with Doge or is your problem with Elon?
I'd rather stay on this topic if you don't mind, James.
This is your topic. You introduced it. And you.
Well, I want to talk about conflict of interest.
I'm getting there.
Okay. Is my problem with Doge or Elon?
Yes.
I have issues with both. I have issues with Elon as a person, and I have issues with Doge as a regulatory agency.
Okay. So you just don't like the idea at all. What if Doge was run by someone else? You'd have the same stance.
No.
And you guys are also doing
That's
the
not
same
true.
thing.
No, you don't get to just make stuff up about me and move on.
Targeting the people of Doge. So
no, you don't just get to make stuff up about me and move on.
The organization, right? And
no, James, you don't just get to make stuff up about me and move on like it's nothing. Let's have an actual conversation here.
When I say it's a general over characterization of all liberals and the way that you think. Okay.
Okay. Good point. I am very pro the original mission statement of Doge. I think it's very smart to have people best in the business or whatever to look into the spending of our government and determine whether it's wasteful or not. And we have been seeing time and time again that what Elon is putting out does not meet any criteria of facts or evidence, is often misleading, mischaracterized, or outright false. But we're talking about conflict of interest right now. That's what I want to focus on.
Okay. And like I said, I was going to get to conflicts of interest.
Yeah.
And so here's my whole point, right? How much money does the government spend? How many trillions, right? 18, 20, like what are we really worth? That's first of all. Second of all, the biggest question that I've been asking, and no one's been able to answer so far. You're all complaining he's making $30 million a day. How much money was he making before Trump took office per day? You know, that's first. You act like he just came in, you know, oh, he's working with Trump. Oh, now he's making all this money. Oh, no, that's not the case. He's been doing it. Okay, if anything, he's probably going to lose money because he's putting more time and attention into the government than on his businesses.
Okay. When does this come to conflict of interest?
And conflicts of interest, the amount of stuff that he's looking at, right? How much of it is he actually doing? And like, is he going to a company and saying, or one of these agencies and saying, hey, oh, that FBI agent spent too much money investigating me, kick him off? No, that's not what's happening. And you're right. You're right where they need to be more honest and stuff and say, hey, you know, there was $33 million, 57 cents in, you know, whatever spent in Mozambique for STDs. But conflict of interest versus exposing the whole government for $2 billion to whoever her face was for that, you know, green, was it Maxine Waters or something for the economical campaign? You know, and you know what? If there are investigations against him, let them happen. No one's saying that they're stopping any investigations against him. Where have you heard that?
Wait,
there's not been one claim. CNN hasn't made that claim. There's no one claim that Elon Musk is using his power to stop investigations against him.
I'm not saying he's doing that actively. I'm saying he now has the power to influence investigations into his business. And he has said that he is going to be gutting the SEC, the DOT, the Department of Labor. He's already gutted USAID. So now he has the power to, again, cut and gut an institution that is investigating him. That is a conflict of interest, clear and present. I don't know how you can deny that.
Man, you know what, bro? According to Smoothie, Elon in the back just like.
Well, no, you have to
with that chainsaw too.
Stuff.
The
amount of money the government, like for example, just the fact it's a claim. I mean, I haven't personally seen receipts, but you know, Zelensky claimed, "Oh, we're supposed to send 150 billion. He only got 50, something like that."
Bruh.
Like, this is what we really need to look into. Okay, we're not. I mean, a contract with SpaceX that was there for years. It's just a renewable contract. I mean, is that really a conflict of interest for you? Is he going to give himself more money now?
Well, he can do direct harm to investigations into his businesses. Yeah, it's a conflict of interest. Is it not? Do you not think that is?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's happening.
Can you explain why it's not a conflict of interest?
No, hold on here. Now, okay, James. I think Smooth's going off the point of, like, he's not going off the if it's not happening or not. He's going off of would it be a conflict of interest?
Yeah.
And I got to give, and I've been looking into it, and I will give Smoothie his point. Due to him looking into these agencies and making these cuts, people who were just so happened to be looking into Elon have been fired. So
I didn't even know that.
So
that's not good.
So I will give you that point on, oh, does it look like a conflict of interest? Well, when stuff like that's happened, coincidentally, yes.
Yeah, and Key, you were saying earlier you wanted to see if conflict of interest would be a big reason you would stop supporting Doge. Does that change your mind at all or move you in any way?
Perhaps. Bro, you make it seem like I'm an Elon fanboy. Like I got his.
No, I don't.
Dick in my throat or some shit like that.
Not to be
honest. No, I'm not saying that, dude. I mean, do we all want to kiss him a little? Like, yeah, he's got good lips. But when I'm asking you is
this
like,
is your words, not mine, my friend.
Something about billionaires and like decent lips, you know, it's just kind of crazy. But moving on, like you asked me for conflict of, like, Bill Gates has like good lips.
What I think you're missing out on, right? Really, and if you really think about Doge, it's in one way, shape, or form, it's supposed to become an institution, right? It should be an institution, and the way we have to start it is very complicated, and it takes a crazy process. And the best person to start that is this person. I don't think anybody could deny that he has the skills, and it can get, you know, the people he's using.
I'll happily deny that.
We can get these algorithms to be able to chase all these paychecks and stuff. So I don't think necessarily his job, his job and what he's doing is completely different than what people are saying he's doing. He's creating something to fight, government, and we're sitting here yelling at him.
Yeah. Well,
and it's not
so
right.
if we agree that there is conflict of interest, we can move on and we can talk about like what Doge is releasing as evidence for what they're cutting, the employees they're firing, and the programs they are gutting. If you want to talk about that, I'm happy
despite
to.
the admission, I don't think that Elon
hold on.
even fired them personally himself. I don't really think that can still be said.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just the
don't
cuts.
bend
Like,
over
they made
backwards
those
to
cuts.
defend it. Come
Well,
on.
no,
Now,
Come
hold
on, bro.
on.
There's
Hold
some
on.
shit you would say.
Everybody,
Like,
hold on.
there's some shit you would say.
This is how I would pretty much defend that, to be honest with y'all. Because just because the employees have been fired doesn't mean the investigation is off. Like, yo, a detective could die during a case, but does that mean we just close the case? No. So just because these employees were fired doesn't mean that the case was closed or anything. It just means that, well, new employees don't have to look into this. Now,
Okay, are the new employees now motivated to not look into it because their job is at risk?
well, it would all depend if those employees who were doing their job, was that all they were doing investigating Elon? Did they have other duties that they were neglecting in that, in that
Well, usually you have one investigation at a time, right?
No. Remember, the argument here is, okay, well, just because somebody was taken off the investigation, does that mean it's never going to be investigated by these people? I don't think so. I just think that all of the people who are investigating it probably spent too much time investigating Elon and not enough time doing their actual damn job.
Okay, so now you are bending over backwards to defend this move that you just learned about.
No. It's not really. I'm just being
what?
honest with you. I'm not defending it, or to be real with you, I'm just saying that, yo, if there's an investigation that's that important, they're not going to let people getting fired deter.
Well, now there is a financial incentive for the employees that may investigate him to not touch it because they might get fired and lose their jobs, which is detrimental to people, right?
Well, hold on now. That's what we got whistleblowing for. These guys come out as whistleblowers and say, "Hey, yo,
Whistleblowing isn't like the safest thing.
With Elon, something happened." Like, bro,
Listen, no,
okay
dude. Hold on, dude. You know what? I'm sitting here and you're just complaining and complaining. You have a point to every single point, okay? And that's not right. All right, let me just explain to you something. Okay, guy's a multi-billionaire. Okay, fuck what he does, right? He's coming, he's helping us. That's first. Second of all, he's doing a great fucking job, because if it was Trump doing this shit, I mean, and he was like really a dictator, he'd come in, he'd cut fucking everything, and then you'd really be crying, okay? Fucking Elon's coming in, oh, they made a fucking mistake with some age shit. They fucking put it back. Like, you know what? He's actually trying to do shit right. All right? He's like, yeah, you know what? I mischaracterized that. You know what? I'm going to do that. Because you know what? Especially conservatives, we do that. Because if you spend 48.5 million on something, we're gonna fuck around and say it was 50. All right. And then you're gonna cry about a $1.5 million difference when the fact is the money still went somewhere for fucking STD prevention when we're $1 trillion extra in debt every single fucking year. No, not happening. All right. And secondly, the president told him that's his job. He accepted it. Fucking boo-hoo. All right. I don't care who it is. It doesn't matter. All right. That's what it is.
Okay.
You know, you're going to sit there and laugh, but that's, you know what? You're going to laugh and you're going to hate for the next 4 years. And for the next 4 years and the next 4 years.
Now, Smoothie. I'll give you this, though. If they keep trying to look into Elon Musk and people keep ended up fired, then I'd have to give it to you.
Okay.
Fuck it, dude.
This is almost why.
You know what? I hope they got Elon.
Like, let the debate develop around me at this point, because a lot of this stuff that you've said, you brought some things to my attention, and I said,
wait. Has Elon done anything criminal?
I'm not talking.
A hint of credit. Can I give you a hint of credit?
I'm silent. I'm silent here. I'm not talking.
My boy. All right, cool. So you brought some things to my attention, and I did admit that if you did so, I would look into them. And while I won't admit my position has necessarily been changed, I do appreciate you bringing it to my attention. But a lot of this shit is unfounded. A lot of this shit is still in the investigative process. As S.E.T said, he made a good point. Just because these investigators were fired does not mean the investigation will continue. So can we agree on the fact that some of this shit has yet to be seen, despite all the assertions the inferences that you may think there might be collusion here or there, can we agree that some of this shit remains to be seen? Most of this
100%.
damn near all of
100%.
this shit remains to be seen, regardless of its litigation here, investigation here. He has too much autonomy there. We got to see how it plays out.
Honestly, I think
100%. I
the
agree.
opportunity is open though.
So then, why are you
I agree.
fighting?
That's one of my main
I
critiques
mean,
of
on its
that's
face,
my
I
main
can't
critiques of
even debate
Doge.
that.
That's
Shit,
my
the
main critiques of
opportunity is
Doge,
open
honestly.
for Trump to just take the shit by the reins and say fuck everybody. But
Yeah,
again,
well,
I
this
think
is my
that
main critique of Doge.
I think that strongly depends on your bias, because
You can't critique
as
it,
you
dude. It's
admitted,
been
hold on,
30
this is where I took
days.
it back. This is where I take it back, because as you admitted, you were a fan
Mhm.
of Elon at first. You don't like him so much now. I think it's a fair assumption to say that kind of leads into your overall opinion of the man. I have no reason to like or dislike him. I think I like the initiative of Doge on its face. I say, let's wait it out. I say, let's see it through. You say, I don't like him. This stinks. I think he might do something fishy. Correct?
Well, that's a gross way of characterizing what I'm saying, I think. A little.
No, you said
But
that
I'll take it.
you prefaced the whole argument by saying he's mischaracterized every one of his findings. So this can be a mischaracterization. I think you can generally agree. I think you can generally
Yeah.
agree with him.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I think a lot of this shit just remains to be seen, my guy.
Well, this is
It
my
remains to
main
be
critique of Doge, is what I'm saying, is that he's active, making active moves in the government, cutting, firing, reshuffling, reemploying different funds to different places, right? But he hasn't released any like real evidence to like claims of fraud or misappropriation of funds or anything like that. He has said that it's occurring, and he said it's occurring in a rampant amount, and he has used that to defend his moves, but he hasn't
So
released
when y'all
anything,
go
a
back and y'all
report
double check
or
and
an
y'all
audit.
figure out that it's not 5 million, but it's 4 million, what is that? Is the cause, is the initiative still not what it is?
No, you keep saying that my critiques are like, oh, the number was off by
because
like
you're saying he
50
hasn't
by
found any
50K.
fraud. You're saying he hasn't found any money that's been misappropriately spent, when that's quite the opposite.
He might have. Here's what I'm saying.
Come
He might
on,
have, but he
Shmuley,
has not.
has.
He
Shmuley,
might
he
have.
has.
No.
And
Let me
that's
finish. But
and
guys,
this right here,
guys,
this right
calm
here
down,
is a
calm
matter
down.
of political affiliation. This right here is a matter of political affiliation, because you're saying he hasn't based on where you lie politically, and I'm saying he
No.
has based on
No,
where I
Okay,
lie
no, I
politically.
got a great point here.
Wait. No, what I'm saying is he might have, but he refuses to release an audit, a report,
Might have,
evidence.
Shmuley. He
Okay,
has.
Shmuley, let me
Shmuley might
ask.
has.
But
He
again,
has.
you agree he hasn't released anything.
Wait,
a
one
report
second.
or an
One
audit
second.
or
Hold on,
anything like
hold
that.
on. Hold on.
Shmuley,
In
he
that
has an
first
exact
list,
website
right?
showing where the money is coming from, the
That
initiatives and all
website
that.
is not a report. There's no links to government like funding on it. It's his own statistics. There's nothing we can build a coherent message
to say
around.
that this is unfounded, or to say that it's incorrect, if he's making this number up, how are you gonna go back and say that the made up number is incorrect?
Because we have actual data from U.S. spending. It's all public. It's all vetted by oversight committees for decades, right?
And that's
And
why
we
I go
can
back
look
and
in. We
say,
can try
okay,
to.
well, he exposes the initiative as misaligned, and then you guys go in and say, well, despite the initiative, it isn't 5 million, it's 4 million. Like where
No,
are we really at?
you guys, you can't keep saying that my critiques are he's off by a few
You
digits. That's not what I'm saying at
have
all.
said that yourself, but I would say
You
the
did.
general critique of Elon is something of that nature.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when he announces what the money is being used for, it's usually wildly inaccurate. When he announces how much we're spending, it's usually off by orders of like magnitude, like hundreds, right?
Okay, so let's
And
do it.
when he says where it's going, it's usually
yeah.
off.
Okay, let's get the numbers. So the 20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq, true or false?
That's false.
How much was it?
It was 20 million for Sesame Workshop in the Middle East.
Okay.
Yo.
Why should we spend 20 million? Why should we spend 20 million for a
Do you guys know
workshop
what Sesame
in Iraq?
Workshop is? Do you guys know what Sesame Workshop is? Why are you laughing?
So please explain, because maybe it's not the Sesame we're thinking of.
Hey,
It's not. It's not. It's a fund for schooling and early childhood development services, like such as healthcare to education to extracurriculars.
Why are we paying for that?
So we're playing for pre-K, basically.
It makes diplomacy easier for countries. It allows for other countries to build their economy while being reliant somewhat on ours. It creates good allies.
Iran?
Yeah, I can go on.
Bro, Iran is the enemy. Every week something bad happens.
It was Iraq.
Yeah.
Iraq.
It's Iraq. Iraq's another one, right? But now, I mean, we also owe Iraq a pretty big debt with what we did to that country. And two, it makes diplomacy easier. It makes their economy stronger, which is good for the world and good for the U.S. economy. And it's like literally costs us next to nothing to do that. And it just it comes back.
Who do you speak for? Who do you speak for? Who's behalf
How much money does what percentage of
No. Shmuley. It's 20 million life-changing money.
For one person, yes. For a government, it's
for an entire
pennies.
family. For an entire family, it'd be life-changing.
Stop it.
So for you to, bro, when y'all say that, it's just such a small percentage.
What's $20 million? That's almost what you're saying. What's 20 million?
You're talking about a country that routinely trades in the trillions. And you are getting upset over like percentages of cents at this point.
Bro, I'm getting upset over millions upon millions of dollars.
It adds up, doesn't it?
It's like, I guess we're seeing this differently. I'm seeing millions upon millions. You're seeing a small percentage of trillions of dollars.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just realizing that we're diametrically opposed because it just your politics. You view the situation completely different based on your politics. And while you brought up valid points, right? I think your perspective of them is directly influenced by how you feel politically.
I mean, like, I guess we could do a system where instead of foreign aid, we do like a lottery system where like 20 million gets sent to a random person in America. I don't know if that's what you guys want.
Okay.
Nah, come on now.
All right, funny man. All right,
come
funny
on
man.
now. Well, we can put in $1 million into some community things that would actually help out.
All right.
We do not.
100%. Did you know that Elon Musk has cut those?
Bro, Shmuley, 20 million could go to the gays, goddamn it, before we send it to Iraq.
Yeah, do you know that Elon Musk is currently cutting social welfare services in the U.S. as well, including extracurriculars, childhood development, cancer research,
they're doing their goddamn job. That's
consumer
not
protection,
things
like that.
Trump already came down and squashed that one. That didn't came up. He said, nope, that's not happening. So
it is happening. But if Trump said it, it must be true, right?
Well, I'm gonna have to be real with you on this. He said it on public television, and nobody called his cap on it.
Well, usually
when Trump says something on television,
yeah, he also said that we sent 100 million. He also said on public television we've paid $100 million for condom bombs for Hamas.
No, well, come on, 100. Come on, now. It was 50.
Was it 50 billion for condom bombs for Hamas?
No, 50 million for condoms for Gaza, and then we found out it was reproductive health. Come on,
it wasn't just reproductive health, and it wasn't just for Gaza, and it wasn't even from USAID. So you're wrong on every level.
Hold on now. We all did say that it come from the Department of State, and USAID is also funded from there. We've been made that line up.
Okay, so it didn't come from USAID. You know.
No. We said it came from the Department of State, which is also which gets what USAID get their money from. So what that means, think about it, they brought this charge up from USAID. That means the Department of State sent it to USAID, and USAID distributed that fund.
No, the USAID didn't distribute that.
It was discovered under USAID.
USAID didn't distribute that. It wasn't from USAID. They lied about that to you, so you would be pro-cutting USAID.
Come on now.
It came from the Department of State. It went to UNFPA.
The whole point of Doge is the U.S. government is too big, okay? We're spending too much ridiculous money in too much ridiculous places. The people that spend that money are also a waste of money, okay? That's just the simple facts, all right? Our debt is so big. And you know what? For me, I'm also like, you know what? Let our debt grow. What the hell's going to happen? No one's going to be better than us, even if our money does fucking default. You know, what are they going to do? Fight us? No. Okay?
Hold on, Smoothie,
that's not the point.
Smoothie, hold on. You're Jewish. You should be okay with penny pinching.
I'm not Jewish. I'm Irish.
No, I'm
the opposite.
What the fuck did you say to me?
Jewish. Aren't you Jewish? You should be okay with penny pinching.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Bro.
What the hell's wrong with you, bro?
Come on, Shmuley.
You should apologize on air for that one, actually. No, you should straight up apologize for that. That's insane.
I don't think so.
That's a Family Guy joke. Shmuley.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so fuck. That did set me off. I'm gonna comment.
Come on, come on, Shmuley. We've been having a good conversation, and
now I get why y'all didn't see the Sieg Hail from Elon. That makes sense now. You looked at it, and it.
Oh my god! Here we go.
A joke that implies that your people are good with money sets you off. You could make a fried chicken joke right now, and I will laugh, genuinely laugh. But a
Well, no,
joke that
see,
applies
that's
to
the,
people.
no, that's the thing between Jewish people and freaking everybody else. Is,
All right, hold
you
on.
know,
Before we really
their
set
No,
this down,
race
let him
is their
cook. He's your
religion.
fan.
Hold on,
He's your fan. Let him cook.
Before we go too far, James. Before we go too
No,
far.
no.
James,
I'm
let him
saying
cook. Let him
I'll
cook.
reel you in
their
on that
race,
one, James.
their race
James,
is
tell me
their
about it.
religion. All right, their
I'll
race
reel
is
you in
their
on that one.
religion.
But
And that's what makes it different.
No, let him talk. Let him talk. I want to hear what he has to say.
Oh, this is our channel now. We don't. We gotta.
No. I said it. I already said it 3 times. I said your race is your religion, and that's why they take offense to it. It's not like just being black. It's a lot different with Jewish people, so I understand it why he's offended.
No, I think it's similar, right? Like Jewish is an ethnicity, and we, much like black people, been discriminated against for centuries.
Well, we let the jokes fly here on this channel, Smoothie, so we can't apologize. But
Listen,
I will say
we've all
we
been
know
discriminated against. Okay, everybody
Okay,
has.
whatever. Back to USA.
Go ahead.
So
Okay, whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay.
You know, I
I don't want to
I
talk
know
about
your
this right now.
people have been hated against. Okay, but,
James.
Don't wear it on your shoulder, and don't cry sympathy because we're all here.
James.
All right.
It's cool.
I'm here for you too, James. Let's do this together.
It's cool.
So again, like the claims that Elon Musk is making about USAID, I'm not, again, you keep characterizing it as me saying, oh, he said 5 million when it was really 4 million. No, what I'm saying is he is claiming some things were worth billions when they were actually worth millions. He is claiming things were worth like completely separate topics as why we should cut them. The condom bombs is like the easiest example because it's insane that Trump can go on live TV and lie through his teeth so succinctly, and everyone just eats it up as if it's just like, oh, Trump. But now we have
condom bombs in Gaza. I thought that was like a Twitter. I thought that was like a Twitter joke.
He said it in the White House on live TV. 100 million for condom bombs.
We've talked about it here.
Why do you think it was a joke?
They use condoms
So
as
he
a
knows
part
it
of
wasn't a joke.
Well, you do know they use condoms as a part of the construction for their bombs, right?
I think they did in like 2012. They found like anthrax and condoms floating down a river.
But there's still lower tier members of Hamas and terrorist organizations who still do that.
But it doesn't mean that we were supplying $100 million worth of condoms to Hamas.
Well, if we send over $50 million for sexual reproductive health and condoms as a part of that, what do you think some of that money went to?
Well,
if we send $10, it's too much.
Okay, so one, it
and
wasn't
again,
from USA.
I mean, everybody says Palestine is Hamas, so I mean, at this point, like, who did the money? Who did the money go to?
It went to the UNFPA, which is an organization that works within the Middle East, not just Palestine. It went to UNFPA. That money went to ending gender-based violence, to sexual and reproductive health, like you said. It went to childbirth services, and it went to women's like medical health in those areas because they don't have a lot of access to hospitals and shit like that. So when you go on, but no, guys, your president, our president, my president, went on screen and told me to my face that money was going to a made-up thing in a location that he lied about, with an amount that he lied about, for a purpose that he lied about. Like, don't you think that the American people deserve more than that?
Now, Smooth.
I think at that point it's semantics. I think at that point it is semantics, and it's picking and choosing words. All right, maybe he made it look dramatic. Okay, and yeah, you know what? Who cares? It should make us mad. He's trying to make us mad, right? He's trying to work us up, so we look into more stuff, and so we change this stuff.
Okay, but if
his delivery could have been wrong, maybe his delivery is wrong, but I think his message is right.
If I was to make an argument to you guys, and in that argument I lied about every single point in order to make a broader point that may or may not have been true, do you think I made a good argument?
My bad. Say that again. My bad. Say that one more time.
If I came to you guys and I wanted to convince you that blue is the best color, and to do so, I lie about like where blue came from. I lie about how many people like blue, and I lie about the positive effects of blue, and I lie about the medical benefits of blue.
But
have I made a good argument
It's
for
not
blue being
blue.
the
It's
best
not
color?
blue. It's like, hey, we spent $5 million to name blue and make it the law.
No,
say
I'm
that
asking you
he's
an
Want it that
analogy.
way.
to
I'm
say that
giving you an
he's
analogy.
lying
Did I make a
is
good
inaccurate.
argument?
To say that he's lying is inaccurate. It's
It's
inaccurate.
accurate. It's accurate.
No.
Did we spend $100 million on condoms for Hamas?
Sexual reproductive health.
Okay, so he lied. He said we spent $100 million
No.
on condoms
No,
for Hamas.
condoms is a part of sexual reproductive health. We've had this exact debate before, Shmuley, and I
So
stand
did we
firm.
spend? Okay, did we spend $100 million on condom bombs for Hamas? Yes or no?
Some of it probably was spent on that. Not directly. Not now. Did we give them the money and say spend this money on condom bombs? No.
No,
God,
they put a fucking pallet of condoms, dropped it in the country, and people
exactly.
stole it.
Boom.
Oh my God, that's not how that works at all. That's not how the UNFPA works at all. What are you
Pretty damn
talking
close,
about?
pal. Pretty close.
So how? Okay,
No,
so
it's not.
well, okay.
It's
So
not. They set up field.
hypothetically, if Hamas was to access these condoms through whatever assistance program, how do you think they would have gotten them?
They broke into the field hospitals and took condoms out of the field hospitals. Is that what you're saying?
If they're freely handing out condoms in hope of preventing sexual disease, the spread of sexual disease, you don't think that they would have had a way to land into the hands of freedom fighters?
Here's the crazy. How are they even getting?
There's no verification. They don't have to go in there and prove they're not Hamas to get a fucking
Okay,
condom.
so you are pro cutting field hospitals in
No, I'm
Palestine
not.
because
No, I'm not. I'm just asking. I'm specifically asking you if they were to get in the hands of freedom fighters, what is the way to verify that they aren't? How do we negate that? Because think of it as a sexual health clinic. Anybody can access this. You don't have to verify you're not a terrorist to get a fucking condom. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not. I'm honestly like I'm sure there was probably a bowl of free condoms at the field hospitals, and maybe a terrorist grabbed them.
Boom.
Right? Because like
Right.
you've been at AIDS clinics, right? They have like a bowl
They
of
shouldn't be
condoms at the front
promoting
desk.
condoms in
sexual health,
mostly
yes. I
Muslim
worked at AIDS
countries.
clinic before.
Yeah. Like in our like sexual reproductive like class in college, we had a bowl of condoms too. I'm sure it was there, but here's the thing: like because someone in Hamas may have grabbed a handful of those condoms or whatever, or gotten a packet of condoms from a field hospital. Now we cut the entire field hospital.
I'm sorry, but wait, hold on. How are we giving like medical funding to a country that, like, I'm gonna be real with you, the Red Cross can't even get into the help?
But
Israel
has always had
operates in
direct
Palestine.
oversight of the aid they receive, and they've cut aid when they've seen fit. If Hamas had been found out to steal aid, or if they thought that a certain aid was going to Hamas, then they've cut aid before. That's something that Israel has directly done over the relationship over the time that Israel's overseen Palestine. They've had oversight of their aid.
Mm-hmm.
So things like this have happened. So it's not out of reason. It's
Well,
not out of
there's
reason.
also freaking Israel. Israel
It's
was
not out of
sending.
reason to say that something would be shut down, a field hospital, a cause would be shut down if Israel or United States seen fit.
Listen, we've known for even Israel was sending aid over. They'd send medical supplies, they would send fuel, and literally half of it would end up in the hands of the wrong people. So it comes to a point where we're calculating a portion of these resources being stolen from the other side. So
Well,
you know what? Yeah,
heavily,
we should
because
absolutely
Israel
cut
kept
it all off.
bombing aid deployments and doctors, and
It's more than it's more than just that.
And that was
It's
their
like,
defense.
Like I said, it's the $500,000 a day going to Pakistan. Okay, it's the $1 billion, the $1 trillion in freaking tariffs or not tariffs. Oh my God, I can't think of the word. Sanctions against Iran. It's stuff like that. It's all of this stuff. It's all of these LGBTQ plus payments. It's $20 million. It's $20 million or $10 million for sesame walnuts, whatever it's freaking called. Okay, a portion of that, $1 of that, is going into the wrong hands.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. Not maybe. If we stimulate these countries economically, who are we stimulating? We're not stimulating the countries. We're stimulating the freaking the cartels or the freaking militia or whatever radical group has control at the time.
You're saying that the Sesame Workshop payment went to a cartel?
I'm not. You didn't hear what I said, and now you're trying to be funny and contradict me and try to make a point. That's not what I said.
Okay, so what money went to a cartel that was supposed to go to like?
What I'm saying is, it's at the point where where we're sending this money, you have to expect a portion of that to be misused. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Every person, once they get that American money, all right, it's different. Whether it's for
Yeah,
I don't know.
there's gonna be like misappropriation of funds at every level of every thing, pretty much. Like I'm not saying that it's not happening.
Okay, so that's the whole point of Doge. We're going line by line by line, trying to look at everything, and we can't
But now
freaking
we're
do
back
it
at
in
the we're
30
back to the
days.
problem. We're back to the problem that Doge keeps lying about what is going on with what they're cutting. They lie about the placement, they lie about the payment, and they lie about the amount.
Who cares? It doesn't hurt me. It's not hurting you.
It does hurt you. They just cut the
Okay,
Consumer
real quick,
Financial Protection
real quick,
Bureau. They just cut federal funding for schools. I don't know if you have kids. That's going to hurt you, and it's going to hurt your city. And they also cut the IRS, so now there's going to be limited tax payment, and it's going to take way too long. I mean, hell, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau gives you money. It saves you money. They gave me a check because I used Wells Fargo in the past, right? I literally got a check in the mail for them. I didn't even ask them to do it. I wasn't part of anything. It just showed up randomly. And that's true for every American. It puts money back into their pockets, right? So these baseless claims made every day
You
by
have one
Doge
example.
and Elon's
That's
compatriots.
one example.
One example of what?
The
Real quick. All right, shout out guest dude, $5. USAID is just a front for the CIA. Everything they did is just a calculated plan of some kind. Calculated plan of some kind going back to the founding of USAID and Air America.
Now we've had a lot of people come out about USAID. It's been kind of funny. They've been saying how it has been like, well, CIA's secret little wallet.
Now, in closing, I want to let you both
No,
know
that's true. That is true, or allegedly true.
South of an hour. So, in closing, I'm going to let both of you guys address this point, starting with Shmuley. James, I'll let you come in after that. But anything you guys want to say in regards to that comment by guest dude?
Like there is definitely closing on that comment, or just in general.
Closing on that comment, and you can closing statements as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, like Noam Chomsky and various leftist thinkers do have a lot of critiques of like foreign aid as an extension of American soft power and hegemony. I will happily engage with those at a different time. It's a broader topic, and it has some weight to it. If you want to attack it from a leftist perspective of like how we influence the world for our own for our own financial gain at home, all for it. I'd love to talk about that. But my closing arguments is you as an American taxpayer, you deserve to have clear and concise information when it comes to where your taxpayer money is going to. That's why I like Doge's mission statement. The problem is because you deserve clear and concise information about where your money's going, Doge is antithetical to your needs as a taxpayer. They frequently lie about payments, about where it's going, the amount, and what it's for, time and time again. And use it as an excuse to cut crucial government agencies in America. And that's not what you deserve as a taxpayer. That's not what I deserve. That's not what anyone deserves. That's my closing argument.
All right, well said.
Fair enough. James, you want to follow that up with anything? Thoughts on guest dude's comment and closing thoughts as well?
Yeah, I will. And it's gonna kind of add on to what you said earlier. It's not done yet. You say what you say now, but once it's all out, you're not going to be saying this. It's only been 30 days, and we've already found a lot. May have been mischaracterized, but you know what? It's hard when there's 20 something trillion out there, to account for. It's 20 trillion mistakes that you can mistake for, and even if you exaggerate, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with the little exaggeration. Just as long as we know we're saving money.
All right. Fair enough. Great conversation, fellas. We're going to get back to the show. Stick around. We might get you guys back up here before we close out. Nah, that was a good one. Shmuley, appreciate you, man.
Oh, it's a call-in show. We're keeping you here till like 8 a.m. You owe us.
God damn.
Oh, we
respect though. Shmuley, appreciate you calling, and as always, man, holding your own. James, man, we appreciate the continued support. Shout out both of you guys, man.
All right. I ain't gonna lie. It's always a fun time with Shmuley on. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
man.
How can I say
that guy is unintentionally funny sometimes.
Like, I'm telling.
But shout out to Shmuley, man. For those that think we are just an echo chamber, we'd be happy to host the conversation, man. More than happy. Shout out Daniel Castro. Shmuel latches on to small issues with messaging and disregards all the real issues. Yeah, I do think he has like his personal I would say bias, but I would say he does have his own personal agenda at certain things. I could tell he has his own personal issues and he'll latch onto them and point them out. And they are pertinent, they are, relevant. But Shmuley is just a funny guy.
Hey, I ain't gonna give it to him. I'm gonna give it to him on the point of the conflict of interest because he did point out something glaring and that I honestly didn't see, but I'm just like, all right, I had my way of looking at it maybe a bit different.
I'm looking at it, I'm looking for it, I'm analyzing it, but we can't quite say it's there yet.
Yeah, honestly, if every investigation on Elon Musk was dropped as soon as these things were investigated, then I have to be like, all right, hold up.
But to that point, what have we said since Trump was elected? Him and his cabinet, this is our guy. These are our cabinet picks. Let's all hold them accountable. Let's all buy in. Let's unify in the fact that these are our people going forward. And I like that idea because I'm not above holding them accountable.
Yeah.
So appreciate it. And shout out Shmuley one more time, man.
How am I racist? Officers had to.
And like I said, guys, now that we're getting back to this, let me know how much you guys want to see of this. This is kind of funny here. We got some more videos to cover, so we're going to keep the stream going. We do appreciate the continued support. Like the video if you haven't already, man. Double tap that screen for your boys, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's keep it
punish her by telling
You're
her
such
she's
a liar.
not allowed to bother me like that, and she's doing it again by following me around. So that's our little engagement. The officers said, you can do whatever, you're having a good time, you're allowed to be here. They tried to build a wall so I couldn't move freely within my country, where they want to let criminal aliens into our country, which I think is really ironic. They're gonna see you following me, they're not gonna let you do that. No, they're not gonna let you bother me.
Talk. We're listening to people. You need to move on, girlfriend. Hey, I've got y'all too.
Who's gonna see that? Your granddaughter?
No, about 1 million people.
Nasty. Who's gonna see that? Who's the 1 million people that are gonna see your video?
Who's gonna look at you?
I have almost 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and if you want to help me get to that 1 million subscribers, you can hit the subscribe button right now, click that notification bell, and yeah. All right, well, if you do interviews all the time, you want to talk about why you're here?
I don't want to talk to you at all.
Oh, why not? I don't think you even know who I am. You just listened to what she told you about me.
I know enough.
What do you know?
You pooped your pants.
Yeah, I pooped everywhere. At college, everywhere. Yeah. You like that, didn't you?
It's kind of funny.
You probably saved that picture they put around. That isn't even me, but you probably saved it. It might be your background because you're obsessed with poop.
From Kent State.
Yeah.
And that's enough to disgust me with you as a
You kept that on your phone.
No, not at all.
You keep poop pictures on your phone. Hi, how are you?
I am so not the right one.
Not
Keep
the
it
right
moving.
one? Well, you
Keep
have
it
the
moving.
American flag.
Keep it moving. I don't give a fuck. Keep it moving. Do not speak to me. I don't care what you have to say.
Okay.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
a beautiful
You cannot
day. You don't have
change
to
my
be
mind
so.
about anything.
I'm not trying to
I
change your
don't care.
mind.
You approach me. So
It's a beautiful day. You don't have to be so angry.
All right, we might double back to this, man. This is always funny to see. But let's get into this Trump speech from, I believe, 2 days ago.
We leave it at there. I think he was doing his introductions. Put it in like 7 minutes ahead. Yeah, he goes. Now, shout out to Zoloff. He says, daily liberal reminder. The daily liberal reminder. Trump's your president. And also, 34 days down and 1,495 to go. You're in for a long ride.
Strap in, man. Get comfortable. find a seat and grab your popcorn.
No, it was announced this morning. I think we had a record for the number of positions, so that's great.
That's why I say stay tuned. A lot of y'all prematurely judging, you know, with respect to Shmuley did point some things out. I'll be looking for. And as I was already looking for, I'm above holding no politician accountable. I do want everybody to know that this is not a Trump echo chamber, and we are not dick riders over here. If anybody fucks up, we will be the one to point them out. But that being said, hold your horses, get your panties out of a bunch, and wait and see. Some of this shit we're gonna have to be patient for.
I mean, y'all never hear when we disagree with these people.
God damn.
Like when we disagree with Elon on the H-1B visas, when you disagree with Trump on the
Zionism.
Israel and Zionism, it's like, man, y'all don't give no credit.
And they're great people. So I'll begin by introducing Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He scares me because he got 99 votes. So that's either unbelievably good because he's an incredible diplomat and therefore he's Secretary of State and you couldn't have picked it. Or I'm a little nervous about you, Marco.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people are like, nah, he's part of the deep state, Mark Rubio. And he was one of the only people that got in there clean. Nobody had no disagreements or anything. They just said, yeah, bring in my boy Rubio. I'm like, hold on, man. Y'all let him in there too easy. Y'all ain't kicking, screaming, calling him a misogynist and all this crazy stuff. Calling him a Nazi. I'm scared now. It's like, it's kind of crazy that I'm scared because y'all not calling this man some crazy things. I actually want him to be in there.
Fact.
I don't like that. I want you to be scared at every candidate this man brings up.
And the only vote he didn't get was our vice president, who couldn't vote because he had just left. So you got 100%. But it really says something. I think it says working together. It's an amazing tribute. I think I'll let you know about it. I'll let you know about it in about 2 years, everybody. Marco's been great, and he's been in some big meetings with people at the highest level of states that we would say, states meaning other countries that we would have said wouldn't have dealt so well, but they're dealing very well. You have a great group of people with Steve Witkoff and Michael Waltz, and we're making amazing progress. I mean, we've made more progress on that situation, which is Ukraine, than they have in 3 years. Again, it's so sad that it began, but we're also working very hard in the Middle East. Another one that wouldn't have happened, we would never have had, that you wouldn't have had October 7th. They had no money. Iran was broke. We had sanctions up on Iran that nobody's ever seen before. They were literally broke, and they were not giving any money to Hezbollah, to Hamas. And how about Hamas yesterday with the babies? How about that? You know, we're going to take that. We're going to continue to take that. I don't think so. But I want to just thank you, Marco, for doing a great job, and Scott, you also. Scott went all the way to Ukraine. I said, don't do it. That's why they have telephones. But it's always better to meet in person. But I just didn't feel that it was good, and it was dangerous. You saw things on that train ride that you didn't like. I understand. You know, it's a pretty dangerous ride. The long ride. How long was that? 10-hour ride. It's after you get there. And a very dangerous journey, but he wanted to do it. He's a patriot. He wanted to do it. It's better to do it than it is with a telephone. Always better. I always say much better to meet in person, but that was dangerous. I like him. Therefore, I didn't want him to do it. If I didn't like him, I would have suggested he do it. In fact, I'd say, go back today and let's give it another shot. But I hear that they're going to agree pretty much with what, but that's not the big thing. The big thing is getting it done. And we'll get it done. Also, somebody who's been so popular right from the beginning, very, very little opposition, but she's fantastic. She was the Attorney General of Florida for 8 years, highly respected, and just an amazing person, amazing leader and woman, Pam Bondi. Good, Pam. How's it going? Good? You got enough work? You got a lot of work over there, I'll tell you, man. She's going to be unbelievable. I don't even think about it. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. And Doug, I don't know if Doug's here. He was last night. Oh, good. You just disappear right into the woodwork, huh? Doug is a man who made a lot of money, actually, but in technology, sold to Microsoft for a lot, and decided he wanted to do a Trump thing, and he did, and he won easily. And then he became a great governor of North Dakota. and really good. And he was all of a sudden thrown into the oil business, right? And he took that to a level that nobody ever thought possible. The job you've done there is been amazing. And I watched he ran, and I said, I like that guy. He was one of the few that didn't hit me. He was after my position, but he never said anything bad about me. I said, okay, that's one checklist that we have good. You know, it's one of the ones, but he was an amazing governor, and he really became an expert on energy. And when I was with him, I realized I wanted him someplace. I didn't know exactly where, but I thought it would be the Department of Energy. I kept talking because the state has done so well. And I said, look, I want you to just hold it, and I want to put you there. He said, sir, I have somebody much better than me on energy. Who? Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? He said, is Chris here? I don't even know. Is Chris here? Hello, Chris. Boy, am I giving him some buildups. I did the same thing last night, but he's the top guy in the whole, they say on the planet for energy, in all forms of energy, even clean, beautiful coal that we're going to be using like Germany does now. They're opening up a plant a week, and they're opening up in China more than somebody told me 2 plants a week, you know, but we're supposed to use the wind, which doesn't work from a practical standpoint. But I just want to welcome you because you had the greatest man. When he said, you're probably the only man, because I know Doug, he's got a big ego. And you're the only man I've actually heard him say something. He said, he's so much better than me on energy. He's better than anybody. And so we made a move, and you gave up a tremendous position to do this. And we want to thank you, but we have to get going because when we bring the energy costs down, we have more energy than anybody in the world. We just didn't use it. Can you imagine? Biden set us up in Venezuela instead of taking ours, so that we go to Venezuela where they'd have very heavy stuff. And we have the best stuff in the world. We have more liquid gold, and it's really great liquid gold too. We have more under our feet than anybody else. But we went to Venezuela to buy oil instead of taking it from our own land and, you know, drilling a little hole in the ground. About how big is that hole? About a foot? About a foot, yeah. We drill a little tiny hole, and we could have taken it instead of all of the problems. And then we made Venezuela strong again. You know, they've given them a lot of money. They never thought they were going to have so much money, and all the people are leaving. So you're going to have one guy sitting there with a lot of oil under his feet. That's not a good situation, but we're having talks about that whole mess. What a mess it was. That was another one that was done. He was ready to quit. He was going to be out. Marco, you know that better than anybody. Marco's been very staunch against what took place there. And we were going to have that in any form we wanted it. But Biden made them strong. It was the worst administration in history. And I say that with a lot of Democrats, but I think you believe it too. You can't say it, but you believe it. But I just want to thank you. And if you get those prices down, you know, that's what caused inflation, the energy. I mean, the spending, but I think even more so the energy. The energy went up. They stopped the oil leases. They stopped a lot of things that we were doing. And then they went back to what we were doing as much as they could because the prices were going through the roof. Remember that initial surge? It was brutal. And they went back. They let any rig that we had up just drill, you know, and they ended up doing similar numbers, but we wouldn't have been at those numbers. We would have been double or triple those numbers. Those were from years ago. But energy caused our problem. But I just want to thank you for recommending him. And what we've done is he's the head of Department of Energy. He's Department of the Interior. And it's really screwy because the Department of the Interior has all the energy other than some nuclear energy that you're in charge of. But he has all the energy, has all the land, all the great places, best. We have more than any other country in the world. And he's in charge of it. The problem is he can't drill. And he drills, but he has no land. So what do? We said, I have an idea. Let's merge them. So we merged them intellectually. I don't know if we did it legally, but we did it intellectually. So now he gives up the land and he gives up the drillers, and you're going crazy, right? You're going wild, and you'll do it beautifully, environmentally well, Lee. We'll make sure. But we have a lot of things, but we had a merge. I always wondered, why doesn't the energy department do more? They did do more because they don't have any energy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We'll probably have to make maybe even a change in that, you know, somehow merge them or do something, because it's pretty tremendous what you're going to be able to do. Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins, who's so fantastic, and she's been at the head of so many different things and loyal from the beginning. She even opened up when we had a rather shocking defeat. She opened up we call it an institute. I've never seen anybody raise money like her. She raised hundreds of millions of dollars on this fabulous thing. But I said, look, we want to.
All right, guys, let's get into something a little bit more controversial, like this Piers Morgan debate that popped over with David Rubin and what's his name, Gary Stevenson. All right, guys, let's get right into this one. Everybody said that it was hilarious because I guess Black Jesus came up.
I got paid millions of dollars a year to bet on the collapse of your working class. If I want to tell the public, the American people, this gets worse.
Class warfare does not work and will ultimately lead to violence against these people. He wants to take other people's money.
The American middle class is dying. Their wealth is being sucked away and is being owned by an international super rich elite.
You want to see higher tax rates for the rich, but you don't actually think you should be giving away any of your own.
Opinions are like arseholes. Everybody's got one.
Jesus, it turns out, is a black woman. Your thoughts?
Jesus could be a woman. Jesus could be whoever you want it to be.
No, Jesus was a bloke.
Let's not stop there. I want to hear Muhammad Superstar. Let's do that play.
I got to tell you, I love those movies.
He's got Trump derangement syndrome. He hates Donald Trump. It's not 2017 anymore. I think we're all clear at this point that jam is my jam.
Everything about it just makes me cringe.
Because you still got the hearts on for her, and you won't let her go.
Every time I try and leave this, they suck me back in. Billionaires are the talk of the town right now. Voters put one of them in the White House, and the president's put another one down the hallway in the shape of Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who's charged with slashing billions in government waste. A whole fleet of tech billionaires have kissed the Trump ring and bought the president's counsel in the process. Many are celebrating all this as a massive victory for red-blooded American capitalism, with the smartest and most successful people finally let loose on an incompetent government. Others fret about cash for access and a punishing regime of inflationary tariffs on products for the poor and massive tax cuts for the rich. They include the millionaire comedian Bill Burr, who launched a blistering attack on billionaires in a podcast this week.
This is so the amount of people that are struggling out there because of these fucking billionaires. And they got us all arguing liberal.
You know, it's so funny. The amount of people who are struggling because of billionaires. I mean, you could also argue the amount of people who are prosperous because of billionaires. The amount of people who have jobs because of billionaires. It only kind of seems like you only want to point out the bad of what a billionaire is doing. I mean, like, let's be real. Every billionaire has a bad effect on an industry, but they also have a good effect on a certain industry. So you just can't sit here and get mad about the way capitalism or the way that the economy works by saying, oh, it's these billionaires while all these people are broke. No, it's usually people's fault why they're broke.
Liberal and conservative. We got to stop doing that. Like, I am so tired of hearing about people going to bed worried about what's going to happen next week. There is so much fucking money in this country. And there's so much work being done, you know. And if you work a full fucking week at a job, you should be able to pay your fucking rent. You shouldn't have to go out and get another fucking job and still be struggling. It's bad for the country because then the kids don't see their parents and they're not getting the upbringing that they need. It's so fucking these fucking billionaires. They need to be.
Can we honestly say that it was mainly because women started working while that kind of happened? Like, people got to start working 2 jobs, and women are now out the house and all that good stuff.
Compounding factors.
Compounding factors. You're right. Because we also can say we also have more industries back here in America at that time too. Like, you could work the auto plant, and that'd have been you and the whole fam.
Affordability wasn't even the same. Like, God, your career was working at the plant. Nowadays, that's a part-time job.
Mm. I mean, shoot, back in the day, they said people getting paid. Like, I mean, the equivalent to today's money was like $35 back in the day.
A livable wage.
Oh God, now
you send your kid to college after working and retiring at the factory.
Yep. Now, due to the fact that the supply and workers have increased, went down the drain. It's tough, but it is what it is.
Be put down, you know, like fucking rabid dogs. They're like rabid with fucking greed and just going out and just dividing everybody. You know, just the fucking epitome of this time right now. Like how divisive we are.
And he goes on. It's a spectacular rant, I have to say, and it resonated a lot with people. So does this mean that we're facing the dawn of a winning new brand of economic populism or left? Should regular working voters be worried about a billionaire power grab? Which is exactly what America voted for and what it needs. We're going to debate all this. This is exciting, this double act. It's the one I never thought we'd ever be able to get in the studio. Legendary host of the Rubin Report, Dave Rubin, and up against the author of the Sunday Times bestseller, #1 bestseller, The Trading Game, and host of the Gary's Economics podcast, Gary Stevenson. Well, welcome to both of you. Not natural bedfellows, but in a way, both have very strong views about this same issue, which reflect how people are split about this, right? I want to start with you, Gary. It's an incredible book. It's sold buckets of copies. #1 with the paperback. On the front, it says, an unforgettable story of greed, financial madness, and moral decay. Now, you went from a council estate, working class council estate in Ilford in Essex, sort of east of London for Americans. You rose to become Citibank's most profitable trader in the world, but you grew increasingly disgusted at what you saw as the blatant inequality of the system that you were gaming. You had a breakdown, and then you quit, and you're now an avid anti-inequality campaigner. You think there are fundamental changes required in the system, centered around redistribution of wealth and resource, or the whole thing will collapse. So, starting with you, how much did that resonate with you, what Bill Burr was saying?
Well, you know, I come from a poor background. I come from a poor background in East London. My friends and my family still live in that background. So, you know, these stories of mum skipping meals so the kids can eat, people not being able to put the heating on in the winter, that's common. That's really, really, and I think it's important that we say that in spaces like these, because now I exist in these media spaces, and I've been to these fancy universities, I've worked in the banks. Yeah. A lot of wealthy people don't see that's happening. You know, in this country, I'm talking to you right now, half the country struggles to simultaneously feed the kids and turn the heating on.
And shout out James Foley. He said, it's been a while. Song request in the Discord. I paid my team. All right, G, we'll get it queued up for you, bro. No problem.
That's the truth. And I know it's getting that way in America as well. So, of course, it resonates with me. You know, of course it resonates with me. The poverty is out of control.
I mean, Dave, the argument will be, well, I'll let you espouse the argument you want to espouse. But one of the big arguments, of course, is that what billionaires like Elon Musk have done, for example, is they build tremendous businesses which generate tremendous amount of jobs for people to then earn good money and do exactly what a lot of people here can't afford to do. So therefore, they can be a force for good, albeit obviously you're going to get bad apples. How do you see it?
Sure. Well, first, let me jump to the part that I agree with, which is that, of course, there is inequality. And would we all like to see poor people have more? And is it possible that some people have, quote unquote, too much? It's hard to agree what that might be, but I'm sympathetic to that argument for sure. And that's in my country, and that's across the pond right here. That's number one. The question really is the method that is going to free the most people and free the markets and allow people to flourish. I believe in free market capitalism. I want there to be as much competition as possible. I don't have a problem with billionaires because generally speaking, billionaires have built things. I mean, the idea that Elon Musk is devoting this amount of time to working for the government to help make sure that the government is more efficient is pretty spectacular. If I could jump back to the Bill Burr clip for just a moment. I know Bill a little bit. We've traveled in some of the same circles. I mean, he's surrounded by all millionaires. It used to be that Bernie Sanders was always complaining about millionaires. Then Bernie Sanders became a millionaire and he started complaining about billionaires. The idea.
That's what I'm saying. It do be the backwards talk. It's like, okay, so now you're a millionaire, you're trying to protect your assets. But when you wasn't, though, you was trying to get money from every billionaire's pocket. You were like, oh, they need to pay their fair share.
So, all right.
That's what I'm saying.
Perspective change. You got that bag and a perspective change.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you really shouldn't trust anything these liberals say when it comes to that type of money or this type of, the rich need to pay their fair share. Bro, the rich already pay more than taxes. They already paid an overwhelming amount in taxes. They're already paying their fair share. It's just our government is mishandling the money. Like, we're asking these people to pay their fair share, but we're not asking our government to make sure that the money is being handled appropriately.
Yeah, that if you just somehow magically took out, well, he also made a violent threat there, but let's put that aside for a moment. But if you somehow took these people out, or if you took 10 billionaires and you took all of Jeff Bezos' money and you took all of Peter Thiel's money and Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera. You took all of their money and you redistributed it throughout the system, that somehow 3 years later things would be better, I think is a completely faulty argument. There's way...
I mean, look, bro, if you gave away all of Bezos' money, look, I think you gave up half of Bezos' fortune and gave it to like damn near every American, right? You done split it up, gave it to a whole bunch of Americans. Bro, I say by the end of the month, all his money is going to go right back to him. Right back to him. I mean, that's how it works. Bro, we can give y'all money, but if you don't got the mindset of somebody who has an abundance amount of money, it's just going to go back to the same people who does have that mindset, who are making those sales, who do have the services that you need. It don't matter. They could be giving free handouts all day. You're just going to give it to the same people that you hate, which are the rich people.
More things as it pertains to education and teaching people proper value of money and what economics really is, that I think is way more important than just demonizing the billionaire class or any other class. Class warfare does not work and will ultimately lead to kind of what his bad joke was about, which was violence against these people.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. It's like the Q here. Gary?
I was a trader for a long time, and I worked with a much older trader. In the book, it's called JB. He had a good quote about these kinds of opinions. He said, opinions are like arseholes. Everybody's got one. Now listen, I don't get paid to have opinions, okay? I was one of the best paid and most successful traders in the world, for one of the biggest banks in the world. I put bets. I place bets. And I've been betting for 14 years that the working class in my country and the working class in your country will collapse into desperate, worsening poverty year after year. I'm a multimillionaire from doing that, from betting on that. Traders message me every day. They say what's going to happen. I say it's going to get worse. I've been betting on it since the beginning of COVID. I've made millions on it. All the best traders know. Let me explain to you how economics works, all right? You guys work in media, all right? I work for Citibank. You call up Citibank and you say, I want an opinion on what's going to happen to the economy. They pay me £2 million a year. Do they give me the phone? No, they don't. Kids like me don't get the phone. We get the money, okay? I shouldn't be here. Doesn't make no sense for me to have a YouTube channel. Doesn't make no sense for me to be here. I got paid millions of dollars a year to bet on the collapse of your working class, okay?
I mean, bro, that does make sense. I mean, that's some pretty damn valuable information. I want to know where the economy is going. You're telling me you have the skill to have a forecast for that? Bro, you will be paid for, I ain't gonna lie, the quality of your service or how important your service is to somebody. And bro, that's a very important skill for multi-millionaires, people who handle a lot of money. So he's kind of underplaying himself to, I guess, feeding to his point.
And real quick shout out to guest dude, $2. Guild Enterprise Socialism for the win. Goddamn. Oh look, I don't know what you're going through, guest dude, but I hope hopefully gets figured out, bro. It will give it time, but we'd love to get you up here on the call. Yeah. But hopefully you're doing all right, man.
I walked away to come here on this show for free because I want to tell the public, the American people, this gets worse. This gets worse. We're not just saying it, I'm betting on it.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
So explain what you mean. So when you say you've been betting on it.
Okay, right. So I started
explain to people who don't know the system.
I started working in 2008, which, as you all know, is the Lehman crisis.
Right.
The collapse of the economy. And my job
Too big to fail.
My job was betting on interest rates. As you know, in 2008, all the interest rates went to zero. Then my job is when will the interest rates come back up, which is kind of a proxy for when will the economy recover. I'll give you a history lesson on it, right? In 2008, everybody said 2009. In 2009, they said 2010. In 2010, they said 2011. Every single year up until 2020, they said rates will recover next year, until 2020 when they finally said rates will stay zero forever. We're bad at this. We're bad at this, okay? I'm fucking good at this, all right? Why did interest rates not recover after 2008? Because people weren't spending money. Zero interest rates are supposed to get people spending. Why did zero interest rates not get people spending? I had the radical idea of going out and asking people, what do you think people say when I ask them, why aren't you spending more money? What do you think people say?
I don't have it.
They're not spending more money because they probably don't have more money.
Yeah. And when I looked at their financial situations, what I saw, this is in early 2010s, I was in my mid-20s. I saw a generation of people, my parents' generation, who owned property, and another generation of people, their kids, my generation, who will never own property. The middle class are losing their homes. The middle class are losing their wealth. Where is that wealth going? Where is that wealth?
And your
going?
argument is it's going just to the super rich.
Where else?
So they're getting. So Dave, I mean,
well, I think it's important to make a distinction that first off, what's happening in your country and our country are not exactly the same, but largely over the last decade, until the last month, where we now have Donald Trump. Both of our countries have been going in the direction of more big government, more regulation, more of the middle management nonsense that Elon Musk is uncovering every day. So I would be for removing as much of that as possible, removing as much of the waste. I mean, we are now seeing with USAID and everything else that Elon is uncovering with Doge, that the amount of waste and absolute fraud, and I would say criminal negligence in the system is a huge root of it. So I agree.
Yeah.
So again, I agree with some of the symptoms you're talking about for sure. The question is the diagnosis. So how do you then say to the person that can't afford the house, how do you afford a house? Well, one way you might want to do it is I would, if I was in charge of your country or mine, I would lower taxes for everybody. I would do a flat tax for everybody. Make sure, so whether you're a billionaire or whether you make $100,000 or 75 grand, whatever it might be, you're going to pay whatever the number is. We can all agree on the number. Let's say it's 10%. The billionaire is still paying way more in taxes. But this type of class warfare that we've been caught up in, where the common phrase always is, well, they have to pay their fair share. Well, who decides what the fair share is? And guess what? Someone will always want more.
And that's the problem. Yeah, who does decide who the fair share is? Because it can't be the majority. It cannot. Like, the majority cannot tell the very small group of rich people what you can do with your money. That is not fair. Like, yes, we may live in a democracy, but I'm sorry, but we don't live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. The whole point of a constitutional republic is so the majority cannot take advantage of minority, and these people can have their individual rights. The problem is, though, that I don't think that, well, I'm just going to say, I don't think that the people who are less fortunate understands that. And they're so caught up in them having not so much that they're just looking at those who have so much and be like, oh, no, they need to pay their fair share, which they are. They are paying their fair share. But here's the thing. You have to account for the fact that your government is not using it right. But all right. Let's go and get to the musical interlude. Shout out my man Foley. Let's go. All right.
Appreciate that. Shout out. Who's that? James Foley?
Mm-hmm. Let's get back to the Pierce Morgan video. Appreciate your Foley. Let's keep it going, guys. And if you also want to send in a video, it's $10 and up. We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
And we're 2 super chats away from opening up that conspiracy hour, guys. So super chat into the stream if you want to see that portion of the show.
That we've been caught up in, where the common phrase always is, well, they have to pay their fair share. Well, who decides what the fair share is? And guess what? Someone will always want more of your money.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't like opinions. I'm not really interested in opinions. I make predictions. What you've said you want is what you're going to get, right? Because this
is a prediction and opinion. In a way.
Yeah, no, yeah. It is technically.
This is the policy of the new government. Do you think living standards for your average working class American are going to improve?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. That's good. Put this on YouTube. Put this on YouTube, because I'll call back.
Why are you convinced they won't?
Listen, I've got a video.
Because Trump in his first 3 years before the pandemic, that was happening.
Yes, absolutely it was.
So why can't he do it again?
I've got a video, June 2020, beginning of COVID, right at the beginning of COVID, okay? What's the total US government deficit now since the beginning of COVID? Do you know? It's $13 trillion, okay? That's $40,000 for every single man, woman, and child in the entire country of the United States of America. Every single man, even the babies, all right? So if you're out there watching and you're not $40,000 richer now, somebody's got your $40,000, okay? Who's got that money now? So the most amazing thing I've ever seen at the beginning of COVID, we all knew governments across the world were going to give these unbelievable, enormous amounts of money out. The UK number is just over £1 trillion, by the way. These enormous amounts of money being given out. Nobody asked the question, who's going to end up with that money? Nobody. This is $40,000 for every. Imagine if the government came and took $40,000 from everyone in the country. And gave it to somebody. Nobody did the analysis. I did the analysis.
I mean, they kind of do that now. Honestly. Like, let's be real, through our taxes, what they've been doing through, what Doge has been finding out. Yeah, they're doing that already.
Point is, if you know your history, can you point to a period in UK history, for example, where massively punishing rich people by massively taxing them has actually benefited the country?
Listen,
I can't really.
My dad was born in 57. He worked for the post office, Royal Mail, 35 years. Never once earned more than the average wage in the country. He was able to buy a house, support a family. My parents are retired now. They own their own property. They're financially secure. That's not possible now. He lived in an era where the top rate of tax was much, much, much higher. The 50s, the 60s, the 70s in the UK, in the US, the top rate of tax on large estates was significantly higher. And in that time period, it's not a coincidence. Yes, ordinary people could afford to buy houses. They could afford to, listen, this is not normal, okay? Read your history, right? You read Charles Dickens? Charles Dickens? In this country we're talking right now, 150 years ago, ordinary men and women lived in desperate poverty, okay? That's going to happen again. That is what, it's not normal.
Hold on, but making the argument that 40 or 50 years ago the tax rates were higher and somehow that made things better. First off, times change. The giant middle bureaucratic state that Donald Trump is constantly fighting was not nearly as big 50 years ago. So again, I'm talking about this from an American perspective. As we're uncovering this waste, the idea that, oh, only if we took 10% more or 20% more from this person or that person, I don't think makes sense. As it pertains to...
Since we discovered the fact that this waste, it kind of just proves the whole, well, we need to tax the rich more wrong. It's like, no, we need to take the money that we're already collecting from the people and allocate it correctly to things that are actually going to help the American people, not out here handing out handouts to every country that don't even like us.
COVID, I would say, yes, COVID was a giant wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. I was against lockdowns. I was against putting people out of work. I was against virtually all of the regulations after 2 weeks to slow the spread. So again, that's got giant government programs creating the conditions that create all of the economic and social and cultural problems that we have. So the solution to that, I think, is exactly what we have seen for the last month, which is let's deregulate, let's figure out where the fraud is, let's give people more of a chance. We can deregulate the banks so that they're willing to loan again, so that people can buy houses again. Let's stop printing money so interest rates go down and inflation goes down so that people can actually get loans, so that America loans right now are something like 6-7%. It's very hard to buy a house at that rate. When I bought my house only a couple of years ago, it was around 2.9%. Well, then it's valuable because, okay, you're going to pay a little penalty and hopefully your house goes up over time. So just removing the government and the regulations and the waste, that.
And guys, if you're feeling the content, man, do me a favor. Go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there with the SK Media symbol. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. But double tap that screen. Let's get more people in here.
To me is the answer, not just I need that guy's money and I really would like it.
Could I ask a question? You've accepted there that during COVID, there was a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, and all the statistics support that. After COVID, after lockdowns, after reopening, we know there's been a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. We then saw a massive fall in living standards for the middle class and for the poor. Do you think those two things are connected?
From an American perspective, I would say those things are largely connected because they decided to print money relentlessly. That's what we did. We did the Inflation Reduction Act, which was actually an inflation increase act.
The average increase in US billionaires' wealth in the first year of COVID was more than 100%, doubling of wealth. What's the US GDP rate of growth? 3%, 4%?
My head, I don't know.
At what rate does a billionaire's wealth increase? These guys doubled in 1 year.
But wasn't that maybe? But Gary, isn't that a bit disingenuous? Because the reason their wealth increased so exponentially in that period was just because stock prices flew up, right?
I don't think it's just that.
Wasn't that how they accrued the extra wealth?
I've got a video explaining exactly this. All right, listen. You lock down the economy, okay? Ordinary family, my parents. How much their expenses
But are you arguing that the billionaires locked down the economy? I mean,
No, not all. I'm just trying to explain what happened, all right? You lock down the economy, okay? My parents, how much is their expenditure for? Basically nothing. Basically nothing, because their expenditure is entirely rent, mortgage, food, bills. Like, that's poor people's expenditure. Right. Whose expenditure falls during COVID?
The people who have, normally would go out and spend a lot of money.
People who have a lot of luxury spending.
They were spending,
non-essential
they were
spending,
accumulating more money.
So if you ban luxury spending and you replace it with, as you say, government printed money, what's going to happen? That printed money is going to go to people who work in the service sector. They're going to use it to pay their bills. It's going to go to the rich people who own the corporations, who own the houses, who own the debt, and they can't spend it. What you have is basically a massive cash injection from the government through the poor to the rich. Listen, we saw the biggest and fastest ever transfer of wealth and increase in inequality in the history of our nations, and it was immediately followed by an inflationary crisis and a collapsing cost of living. This is the clearest proof you will ever need. You don't need me, somebody who's made millions of pounds betting on this. The clearest proof you will ever need of the absolutely bloody obvious fact that if you massively increase inequality, you will decrease living standards for working people.
Well, it seems to me that the part we're agreeing on is that we all seem to agree that giant government spending and giant government control over the economy and over our lives ultimately is bad. I don't blame.
Yeah, I don't really see the correlation between that reality, which we can all agree to, and the fact that it's the billionaires' fault for getting richer.
Exactly.
When actually a lot of that wealth was just accrued from.
Listen, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. I'm not Mother Teresa. I'm not a moral philosopher. I'm one of the best economists in the fucking world at this, okay? I'm here to tell you what's happening. If you massively increase inequality, these guys...
He is very successful at what he does. I will have to admit that. I'm trying not to be biased, but I do have to give credence to what he's saying. Understanding that he has a very successful YouTube channel. He was an investor before turned YouTuber. And this man has quite the resume. He made his money in stocks, knowing a thing or two about money in the economy. So I give him some credibility. But shout out guest dude. He says, music request sent to the Discord DM to both of you. All right. And he says number 50, by the way. And shout out, man. We're going to do this. We're going to finish this video out. We're going to do a conspiracy hour. And we're going to also do this musical interlude as well. Shout out, guest dude.
They don't just sit on that $10 trillion. They don't just sit on it. They use that to buy assets. They buy the assets that ordinary American working families need. The reason why American families, their kids can't afford homes is because they're now competing with a billionaire class that is $10 trillion richer. $10 trillion, that's $40,000 for every American man, woman, and child.
Well, I would say that even if we were to take that premise as true, so I'll go with you on the premise, the fault would not lie within the billionaire doing something that is right. So if we're in agreement on that, I think that's positive.
Where does the poverty lie?
So then the issue really is, what would you want a competent government to do? And I think what you would want a competent government to do is make sure that there is as little waste as possible, that we're not spending money on trans comic books in Peru, which is literally what we're finding out right now. And we're going to perhaps audit the Fed and find out where the trillions of dollars to Ukraine went and everything else. And if we have a proper accounting, the same way you run your household and anyone would run their business, then we could probably address some of these issues. But I'm glad to hear that we're not really blaming the billionaires who are just playing the game as the game is set up.
Yeah, what you want to change is the system.
Yeah, look, I'm not here to blame nobody. Listen, I'm a rich person. You're a rich person. I just met you today, but you've got a very nice suit. I see you're doing all right. Listen, I'll tell you what a competent government would do. A competent government would stop this massive increase of inequality from accelerating out of all control.
How would you do it?
So do you agree with Donald Trump's policies on that? Because by lowering taxes, by lowering regulation, by getting rid of inefficiency, I mean, I'm with you.
How rich is Elon Musk? How rich is Elon Musk?
He's worth trillions. I don't know.
Okay, let's say he's worth $300 billion. Okay, what is his passive income going to be on $300 billion?
I understand. So you want
$15 billion a year. $15 billion a year. Okay, what's $15 billion a year per week? We're talking about something like $300 million a week.
Well, what's your point?
These guys have no choice but to buy up the assets. These guys will buy up all of the assets. If you allow these people to be extraordinarily rich, they're not bad people. Well, in some cases they might be, but also, I don't know these guys, right? They will buy up all the assets. And ordinary people will nothing.
Let's take Musk as a good example, actually, because he's somebody who's created 5 companies now, or part created some of them and created others from scratch. And they're some of the most extraordinary companies in the world. Tesla is the #1 green energy car company in the Western world. And it's where people want to take cars because it doesn't gas guzzle the way that the conventional petrol cars do. You've got Neuralink, which is trying to help paraplegic people be able to communicate. You've got Starlink, which is part of his SpaceX thing, which is an extraordinary development. It's been used in war zones and disaster zones to save lives. You've got his taking over of X, which may not seem as important, but actually restoring genuine balance of free speech to let conservatives have a voice, I think has been really important to democratic discourse in America in particular. And he's got other things that he's done. And you put it all together and you think, what's this guy done? He's created these extraordinary things. He's now planning humanoid robots to take away a lot of the drudgery of our lives. He wants to colonize Mars because he thinks that one day we're going to need another planet. He's probably right about that. He's got a massive brain. He's got all this cash. And rather than sit there and kind of do what you think he's doing, which is just, all right, I need to spend billions on making myself even richer. He's gone to work for the government for free as an unelected guy, just trying to stop the ridiculous overspend of the government. And in the process, he's employing several 100,000 people in America, and he's a South African immigrant to America, right? It's hard to think of a more positive story, and yet by your criteria, you would say, well, you know, sorry, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to miscategorize you, but to sort of portray him as one of the bad guys, I think is probably very unfair.
I ain't here to call. I ain't never met Elon Musk.
Yeah.
I ain't never met the guy. He could be a nice. Have you met him?
I met him once last year.
Well,
for a
look,
couple of
if he
hours.
wants to copy my book, I'll sign one for him. We can send it over, right? Look, listen, I'm not here to attack Elon Musk.
But you know my point.
I'm here to
He
protect.
can afford a copy.
I'm
He'll
here
buy
to
it.
protect my people's ability to feed and house their children, and they're losing that.
Right.
They're losing that. And listen,
But why is
listen,
that Elon
we are
Musk's
not-
fault? Because he's
I ain't saying
employing
it's Elon
hundreds
Musk's
of
fault.
thousands of
This
people.
is because wealth inequality is rapidly increasing and wealth is being sucked out.
I hear
of the middle
you,
class.
I hear you, but why is? But what can he do about it?
I don't, listen, I don't expect Elon Musk to do anything. I'm not here to talk to Elon Musk. I'm here to talk to the American public and to tell them I get paid millions of pounds a year to watch your class.
So what's the answer? Give me your answer. If you're now,
It can only be taxed.
let me make you the treasurer.
With any
Yeah.
of the things that Donald Trump's doing as per the economy or anything that we've seen in the last month,
I don't think that they're going to work. I don't think because I am somebody who has made millions of pounds betting that growing inequality will reduce living standards, and he's cutting taxes on the rich. Listen, let me ask you a question, Mike. You've already accepted.
He said, look, I ain't telling you this to make no money. I'm telling you this already having made my money. I'm just telling you what to watch out for. And I could hear his claim is almost something of the same of Shmuley's, who he just had up here. Elon is exorbitantly rich, and he has his own self-interest, as all billionaires do. But I kind of err on the side of Piers Morgan argument, and I would challenge him if I was in the room, and even remotely so. I'll challenge anybody who shares the same beliefs as Mr. Gary Stevenson here, and I'll say, yeah, there might be a hint of truth to that. There might be certain aspects that are true to that stance, but is his initiatives, his companies, his businesses, are they not providing an inherent benefit, a net positive to society and its customers? I think that's, if we're comparing him to the next billionaire, I think that's the difference between Elon and a George Soros.
If we massively increase inequality, that can decrease living standards. If we massively decrease tax on the rich, people who make passive income of $200 million a year, do you think that would affect living standards of the middle class?
I don't know.
If they increase their ownership of
not...
wealth, if they increase their consumption of goods and services, where does it fucking come from? Listen, we have sat here in the last 5 years. We've watched the biggest ever increase in millionaire and billionaire wealth in the history of this planet, immediately followed by a collapse in living standards of the middle class, a complete collapse in the ability of ordinary people to own assets, and nobody's drawing the...
But Gary, let me ask you a hard question. Can you point to a country in the last century where socialism has worked?
I will point to a country where taxing the rich at a fair rate led to good living standards for working people, United States, 1955.
See?
Well, I would say, again, in light of the fraud and criminal negligence that has been exposed, that is being exposed literally this second as we are recording this, the idea that we would be going in right now and saying to certain people, you should give the government more money and the government will be a good steward of those dollars, I think is completely ridiculous.
And we can probably all agree about the waste, right? I mean, that's a given. But
sure, but
the principle of what Gary's talking about.
I am for everyone keeping as much of their hard-earned money as possible. Piers, my guess is you have more money than me. I don't deserve your money, and I can't have it.
I sincerely hope I do, and no, you don't.
Exactly. And I don't deserve your money either. And I think that the overall concept here, which is that somehow if we can just take from these people, it's not to say that the system is perfect.
I'm not trying to take from the rich. I'm not trying to take from the rich.
But you just said you wanted to get us back to 1950s rates of tax.
I am trying to stop the redistribution. I am trying to stop the redistribution that is happening in front of our eyes. The American middle class, the British middle class is dying. Their wealth is being sucked away and is being owned by an international super rich elite who pay no tax, while the people watching this show pay 40%, 50%, while billionaires pay nothing.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
But I don't understand.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
Billionaires pay nothing.
No,
they pay all sorts of taxes.
I've got a difficult question, which is, there are a lot of people watching this agreeing, and obviously people disagreeing as well, but two questions. How much money have you made in your life?
Yeah.
And how much have you given away?
I'll give you an excellent answer to that. If you want to know how much money I've made in my life, it is exactly there in my book, the trading game
We'll go
right here today. And you'll see this is
shameless plug. And that's a perfect segue into a musical interlude provided to you by Guest Dude. Shout out Guest Dude, one of the mods, one of the members. Again, bro, hopefully whatever you're going through tonight, hopefully this song can kind of soothe some of your woes, my friend. Appreciate the support.
I was born in the junkyard, a child of the streets. My dinner was cats and garbage and other tasty treats. Police chased and caught me. I was in the town alone. The bandits came and got me. Didn't even bring a bone. Hungry out here. I ain't talking jive. I'll eat anything, even if it's alive. Don't want no fax machine. Got no use for a phone. Don't even want my belly rubbed. Just give me a bloodstained bone. Starving out here, mama. Got no food to call my own. You better watch your wives and children. I'm out here prowling for a bone. Woman makes you stupid. Every man's a hound. She said love's an ocean. Then she pulled in to drown. Woman makes you stupid. Always playing with your head. Next time you be smiling is the day you wake up dead. Woman makes you stupid when she show a little tail. I don't know why we need them. Oh yeah, a coffin needs a nail.
All right. Shout out Guest Dude on that one, man. We do appreciate the support. We're going to get right back into it, guys. Close this segment out and then go ahead and kick off Conspiracy Hour.
You not read the book?
No.
Well,
my son's
stick around afterwards.
my son's rave about it.
Listen, I made a lot of money, enough to quit, run a YouTube channel.
How much? Just give it to me straight.
Enough,
in the book, tell me.
Enough to quit, run a YouTube channel and have a family. That's enough.
30 million, 50 million?
Listen, do you have
100?
a spreadsheet? Do you have a spreadsheet?
No.
I don't have a fucking spreadsheet. All I know is it's enough. I can go to Nando's.
You said
when
you
I
put it in
want.
the book, though, how much it is.
Yeah, but I didn't add it all up. You read the book and add it up.
Well, how much is it?
I don't fucking know. Listen.
What, 10, 50, 100 million?
It's enough for me to live
I'm
for the rest of my
I'm not
life.
trying to trap you.
No, it's the 10, 50, 100 million. It's enough. Enough for an ordinary person to live the rest of their life.
How much is that?
Family. The number I had in my head when I went into banking, was £2 million.
2 million.
And it was enough. For me, that's enough.
You've made more than 2 million. You were Citibank's top guy.
I don't have this stuff up. For me, it's enough. I've got enough money. I've got enough to do the work that I
do. You
do
give a
to
little
tell
bit away?
ordinary people.
Do you redistribute your own wealth?
That is the money that funds my YouTube channel. Listen.
Well, do you
tell me this now, right?
When you sell a book, do you keep the money for the book?
If I give the money away, who does the
already.
fucking YouTube channel, Piers? Who pays you?
I'm not accusing you. I'm just asking you.
Listen,
do you give any
Piers,
money
who
away?
pays you?
No, but
who pays you?
but Gary,
Listen, you and I both know there's two ways to
The
run
reason
media,
I'm asking
okay?
you is
Look,
only because your position is that there should be more redistribution
of
to
course there
poorer
should.
people
Of
from the
course there
rich,
should.
right? And you're a rich guy who's
Yeah.
made millions. Won't say exactly how many millions. I'll work it out. I'll read the book.
The viewers should also work out by reading the book.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think it's
wants
I don't
people
think
to
it's
buy the
unfair.
book.
I don't think it's unfair to ask you.
Of course I want people
I don't think
to
it's
buy the
unfair to
book.
ask you how much
Yeah.
you've given away.
Listen, this is the money. Who's going to pay for my kids?
What percentage?
I've
Forget
quit
how
my
much
job to
money
run a YouTube channel. That's the money that's going to send my kids to school, Piers. That's the money.
But
that's
that
gonna
does
cost my
sound
kids.
quite selfish.
Look, I've told you before, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. I never pretended to be a good person. I was the best trader in the fucking world, one of the biggest banks in the world, and I made that money by betting the American middle class would be destroyed.
I get it.
I ain't here to be Mahatma Gandhi. I ain't Nelson Mandela like you, boss. I'm here to tell the American public what's happening.
But do you think you practice what you're preaching?
What I preach is to raise taxes and reduce the growing inequality. That's what I preach. Listen, I ain't here telling people. I didn't tell you.
He has teasing that exact thought. So shout out Fox Chase 93. Trump setting it up to abolish taxes and the IRS is going to happen.
I mean, yeah.
Some speculate.
I mean, think about what we need the IRS for if we got no more taxes.
He said in federal income tax and implement tariffs.
Yep. Hey, it sounds way better than taxing us and then misusing our money. But why don't y'all misuse the money that y'all get from these corporations that try to sell into our economy? Come on now.
I'd like to see how that's enacted, but it does sound good. I will have to admit.
Dude.
Give your money away.
So you want the state, you want the power, but you are, because you want the power of the state, which has the guns, to say to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg, we're going to take your money. We're just going to pick a number and decide how much to take. Do you give more than 1% of your money to charity?
I want the state.
You can voluntarily do
people
it.
from the rich.
But,
and
but
if they
do you do any of that yourself?
Listen, I'm not here to tell anybody to give their money away.
Right,
I'm here to tell people how to protect their class.
101. I mean, this is what the left.
All right, listen. I'm going to go home and I'm going to bet on the collapse of the American middle class, and it's going to happen. And I'm here telling them it's going to happen.
Okay,
and I'm here telling them how to stop
why don't you do that?
Well, damn, George Soros, like shit. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to bet on it. I'll make money off. I'm like, hey,
all right, Bill Ackerman.
I'm like, yeah, like, what's this pessimism come down to? Like, what does us believing in him honestly do for us? It'd be better if we believe Dave Rubin have this positive mindset and have such a negative outlook. I'm just going to be real. I don't think this negative outlook is honestly look, credit to my man's intellect, credit to the fact that he's honestly a financial expert, but having this doomsday scenario about the economy kind of sounds like those people talking about the end of the world. But then the world's going to happen in 2020, and the world's going to happen in 2024 or whatever. You know, we're here and we're still good.
I mean, we'll take this with a grain of salt because he is an American and his only stock is in the fact that we fail. He just said he's betting on the American middle class failing. That's when he makes his goddamn money. As a Brit, I might add.
Yeah, wow.
As a fucking Brit.
I ain't here pretending to be a good person. I never said I was a good person. Read the book, you can see. But I'm a good fucking economist and I'm going to be right. And you've made your prediction that living standards will increase in the next 3 years. And I've made my prediction that they won't. And we will see in 3 years who's right. And I will tell you right now, I haven't been wrong many times in the past. Listen, you're from my country, okay? You know, people that look like me and sound like me don't get a chance to make millions of pounds betting on the economy, okay? There's a reason that I'm doing this, because I'm fucking good at it, okay? I don't need to be here. I could be on the beach in the Philippines.
I know lots of traders who come from working class background.
Who? Name one.
I know lots in the city.
Listen, I worked in Canary Wharf. I'm from East London.
I worked in Canary Wharf.
A guy came up to me and he said, that's an interesting accent. Where are you from? I fucking worked in East London. Listen, Piers, I've got a lot of respect for you, okay? You're an older man. Nowadays...
Whoa! That was brutal! That was brutal!
The City of London does not contain working class people. I've been there, Piers. I've been there. I was there 10 years ago.
Well, there are no working class people in the City of London. Come on.
I worked in Canary Wharf for 4 years. One kid come through once. His name was Tariq. I remember. The only working class kid I ever saw come through when I was there. One, Piers, in 4 years.
I'd have to ask them, what's your definition of working class? Because, I mean, there's people in London, and if they're not a job, they don't have a job. What the F are they doing in London? And from what I've been hearing, London's pretty damn expensive nowadays. So... what do you mean there's no working, like, what, is this rich people in London is what he's saying? Is that, okay, so he's pretty much saying, like, yo, London's looking like Manhattan, New York right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Is in Canary Wharf, which is in East London.
Okay, so I'm still trying to wrestle with, all right, look, you're perfectly entitled to do with your money what you want to do. Okay, and you haven't demanded we give ours away. Fine. Okay, I get that. But what is your answer? I mean, if you had the chance now to run the Western world economically, give me the blueprint for how we stop going down what you think is an apocalyptic path.
Tax work less, tax wealth more. Simple as that. You can't have ordinary working people paying 40-50% while billionaires pay 5%.
But ordinary working people don't. But you mean the middle class, though? That's not working class. Working class
people pay 30-40-50% once you include everything. Once you include their VAT, once you include their income taxes, they do. They do. Once you include their health taxes,
what
would you
be for a flat tax? Pick whatever the number is, 12% on
No, because it won't work. A flat tax is still going to work. Listen.
So what would you like to see?
I know you're an American, okay? Listen, look at the history of my country, okay? For hundreds and hundreds of years, a small, tiny, super wealthy elite lived the fucking dream while ordinary people live lives of desperate poverty, okay? That is what's going to happen to your country. And that's what's going to happen to my country if you do not protect the working class from the rich.
But
There's
that's
no
exactly what we're doing right now. That's what
Well,
Donald
we'll
Trump
see.
did.
We've made our bets.
That's what Donald Trump's entire movement is all about. It's a movement of we the people. And by the way, what you said earlier, Piers, was completely right. Pre-COVID, go to Donald Trump's State of the Union speech before COVID. What does he do? He gets up there, talks about how great the economy is doing. Everyone knows
he was going to get reelected by a landslide.
Yes, and the best part of the whole thing, he talks about lowest all-time Black and Latino unemployment, and the Congressional Black Caucus sat there like this because what they cared about really was keeping Black people as Democrats more than actually freeing them.
If you really think about this, if the working class goes down, everything goes down with it. Because I'm like, yo, who's going to work these jobs? Who's going to handle the logistics of things? It's like, they kind of need the workforce. So I hear what the man is saying. I hear what he's saying. It would be bad if our middle class was gutted to the extreme that he's talking about, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it, especially with the president that we have in office. I just can't see that right now. Now, if I do see us leaning towards it, I'll be honest. I'll be like, hey, this man might be touching on some points here. But right now, the way Trump is talking, the way he's moving with the CEOs and world leaders, it kind of sounds like the middle class is going to be doing way better. Well, like, you know, the middle and upper middle class, at least.
One of the reasons he did so well with Black voters and with Latinos in particular was they remembered that whatever you think of Trump and what comes out of his mouth, they were better off under him than they were after 4 years of Biden.
Yeah, I also think it's sort of interesting that generally speaking, and you can check the numbers on this, but conservatives donate way more of their money than progressives and socialists, which is why, unfortunately, he can't tell you how much he's donated while he wants to take other people's money.
I don't donate anything. I'm not here to Mother Teresa. I'm here to tell the American public why they're going to lose their house.
Wouldn't it be more effective? I mean, would it not be more effective to say, and I'm going to lead from the front by redistributing some of my own wealth? Because there'll be people watching you go, hang on, Gary, you're talking all about redistributing the wealth. You want to see higher tax rates for the rich so that they have to give away more of their money. But you don't actually think you should be giving away any of your own.
Piers, I don't need the public to believe me. You're wealthy, I'm wealthy, you're wealthy.
I donated plenty of money this year.
It's not going to be us whose kids don't have their homes. I'm here to tell the American public the truth. I use my money to support my YouTube channel, Gary's Economics, which is watched by millions of people a week, to explain what's happening. People can listen to me and they can protect their interests, but they don't have to listen. And then I'll be in the Philippines.
Okay, but a switch must have gone off on you when you were the biggest trader in the world, one of the most successful guys in the world, right? You're making all this money, presumably having a great life doing it, and then something switched in you. What was the moment?
Piers, I don't know what your childhood was like, all right? I grew up poor. I grew up really poor. Small house.
I grew up in a country pub. My parents worked 7 days a week, both of them, right? We never had any money. I didn't go on a foreign holiday till I was 17.
So maybe
I'm not saying I was poor, because I wasn't. But there was not a lot of money around.
Well, maybe you don't need me to tell you then, but listen, I've been poor. It's fucking hard. Okay? And I worked really, really, really fucking hard. And I was the best student at one of the best universities in the best country. And I worked my tits off and I got the best job and I became the best trader. And what I made my money on was understanding that the British working class, the American working class, ordinary, hardworking people like my dad, like my mum, like the kids I grew up with, their kids and their grandkids would live in desperate poverty.
Well, what was the moment for you of self-realization that you wanted to get out of it?
It's a good question because it didn't really come in.
Bro, coming to that like that Soros effect right now. It's like, yeah, I'm coming to the fact that I might as well just bet against the people and understand that that's where the economy is going. I'm like, man, I don't know, bro.
That's where the money's at. He damn near betting on the fact that we fuck it all the way up before we ever get it together.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, this pessimistic view is a bit, I don't know. It's concerning because he does know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm going to hang on a PBD point of the future looks bright, but, you always want to stay a bit paranoid.
The moment, and you spoke in the book about me sort of having a breakdown. I didn't grow up. I'm not from a political. I don't consider myself a politician. Like for me,
I get it.
What I see, I made that money, and everybody around me was like, "Well done. Here's $2 million. Do it again." And I got sick.
Well, what made you sick? Do you think? Was it the pace of work, or
it was understanding that my country's going to fall apart, Piers? It's going to happen, Piers. Listen, I've been right for 14 years on this. Okay, it's going to happen. And you've made your predictions, And I fucking hope I'm wrong, but I haven't been wrong before.
What do you make of the whole crypto thing?
I think it's a fucking pyramid scheme.
Do you?
Yeah, listen, I
don't understand it.
I could launch Gazcoin today and my followers would send me £500,000 and I could fuck off, and that's basically how it works, I think it's a very efficient way to get a lot of money out of the young, hopeful, ambitious young men of this world into the pockets of the worst San Francisco dickheads you've ever met.
Because I also think we just, again, have to make the distinction between UK economics and history and American economics and history. In America, because we have been the home of free market capitalism, again, putting aside the fraud and corruption and things like that, every single person that has come to America has it better the next generation, right? That has worked. Anyone that's watching this from an American perspective, think about your grandparents, and guess what? Your parents had it better than them, and you have it better than them. This generation right now is the first generation that's actually a question. That's actually true. But the issue is not because capitalism doesn't work or free markets don't work or competition doesn't work. It's because of the bureaucratic state and the absolute control and regulation that the government has put on. So again, this is what Donald Trump is hacking away at right now. So I'm very bullish on the American economy and the ability for people who are making 50 grand, which is an awful lot of money, which, by the way, if I had a flat tax, I wrote about this in my book, I would exempt people, say, under 50. You can have some sort of buffer there, but they will have a chance to succeed. The Democrats have confused everybody to think that, oh my God, if you don't earn minimum wage at McDonald's, that somehow...
Well, also, I would say whenever socialism has actually been tried,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Can I talk a little bit?
It's an ideal.
I just want to talk a little bit about the hacking away of the state, because I know we're British and we get a chance here to talk. I know there's a lot of American viewers of this show.
Yeah.
I want to send the message from the future, okay? We've had the government here that spent 14 years hacking away at the state. And my friends can't feed their kids, okay? That's what happens, you know.
Well, I hope you're better. One example I would give you. One thing I would say, I remember when I bought my first house, I was 20, so we're talking nearly 40 years ago. And I bought it with two mates, and all you needed then to buy a reasonable place in London in the suburbs was you needed one parent to just act as a guarantor, not even put any money up, just to guarantor, and you would get 100% mortgage, right? They would just give you the money, the banks. When one of my sons, the first one to actually want to buy a property and asked me to help him out, minimum 25% deposit, minimum, as a check before you start anything else. And that was shocking to me, that in 40 years, we've gone from a place where anyone could afford to get a property, really, once you got onto the working ladder, all right, diminishing size and geography and so on. You could afford to buy your own home. Most people, I'm not talking about people in the poverty trap, but now you can even come from a pretty prosperous background and life and earn good money, and it's still incredibly prohibitive. And most people are priced out of, in London, certainly, of owning their own home. I find that very heartbreaking.
Sure. Well, we also made banks that were too big to fail. We made them bigger, right? I mean, that was what we did. We had a certain amount of banks, and then we made the banking system smaller in that there were less banks to work with. So then what happens? There's less competition. So less banks suddenly can compete to get your mortgage. So mortgage rates go up on top.
But I would say also this, Gary, about money itself, right? I've interviewed thousands.
Yeah, I always did criticize the banking system in America. So I'm just like, yeah, we do have big major banks as like kind of like a small, I forgot the word. It's not a monopoly, but it's where like a small number of companies low-key control the market. I forgot what the actual term is, but I'm pretty sure somebody in the chat knows it. But yeah, that is kind of a problem. I always just say, like, when the whole banking system crashed in 08 through these false mortgages or these like fraudulent mortgages, I honestly felt we should have let them like crash and burn. Like when they say too big to fail, I'm like, hell no, let them crash and burn. Let these banks become smaller banks and let's open this stuff up. Yeah, okay, yeah, oligarchy. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Got them out.
Yeah, but in a way that, I think G-Unit said it's like they were in an oligarchy pretty much. Like cell phones, like Samsung, Apple, certain group of cell phone companies, hold all the market, something like that.
Of people in 40 years of journalism, right? Thousands. I've interviewed some of the richest people ever. I've interviewed some very poor people. I've got mates who've got money. I've got mates who've got no money. And the one common denominator I can tell you is you get happy rich people and you get miserable rich people, and you get happy poor people and you get miserable poor people. And there's not a direct correlation. I remember going to South Africa, to the townships in Soweto for the first time. And the one thing that struck me, I said this to the people that were showing me around, Funny enough, I was going to interview, hopefully, Mandela. It never came off because he was too sick. But I was there to do the World Cup, and he was going to host it. But what struck me was they were joyous people in the townships, utterly joyous, singing, dancing, everything. They had nothing. And then I thought about some of the dinner parties I've been to with a lot of rich people.
Yep.
Miserable bastards, all of them. All because they're always constantly chasing the drug of more money, more material things, more whatever. In other words, money is no guarantee whether you have it or not that you're going to be happy. There are many other criteria. I would simply put it to you.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, but could it be other things that have happened to you that have made you feel so angst-ridden about this rather than actually money?
I mean, it could be. It could be, and obviously we're all complicated people. We live long lives. Lots of things happen to us.
But you must have had miserable and happy people working with you, earning tons of money.
100%.
And similarly,
100%.
from your working
Listen,
class background,
we're three of us here. I suspect 3 multimillionaires telling us it's possible to be poor and happy, being watched by a lot of ordinary people who are going to lose their homes. They're going to lose their fucking homes, Biz. They're going to lose their homes. I've got friends, yeah? They don't eat, so the kids can eat, and they think the kids don't notice, yeah? The kids fucking notice, okay? Look, you and I...
No, there are more people on food stamps in this country, which is where you're so poor you have to literally queue up and get stamps for food, right? Which should never be happening in a country
Just
like
to be
ours.
clear, I'm not telling anyone to be poor and happy. I want people to be as happy and fulfilled as they possibly can be. But what I'm talking about is creating the conditions that will allow people to live a life that they want to live and work a job that gives
of the 50s.
Well, no,
Create the conditions of the 60s.
So your solution, I completely disagree with, which is, let's just take more from those people. They have too much, and if we only give it to the government, which whether you're in this country or in my country, I think it's fairly obvious that most of our governments are completely fraudulent and backwards and doing virtually nothing right.
Who's doing the taking? Who's doing the taking? Which group in our society is getting richer? And which group is getting poorer?
So again,
who is doing the taking?
So I accept that the rich are getting richer.
I'm just here to protect my people.
Poorer.
I'm just here to protect my people.
I think what you would want
I think we're agreed about the reality.
Right.
What we're disagreeing about is the solution.
And the solution is get the government out.
Hey, you admitted that you bet against the people. So who are you really aligned with?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, so you're pretty much betting against the evil corporations, these evil corporations to take advantage of the people. You're not even helping.
Betting that we don't wise up. That's where you make your money. Betting against us.
I ain't gonna lie. Some of these rich people do come with a hint of narcissism to them, and I can see where it is because my man's made predictions and they've been right. So he kind of got a little bit of narcissism into the point where it's even pessimistic narcissism. It's like, oh well, everything's gonna go down because I made all these right predictions. I'm like, bro, you could be wrong.
Well, even that is cognitive dissonance to a degree because he's identifying with the people. Bro, you're betting against us.
Yeah, bro, exactly.
You're more like them than you are like us.
That's the wild part. It's like, dog, you hear what you're saying? You're saying, oh, yeah, I'm for the poor, but I'm betting against you every step of the way. Bruh. Like, do you hear yourself?
It's a little bit off.
Of the way. Stop spending. Stop.
But you think the government should be much more involved?
Let me take you by hand and lead you through the streets of London. I'll show you something.
But again, that's because your government clearly has done policies. It seems you both are in agreement on that. That hasn't created the conditions for economic prosperity. You might want to talk about importing people that you then had to put on the dole.
They've been slashing the state for 14 years, boss. They slashed the state. They slashed the state. They slashed the state.
So you think if the state
and now my friends' kids don't have no places to go. They don't have no local services.
If the
police barely exist.
Things would be better.
The hospitals aren't working. The schools are shutting down.
So if only that system had more money, it would be better.
Listen, I don't want the system to have money. I'll tell you what I want. I want the people.
All the time. The system is corrupt.
Well, funny enough, if you take the NHS,
it needs more money.
If you take our health system, the NHS, Tony Blair, when he was Prime Minister, pumped billions more into the NHS and it barely touched the sides. It didn't deal with the problem of the infrastructure of the NHS. And that was a clear illustration of money, just pumping money into things is not necessarily the answer. Right?
Okay, but who are we pumping money into?
Well, you are absolutely right. I think we can all agree. We have all agreed. You're right. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. So what do we do about this? I mean, there is a caveat. There is less child poverty now than there's ever been in the history of the recorded planet. People also, to make you also feel happy, people are living longer than they've ever done in history. They're living healthier.
And guys, we got over 100 of y'all in here, man. Do us a favor and double tap that screen, like the video with the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Let's get us to 100 likes. Appreciate the support, guys.
Because we're curing so many more diseases. water is a lot cleaner than it's ever been. There are fewer like mosquito type diseases out there killing millions of people than there used to be, etc., etc., etc. There's a very good argument to say that in recorded history, there's never been a better time to be alive. That's why I slightly challenge. I would never say, like you say, you'd never say being poor makes you happy. Of course not. But I've yet to see evidence.
Piers, do you think your viewers are the richest they've ever been? Is that what you're telling me?
No, but I don't. But I think that there's certainly less child poverty statistically
in the US
than there's ever been.
Your average American is
in the West generally. Actually, in the West, generally.
Your viewers can make their own opinion of that.
I
want your viewers to ask themselves, do I feel the richest I've ever been? Because I'll tell you who's the richest they've ever been, me, and probably you, and probably you, and Donald Trump, and Elon Musk. And in my opinion, what I see, I'm from a poor background.
Yeah, but I think
you'd have to ask, honestly, you'd have to ask those who are actually trying to open up a business and all that good stuff. Like, yo, is it easier for you to prosper? Is it harder for you to get to that next level? Are you able to get that next level? Are you able to get to the funding? Are you able to get a job to fund your business? Like, whatever you're trying to do, your entrepreneur, your practice, I don't know. Is that harder? Because you just acting random American people who only thing in life, who only goal in life is to work that 9 to 5. I mean, real with you, you're not really getting accurate data. And I'm going to tell you why. Because those are the people who's going to move the economy. The people going to move the economy are the people who's making products, making businesses, developing their services for sale. Those are the people you need to ask, not the regular people, because those aren't the movers.
A great example of somebody who's made something of himself, come from a poor working class background by your own admission, and you turned yourself into the best trader in the world. You're a great example. And yet, what you seem to be wanting to do is almost retreat.
No,
from
listen, I don't want to tax I don't want to tax working people more. Okay? I worked hard to drag my family out of poverty, right? And I paid 50, 60% a year tax. At the same time, Duke of Westminster inherits £10 billion, more than 3,000 times what I made, pays nothing. Do you think that's fair?
No.
Do you think that's fair?
No, but again,
so let's change it. Let's change it. Let's tax working people less, your viewers less, and let's tax the billionaires more.
I would
we have all sorts of
saying they pay no taxes isn't quite right, because people pay all sorts of taxes when you're running businesses, like payroll taxes and property taxes and everything else. So the no tax thing is a total misnomer. But the basic premise of what you're saying, I think, is right. But I would also say that the answer of just throwing money at everything, the example you just laid out. I was with Bobby Kennedy a week or two before he got confirmed, and he brought up something that I thought was quite brilliant. And I think
the problem is, if you throw money at everybody and start giving people these free handouts, I mean, you're not really helping these people. It'd be better to train people on, I guess, their skills than to just give them free handouts. Because at the end of the day, the money's just going to go to the people who are selling the products and who got all the skills. It doesn't help giving these people money, because it's going to go right back to the people who got money.
This is why I will take the bet that we just laid out there, which is that he said in all of his years in public service, and this is a guy that's been doing this for decades, he has never been approached more by, he said, tech leaders and industry.
Hey, bro, I'm pretty sure Jeff Bezos can give out half his net worth right now, and most of it will return to him probably by the end of the month due to how much people use Amazon.
Leaders and innovators, and he did say millionaires and billionaires, who want to now help the government however they can. We have had a bureaucratic state that has just taken from the people. Suddenly we have people like Bobby Kennedy and like Elon who are volunteering, who could be doing all those other things that Elon could be doing, that he probably
We need more Elon Musk. What struck me talking to you, Gary,
exactly.
You know what I'd love to see someone like you get stuck into the NHS and make it a better economic model. You're obviously brilliant at economics, right? We don't have enough brilliant brains sorting out the big problems in this country. One of the reasons I really am excited by the Elon Musk thing in America is at least stuff's getting done at breakneck speed, which should have probably been done decades ago. Now, will it work? I don't know. But I certainly would bet on him to make a real difference for good.
Well, do you know where
and I would bet on you to do that, right? People like you should be getting stuck into issues like the NHS, big smart guys who can work it out.
You're saving $50 billion a day already. We're a month into this
Listen,
already.
I would love to be getting stuck into the NHS. You know, if Keir Starmer's listening, give me a call.
I'm going to
listen. I've been to Oxford and I've been to the London School of Economics. Do you want me to tell you where those brilliant minds are? I'll tell you right now, they're the best minds, the smartest young people in this country, in America.
The city.
They're sitting on trading floors, making $5 million a year, betting on the collapse of your society.
Right.
Just like I was. All of the smart guys know. All of the smart guys know. The only difference is I'm the one who's fucking stupid enough to walk away to tell people. That's the only difference.
Well, actually, I think I don't think that makes you stupid at all.
I mean, you know, the finance is there, but Jesus, that sounds like a depressing job. Like, I'm just, you know, I'm making millions of dollars, and like, hey, so what you do? You know, just building a downfall of you and the American people. It's like, oh, it doesn't sound like the most positive way to make your money, but hey, it is what it is, right? $1 is a dollar.
I think it's a warning sign you should all take very seriously, because you obviously understand economics very well, and you've been there. I think the only quibble I have, and Dave has it, is about how we resolve this. I'm not convinced that the way you think it can be resolved would actually be as effective as the way we think it could, but we'll see, right?
We'll see.
The proof will be in the pudding. In the meantime, Trading Game by Gary Stevenson. I think we've heard enough to know it's probably a rollicking read. Told some great stories in it. So congratulations, #1 bestseller. That's another amazing achievement for a working class boy from Ilford.
Thank you.
You should be proud.
I am.
It's great to have you on the show. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world, and with April the 15th now fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. Enforcement has ramped up in 2025, and if you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, waiting is not an option. The longer you do, the worse it gets. The same tax.
I gotcha.
Witch of the West has been revealed, and well, it's not an actor, it's an actress. According to Hollywood's own Bible Variety, Cynthia Erivo, last seen playing the part of the Wicked Witch of the West in the hit movie.
You mean the girl that couldn't stop effing crying? Oh, God.
Wicked is the star in the new production of Jesus Christ Superstar.
Huh?
Needless to say, some religious commentators have expressed some surprise given the previously common held belief that Jesus was in fact a Middle Eastern man with a beard. So is this a case of creative artistic license or blasphemous cultural appropriation? Here to debate this and a host of other cultural matters, sacred and profane, one of YouTube's finest pop culture commentators from the Ladronic channel, Gary Beekler, the high priest of all things woke, the author of The Case for Cancel Culture, Ernest Owens, the founder of Hollywood Unlocked, Jason Lee, and the host of Fearless on Outkick, Tommy Lehran. Well, welcome to all of you. All right, let's start with you, Tommy. Haven't seen you for a while on Sense. Welcome back. Love having you. Okay, so Jesus, it turns out, is a black woman. Your thoughts?
Well, listen, Piers, you know that I don't like to feign outrage just for the purpose of feigning outrage. So I'll tell you, I have a unique take on this, and I think you're going to be surprised. So I first of all want to point out the hypocrisy, because if this were the other way around and it would be, you know, a white man playing a role that should have gone to maybe a black woman, there would be outrage and hysteria from the left, and maybe understandably so. I don't know, but it would be
Yeah, they would say, oh, we're whitewashing history. Yeah, I mean, just like y'all black scrubbing. I mean, what the hell? Like, what? Like, look. I'm all down for the black Jesus, but a black woman Jesus? Like, come on now, guys. Now you're being a bit blasphemous. It's like, bro, y'all could have added a black male Jesus, and you know what? There wouldn't have been that much outrage. I'll be honest with you. But a black female, I mean, y'all pushing buttons here. Y'all pushing buttons of religious people that's going a little bit too far. And bro, like I said, y'all could have had a Middle Eastern Jesus, white Jesus, black male Jesus. We'd all been good. But black female Jesus, no offense to my black women, I mean, it's a bit blasphemous. I'm gonna be real.
claims of cultural appropriation. We'd never hear the end of it. I don't want to do that, though, because I got to tell you, Piers, when they put on these musicals, these productions, they're probably going to have people from the LGBT community in them. I understand that that's part of the culture of not only Hollywood, but also theater. I think it's a little ridiculous. I obviously think maybe it was also meant to poke the eye of Christians and people that, I don't know, might be followers of Jesus Christ. Maybe that was part of the point, but I'm not going to get outraged just for the case of being outraged. I think that Hollywood and culture and entertainment has lost step with the average person, certainly the average American long ago. So let them have their freak shows. I'm not going to get too upset about it.
Wow. Okay. Devastatingly surprising twist to events from a very moderate and reasonable Tommy Lehran about this.
Here's the thing, though. Every time these liberals do this, we no longer care. We no longer care. One, because stupid. And like, bro, two, they always fail. Like, badly. Every time y'all try to put these liberal spins on these movies, like these historical Disney movies or whatever, or even like in movies like this, where they're talking about religion, yeah, it always fails. So it's kind of just, we're just sitting here like, bro, just keep doing it and keep destroying yourselves. I mean, we used to be offended, but when we found out it kills your ratings, we're just like, oh, okay, cool, keep doing it. Go ahead, shit, we don't care. Like, shoot, if you want less money, keep going.
I thought you'd be blowing your stack. So, Ernest, my question for you is: so I want to play Nelson Mandela, okay, in a new musical version of his life. You good with that?
I mean, personally, I'm not. But
You're not?
I think that the
You're not good with
reality
that?
is that I'm not. Personally, no. I don't
Why?
think you're that
Well,
good
hang
of
on.
an
Okay,
actor.
so that's interesting. So why can't I play Nelson Mandela?
Sorry. Oh shit. Oh my god, bro, we lose our shit, bro. Okay, bro, black community, we gotta hold ourselves accountable on that one, bro. We lose our shit if a white man ever played Nelson Mandela. We literally just be there like crying. Bro, the black libs will be out there crying. The conservatives, we just be in shock, like, damn.
I mean, I think that he's a historical figure that people are familiar with. I mean, there are various variations of Jesus.
But I'm an actor.
We have been seeing in America
I'm an
various
actor.
white
I'm an actor. I've been in 10 movies. They've grossed $2.6 billion. Movies I've been in. I'm literally one of the biggest box office stars in terms of cameos in the history of movies. So I would like to play Nelson Mandela. Is your objection, be honest, my skin color? That he's a black icon, quite rightly. Is it the fact that I'm a white guy? Is that why I can't play him?
Come on.
I mean, are you trying to make the correlation between Cynthia Erivo? I mean, you can argue that Cynthia Erivo playing Jesus is a gender thing.
Hang on. I'm going to come to that.
So which one is it?
I'm coming to Cynthia. I'm just asking you, on principle, is your objection to me playing Mandela the fact that I'm white? Be honest.
If it's a historical biopic, yes, because you're not.
Okay.
So therefore,
Second question.
Historical biopic.
Second question. If it was a woman that wanted to play Mandela, how would you feel?
Come on.
Historical figure-wise, if it was a biopic, it would be historically inaccurate. So no.
Okay, great. So you've established that you don't like people playing roles where they don't have the right skin color or gender. If we know who that role is.
For historical purposes, because Cleopatra, Elizabeth,
I mean, to be real with you, just adds to the realism of the movie when you add historical accurate characters. Like, look, if it was a white man, okay, make sure that character is a white man. If the story was told for it to be an Asian guy, an Indian guy, let it be that. But when y'all go over here and try to flip the races around, we're looking at y'all like, yo, is y'all really even trying to tell this story right, or are y'all trying to add your own little spin on it? Because there's a reason the characters were the color they were. It's part of the story. It goes along with the whole structure of the story, the reason the character being black, white, whatever.
Playing Cleopatra.
Now with Jesus, that's a bit different. I mean, shoot, I don't know. People been talking about the color of Jesus for a minute now. It really doesn't matter to me. What matters is this man's teachings.
Was historically inaccurate, and I wasn't a fan of that.
Well, they were both women.
I wasn't a fan of.
They were
also,
both women.
If you want to talk about race,
man could have been white Jesus, black Jesus, Asian Jesus, don't matter as long as he had good teachings.
For example, Zoe Saldana, doing the dark blackface for Nina Simone was also inappropriate. I wasn't a fan of that either.
Okay, so on Cynthia Erivo, do you have any problem with her? Okay, do you have a problem then with Jesus being played by a black woman?
If you understand the theme of it all, of what Jesus Christ Superstar the musical is, and you have that theatrical, historical context behind that musical specifically, then no, I don't have a problem with it because it is part of it. It's satirical. So if you understand satire, then you understand why Tomi Lahren is also not giving a damn about it because she understands the context on the musical front. So we can agree on that.
Nadrotic, where are we with this?
Well, I don't have a dog in this fight. And I remember my mom playing Jesus Christ Superstar all the time. And we all know that this isn't the first time a black woman or a woman has played Jesus, and they'll do it 1,000 more times. I am from the point of view that because this is an all-female production, apparently. So when you have to gender swap an entire cast, that just means your story is played out. We have Ocean's 8 for one example, Doctor Who for another one. But as far as this is concerned, I just think it's the lowest hanging fruit, and it's such a played out thing in Hollywood. Yes, they're playing to the home team. This is going to be at the Hollywood Bowl, but playing to the home team is one thing. They're trying to piss people off at this point. And I'm just going to say, as a believer in free speech and free expression, let's not.
And guys, if you're feeling the content, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, and also hit the S.E.T Media icon and go to the channel and subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every night. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Not stop there. I want to hear Muhammad Superstar. Let's do that play played by all women. Let's go. Let's go all the way on this one. Come on, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I don't want to play those games, man. You don't want to be outside. You got the Muslims dudes out there on that BS. Like, look. You try to play that book, you try to play that with the Muslims, man, they're gonna be out there like silence! I kill you.
Hollywood, you're so edgy. Let's do it.
And actually, you raise a very good point, because they would never dare do that.
No.
So it's one rule for Christianity and lampooning and satire. Very, very different rule if it was Islam as the religion that was being mocked in that way. Okay, let's just move to the. Oh, I'm sorry, Jason's with us. I'm so sorry, Jason Lee. Jason, welcome. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
nearly forgot about you, but I rescued him back.
Piers. Now I love coming to your show because you always create a controversial conversation. No, you did not just ask a black man if a white man can play Nelson Mandela during Black History Month. I know you didn't just ask that question. Now you know there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell we're gonna allow that to happen.
Why?
There's not a white man on this earth that has spent 27 years fighting for freedom like Nelson Mandela.
So why
did.
should a black woman play Jesus Christ, who was a bloke with a beard?
But well, first of all, you talking to two black people on your show right now. Some would argue in the Bible that Jesus was black, but I'm not going to pass to Tommy Loren, who had a lot to say at the top about the gays, because nobody wants to acknowledge history. And the fact is that it is what it is. Now, if you want to read the Bible, if any of you do it, it talks about Jesus having wool hair. I don't know white people with wool hair. I know black people with wool hair, but again, we don't want to describe Jesus as being black.
Can we agree that? All right, but can we agree, Jason, that Jesus was male, a man?
Listen, you can poll 20 people about who Jesus was, and you may get 20 different answers.
Have you ever heard anyone say he's a woman? Have you ever heard anyone say he's a woman?
Passion of the Christ. I didn't see a woman carrying the cross, but Mel Gibson got canceled right after that movie. So I don't know what is. I can say, to me, Jesus is more of energy. Jesus is more of a spiritual being. Jesus can be black. Jesus could be a woman. Jesus could be whoever you want it to be.
No, Jesus.
But when it comes in our
Jesus
country,
was a bloke.
Go ahead.
He was a man.
Yeah, not a concept.
Sorry, Nadrilli?
Was he a white man?
Oh, it's not a concept.
Right. I don't know why we're quibbling. Surely we can all agree he was a man, can't we?
Listen, but it's not a biopic. It's a satire. It's not. I mean, I think you're taking it too seriously.
It's kind of a biopic. He's like the most famous person in the history of the planet.
You gotta lighten up, Piers. You gotta lighten up, Piers.
The conversation they really want to have is that this is a DEI hire, that this is a DEI move, that this is because everything right now we're trying to get it all into the direction of DEI to fall into that national.
I haven't mentioned DEI.
No, that's what Hollywood's been doing.
I haven't mentioned it.
Actually,
you're the ones obsessed with DEI, which I think has always been a ridiculous thing, because all it ever did was promote.
Who came up with it?
All it ever do was promote mediocrity over meritocracy. I just don't like it. I don't like anything that does that. It was never about inclusion. If anything, it was about excluding people. That was the whole point. If you're a white bloke.
The problem is, though, with DEI is that we put unqualified people to fill up a high-level position who aren't qualified. And the worst thing about it is disrespectful to the employees who are there, to the American employees who are there. There are American employees who are more highly skilled than, I'm be real with you, some of their supervisors or the people above them because of DEI. I mean, DEI is so reckless in the corporations today that you got people who are on lower levels training people on who are supposed to be higher levels because, oh, well, they're a woman. Oh, well, they're from this country or whatever. So we need to put them in here so we can show that we're inclusive. It's like, nah, y'all over here looking over well-performing Americans, looking over well-skilled Americans for these immigrants that y'all got to have Americans train up. It's like, they got us effed up.
We could debate. We could debate DEI all day, but people who are fighting about DEI are still trying to find affordable eggs in our country. You know what I mean? Right now, we have a president who's passing plastic straws and not focusing on the needs of America, but that's a whole other show.
Okay.
I think Cynthia
He didn't
Erivo
get
is
hang on.
I think she's an amazing talent. I can't wait to see her play Jesus.
Just remind me again, who's been president for 4 years when the price of eggs reached the price of eggs?
I don't even eat eggs like that. I'm sorry, I haven't brought that up.
Oh, well, you raised the price of eggs.
Joe Biden is on vacation. Let's let Joe sleep.
Okay, so it wasn't the guy who's actually been in charge for 4 years.
So he'll just continue it.
Look, let's turn to something less contentious. Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. So the SNL had its star-studded 50th anniversary party. All of Hollywood was great and good with there. And there was this weird clip of Ryan Reynolds. Let's take a look.
I have a question.
Oh, hey, Ryan Reynolds. Hey, hey. Ryan Reynolds, how's it going?
Great. Why? What have you heard?
Now, Tommy, I don't know about you. I felt very awkward watching that on a number of levels. I felt like Kevin Costner, who went viral because he just was staring at them both in total like bemusement, because they've tried to make out that this case against Justin Baldoni is about appalling sexual harassment. Why are they turning that into the subject of a little skit at SNL?
Yeah, I think Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively both are desperate to revamp their public image. And I think that they really overplayed their hand. I think that they're both bullies, and I think that they thought they were going to silence somebody by throwing around the old Me Too argument and delegitimizing people that have actually gone through traumatic experiences and assault and harassment. And I thought because they were Hollywood's golden couple and they were sitting in Super Bowl suites with Taylor Swift, that they could get away with it because they could just run the game. And it turns out Justin Baldoni wasn't going to play that game. He wasn't going to allow himself to be bullied into silence. And I think Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds both have egg on their face now. They look ridiculous and they're desperate to seem like they're this fun, lighthearted couple. But really, I think that their cultural relevance is going out pretty quickly here, kind of like the Democrat Party. And I think they're desperate at this point. I think it's awkward. And I think soon we won't have to deal with either one of them being all over everything all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, it is extraordinary because the more they bang on, the worse the hole gets dug. Because it's just all cringe making. No one's really buying any of it. All the evidence that emerges, whether it's text messages, video footage, whatever, contradicts everything that they've been claiming. Shouldn't they just admit that this is going nowhere and get out of it?
No, this is rich people problems. Listen, they look good together. They're still rich. They're still famous. They're in rooms that the lady that just spoke can never get in. And somehow she connected that to the Democratic Party because everything in the world that's going wrong is the Democrats' fault. That was just stupid. But listen, this is rich people problems. Blake is beautiful. Her husband is super successful. I'm proud to see that they don't care and can laugh at themselves and continue to be rich and famous and fabulous while we sit here and talk about the price of eggs and Democrats.
Okay, Nadrotic.
Which most of y'all are. I mean, hold on, bro. You acting like you're not rich and famous. You're acting like you're not him. He's rich and famous. A lot of people know about this guy. So it is funny how rich people will like to sit here and try to kumbaya with the rest of us. And I'm just like, bro, you only talk about egg prices because you don't like Trump. And here's the thing, though. You're not even honestly talking about egg prices. You're not talking about how Biden took out millions of chickens because of the bird flu, which means now we got a shortage of eggs. You don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about how Biden sent missiles to Ukraine. So therefore, we could get that one-day resolution. You don't want to talk about, how Biden went and cut off offshore drilling. So now it's going to be harder to bring down gas prices. It's like, y'all do not want to talk about how this man has sabotaged the American people and the Trump administration on the way out. Don't want to talk about it.
Oh, I think it's going. I don't think this story is going away anytime soon, considering the court cases in March of 2026 and TikTok, which I'm a famous TikToker, by the way, almost as much as I'm an Africa expert, is all over this. And that's why it's still a story. Again, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm going to just break out my popcorn. I'll agree. It's rich people problems, but that's the currency they're trading on is not money. As you know, it's ego. Yeah. And this is going to really hurt Blake Lively's career. Ryan Reynolds, to what effect, I don't know. Justin Baldoni, we know with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, I was Team Depp. it didn't help either of them at the end. You know, Depp was exonerated, but nobody apologized to him like they should have. And at the end, everybody's going to be, well, they're going to have a lot less money. The lawyers are going to be richer. But as far as public perception is concerned, they're definitely on Ladani's side.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Ernest, I mean, the thing I was struck by was just, it kind of confirms a lot of what people have suspected about Hollywood, is that they talk to each other in this completely fake, obsequious manner. And then on a dime, it all turns into visceral hatred and this desire to destroy each other in the way that we saw play out.
You know what? Piers, totally agree with what you just said. And this year, we honored Jonathan Majors at our award show, the Hollywood Unlocked Impact Awards, and everybody was mad that we were honoring Jonathan Majors. And then on the other side of that, cancellation, you know, he was acquitted of all those charges, and then everybody was forgiven and now wants to be his friend again. It's so fake that, you know, again, I don't like trying people in the court of public opinion because we never really know until the conclusion of it all. And then even then, nobody will care. Look at what happened with Jay-Z and the 13-year-old, right?
Well,
all the people were talking about it. And then the minute those charges got dropped, nobody really talked about it.
Ernest?
Okay, but what I would say about that anyway was that I think the problem is we focus too much on conflating celebrities' experiences with everyday people's experiences, right? So two things can be true at the same time, right? There could be some serious Me Too incidents that take place that happens everyday life, but activists and other folks sometimes will let celebrities be the vehicle for what those issues are. Okay, what happens to everyday people in situations where there's abuse of power or sexual abuse, those things are still legitimate, and they don't ride off of whether a celebrity situation is true or not true, or happened or didn't happen. I think that's what happens a lot in media, is that there's too much of a conflation of like, what if Blake Lively is doing the most.
Yo, we got over 150 y'all in here. Well, over 100 now. But appreciate the support, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen to like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation. And make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, man. Appreciate the support.
That does not speak to the real issues that happen with people that are not as famous. And I think too many people put too much of their bets and laurels on these celebrities to define the moment or not.
All right.
And I think that's just too much.
Let's turn to another fake in Hollywood, or near Hollywood. Meghan Markle. Tommy, she's issued a video statement, one of many, been a flurry recently, all of them hilarious, but not for the reasons that she would have hoped, saying her new Netflix show that was going to be called or based around her American Riviera Orchard brand, the new Martha Stewart, has now been replaced by As Ever as the brand. And As Ever, we're all laughing at the video, which is the irony. And the show's been delayed because it's due out in March because of the fires in LA, obviously. But I want to play a clip of this just to get your reaction to it.
It's recording.
Okay. Cat's out of the bag. I'm shocked we've kept this a secret for so long. My business, which I think there's been a lot of curiosity about. I thought about it, and I've been waiting for a moment to share a name that I had secured in 2022, and this is the moment. And it's called As Ever. Of course, there will be fruit preserves. I think we're all clear at this point that jam is my jam. But there's so many more products that I just love that I use in my home, and now it's time to share it with you. So I can't wait for you to see it. Thanks, guys.
I mean, Tommy, everything about it just makes me cringe. But obviously, I'm not an impartial observer here. What do you make of it?
Well, listen, every time we talk about Meghan Markle, it's really just to make fun of her. And that's where the clips go most viral, is on social media, for people to literally just make fun of her. She's so disconnected. And I'll tell you, I don't really care what she does. I don't care how hard she tries to revamp her image. I think that she is like the Colin Kaepernick of Hollywood or entertainment at this point. No one really cares. She took a stance and no one really remembers what that was or can make sense of it. But I'll also say this. What really bothered me is when she did the little destruction tour in LA with the wildfires to get her little moment when people were actually struggling and people actually lost everything. And then they had to trot out there with their PR campaign and make light of it and make themselves seem like heroes, just getting in the way of people who are actually trying to help. That to me was a bridge too far. But otherwise, I think nobody's going to watch the Netflix show. I also think she's lazy, as evidenced by her, various other media deals that she didn't fulfill. So best of luck to her. I think that, like Blake Lively and the rest of them, she's got maybe 6 months to a year left where anyone actually cares what she's doing. So she better live it up while she can with her fruit preserves.
With her jam, because jam is her jam, Ernest. What's that, Ernest?
No, I was gonna say not as long as Pierce Uncensored has a show. She'll be talked about for on and on.
Well, you can't
2
ignore
years
it.
ago,
The thing
when I
is,
first came on this show,
every time I feel a bit
you
like
love her. You love her, Pierce.
I'll tell you what I feel.
her.
Tell you what I feel like, Ernest. I feel like Al Pacino in Godfather 3. You know, when he finally says, you know, every time I try and leave the mafia world, they suck me back in. It's a bit like that with Harry and Meghan. You cannot go more than 2 weeks without them doing something stupid that you can't help talking about because it's all over the media. You can pretend that no one's talking about it, but they're everywhere.
But you're a part of the media. And you know you amplify it because you still got the hearts on for her, and you won't let her go. And you just got to admit that.
I love that theory. It always makes me laugh so much. You obviously never met my wife, have you?
I mean, listen,
Have you,
I'm gonna leave
Ernest?
it alone. But I'm just saying, you will not stop bothering her.
All right, let me bring in Jason.
I mean, the only time I've ever been on a show where people have had this much disdain for Meghan Markle has been this show, and I agree with the guy who just spoke. I think that Pierce, somewhere she has a special place in your cold heart. But
I love
listen,
that.
Tommy, you know, Tommy, I think the thing, you know, because I think Tommy's a beautiful woman. I've watched Tommy on social media for a long time, and I can't wait to get in a room with you one day.
Wow. Whoa. Easy target.
It's the thing about, well, I'm gay, so it's not anything sexual.
To interview
Let
her.
me say the thing that I love, the thing that I love about Meghan Markle, is she can literally be sitting in a flower bed in her garden talking about how happy she is with her man. And Tommy and Pierce will still find something negative to say about the woman. What is wrong? Why is the hate?
Right.
What is the hate about?
I don't even hate them. I don't hate it. I just think they're ridiculous people. And the reason I dislike them is because of what they did to the royal family here and the monarchy. You guys wouldn't understand
You ran out
it.
the country.
You ran
out the country.
Ernest,
you ran out the UK and you're still bothering her.
I haven't finished talking.
And the last time I was here, I told you the royal family still ain't returned them blood diamonds to Africa. I told you the royal family still hasn't apologized for Diana. I mean, the royal family, that's the whole show, Pierce. Meghan didn't do anything but try to be the next queen, and they ran her up out of there.
No, you could not be more wrong. Honestly, you guys have no idea. You guys have no idea what happened with these two and the monarchy. They spent all their time trashing the royal family and the monarchy, and now they want to live off their royal titles and make money being low-rent celebrities. Good luck to them, but I will call them out to my heart's content, my little soft heart's content.
Well, I love how that female Jesus that we pray to just kicked Tommy out the show. Where'd she go?
Tommy just disappeared like that moment. It's a bit like that moment in Star Trek when they get zapped upstairs. But Jotting, I won't bore you or insult your intelligence by asking you for a comment on the royals. They're not even royals as far as I'm concerned. George Clooney, though, interesting, appeared on Colbert and said this.
This is democracy, and this is how it works. And you know what the hell?
How'd it go this time for you? I forgot who you were supporting.
Well, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? You know, storm the Capitol? You know, it's like it didn't work out. That's what happened. Power kind of hates the fourth estate. They hate journalism. And my father's an anchorman and a newsman, and we've always believed in the idea of when the other three estates, the judiciary branch and the executive branch, and you know, when they all fail you really need that fourth estate, right? It has to be the people that can hold people to account.
I mean, the thing I think, following on from Jon Stewart, who also overnight said the Liberals have got to stop calling Trump and his supporters fascists because it diminishes the power of the word. I'm getting a feeling that leading Democrats, stroke Liberals, are getting the memo, albeit belatedly, that they've got to change tack, particularly in the way they deal with Trump, because you know, the majority of Americans voted for him.
They did, and proudly, and he's doing what they voted for, whether some people like it or not. But that's a clear reaction to what's happened, particularly over the last 4 years, where the fourth estate was working with the state. So that's been part of the problem. And with USA, well, I'll say USAID, I have another word for it, and their work with Politico, that's just peeling back a little bit of the curtain of the buggery that was going on between corporate media and the government. And it should be disturbing to everyone.
All right, guys. Now, I do want to go ahead and get into conspiracy hour. So let's go ahead and get it popping. It's going to be a good one, guys. Appreciate the support. Like I said, shout out to the 51 super chats that we got today. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and get into this conspiracy hour.
S.E.T. The Russian team at Lake Vostok in Antarctica drilled through 2 miles of ice. They were inches away from hitting water that hadn't seen sunlight in 20 million years. Then communications went dark. 5 days later, 2 scientists were dead. The official report said hypothermia. A witness statement tells a different story. No country owns Antarctica, but you need permission to visit. You're restricted to designated areas, and you must have a government-approved escort. They say these rules are to protect the environment, but people who've been there know better. These rules are there to protect something else, something dangerous. At the bottom of the world, there are monsters, and we created them.
All right, cut. That was terrible. Everybody back to one. Human, there you are.
Here I am, you called me.
Yeah. Where do you keep your TV makeup kit?
Makeup? What do you need that for?
Contouring for crab cat stand-in. That jerk doesn't sparkle on camera like I do.
On camera? You're making a movie?
Not just a movie, the movie. I'm the writer, director, producer, and the star. Hey, it's got everything. Explosions, stunts, and a climactic show. My
Loans, collection, which file?
DEP, ZPA. I need
A single image appeared on 4chan's paranormal board in February 2021. A user was scanning the Antarctic wasteland on Google Maps when they found something strange.
Yeah, 4chan always brings the good stuff.
A massive spider-like creature clearly visible against the ice and snow. Nothing could survive there, not for millions of years, but something does.
I told you, they're good stuff.
Then, son of Ant Anon logged on. Everyone called him Anton. His father, Joe, was a Navy lieutenant and a doctor. He served at McMurdo Station in the 1990s, and Joe knew exactly what that creature was. People were skeptical until Anton posted photos. His father's patches from Antarctic Development Squadron 6, military commendations on an Antarctica-shaped plaque. Everything checked out. Joe was the type who asked questions. At McMurdo, they showed him the no-go zones. Most of Antarctica is restricted by international treaties, but there is one zone about 30 miles east of the base that even military expeditions avoided. When Joe asked about it, they said it was classified. Anton posted the coordinates. When you check them on Google Earth today, the entire area is blurred. Another user found something else in the area, a gray monolith. Soon that image was censored. On Joe's first night at McMurdo, there was an incident. 7 soldiers burst through the infirmary's door. They wore snow camo, but no insignia, no unit patches. SFODA, he figured. There were lots of special forces at McMurdo. The soldier they carried in was a mess. His white Gore-Tex parka was shredded. Steam rose from cuts, too precise for any animal. Razor-thin lines that went straight to the bone. The bleeding wouldn't stop. The injured soldier was screaming.
We let them loose! They were frozen and we let them loose!
Joe needed to know what caused these injuries. He scanned each soldier's face looking for the leader. He asked, "What did you let loose?" He heard a familiar click behind him. He turned around. A gun was in his face. In the early 2000s, a Japanese vessel patrolling Antarctic waters spotted something unusual. At first, they thought it was an iceberg, a featureless white mass floating on the surface. Then it moved. As the ship approached, they realized it was alive. It was 60 feet long with smooth white skin. Some crew members saw limbs, arms, hands, even fingers. Others reported a tail like a mermaid.
Yeah, a tail like a mermaid and smooth white skin, huh? I think I dated her in Atlantic City.
You didn't.
Because of that broad, I'm still not allowed at the Harris.
Can I get back to work here?
Who hits on 18 against a 6?
Was it a soft 18?
Don't you dare.
All reports agreed on one detail. Its eyes were large, round, and black, and they looked almost human. They weren't the first to see it, or the last. They have a name for it, Ninyan, the Japanese word for a human. The crews who encountered the Ninyan never felt threatened. It just watched them floating silently in the darkness. These veteran sailors knew every whale, seal, and fish species in the area. This was something new. The pattern was always the same. First, a disturbance in the water. Then a pale form rises to the surface, almost invisible against the ice. The creature observes the ships for a few minutes, then disappears silently underwater. In 2007, a Japanese magazine brought the Ninyan to the mainstream. It published a blurry satellite image showing something enormous moving in Antarctic waters. People began searching Google Earth for evidence. They found coordinates showing shadowy white figures beneath the surface near the Antarctic coast. The shapes were too large to be whales, too defined to be icebergs. A few days later, the images vanished. Cryptozoologists believe the Ninyan represents evidence of intelligent life in Earth's oceans, a species that evolved alongside us but remained hidden in the deep cold water. Others have a more disturbing theory. Its humanoid features are proof of genetic experimentation. Secret research facilities in Antarctica spliced whale DNA with humans and created the Ninyan. Luckily, whales are peaceful. But what would happen if scientists altered the DNA of something more dangerous? The injured soldier wouldn't stop screaming, so the others gagged him. Joe stared down the barrel of a .45 caliber M1911. The man holding it said, "Treat him, no questions." Joe got to work. The kid was losing blood fast. The soldier kept the gun trained on him for a few seconds, making a point. Joe grabbed a trauma kit and asked, "Army?" The guy nodded. "Captain Jones, 10th SFG." Joe knew the 10th Special Forces Group. Green Berets trained for cold weather combat. Jones holstered his weapon. Joe glanced at it and said, "No Beretta?" Jones shook his head. Not enough stopping power. Joe wanted to ask, but anger flashed across Jones's face. Joe just said, "I'll take care of your boy, Captain." And Jones relaxed, then nodded toward the door. His men filed out. Jones said, "Thanks, Doc. You'll be seeing a lot of me." And he was right. Day after day, bodies arrived with devastating injuries. These weren't tears or gashes. They were incisions, perfectly straight lines that went bone deep. Joe had seen bear attacks, shark bites, industrial accidents, but this was different. This was butchery. In every case, the base commander ordered the same cause of death, hypothermia, even when the body was still warm. But Joe's most disturbing experience happened during a storm. He was driving with another officer when they hit something big and heavy. Joe hopped out to check the damage, but his partner started screaming for him to get back in the truck. Joe ignored him and looked under the mangled front end. At that moment, the no-go zones, the secrecy, the injuries, everything made sense. The leg under the truck was bone white and spindly. Not quite flesh, but not quite exoskeleton. He couldn't see the whole creature, but it had to be enormous. The leg alone stretched 7 or 8 feet and was strong enough to crush the steel of the truck. It twitched once, then disappeared into the storm. A few days later, he'd learned what was filling his infirmary with bodies. Joe found a journal hidden in one victim's coat. It had descriptions of large white predators that could cross Antarctica's terrain in massive 50 to 60-foot leaps. The researchers called them striders. Joe became obsessed and started breaking into offices at night. He found classified files about winter operations at a facility in the no-go zone east of the base. An expense report listed research equipment, but it was really a requisition for ammunition. Thousands of rounds of tungsten core penetrators, not exactly standard issue. Whenever a soldier showed up with an injury, Joe would ask what happened, but nobody would talk. It was always a training accident. The base commander realized Joe was a security risk. He was notified he'd be shipping out within the week. 3 days before leaving McMurdo, in the middle of the night, Joe was shaken awake. It was Captain Jones. He said, "Doc, we need to talk." Joe started to tell him to sleep it off. Then he felt something heavy land on his chest. It was a piece of a strider's leg. Joe immediately started to panic. Jones put his hand over Joe's mouth. As Joe's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw Jones was covered in blood. He couldn't tell whose. Jones said he just returned from a mission. He needed to tell him about it. After months of trying to find the truth, Joe wasn't sure he wanted to know anymore, but Captain Jones was going to tell him anyway. Lake Vostok lies 2 miles beneath Antarctic ice. It hasn't seen sunlight in 20 million years. The Russians spent decades drilling toward it. In 2012, they broke through. Then everything went dark.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Not now.
Sorry.
For 5 days, nothing. No radio contact, no signals, just silence. When communications returned, 2 scientists were dead. The official cause? Hypothermia. But Dr. Anton Padalka's classified report tells a different story. The team found something in Lake Vostok that evolved in complete isolation for millions of years. They called it Organism 46B. The creature stretched over 30 feet long and looked like a giant octopus.
No, did it have testicles?
Tentacles.
What'd I say?
Yes, it had tentacles, but instead of 8, it had 14.
Oh, so a tetradecapus. You see what I did there?
Its skin was almost transparent, perfect camouflage in the darkness. But its most terrifying feature wasn't its size, it was its intelligence. The first diver was 10 feet from the creature when it released a toxin into the water. He was instantly paralyzed.
He tread water, wearing blissful smile as Organism approached him. We watched helplessly as it used its arms to tear off its head, then popped its remains in mouth. It's like it had hypnotized him telepathically.
The second death was worse. The creature could shapeshift.
It shaped itself into form of human diver. We thought it was one of colleagues swimming towards us in scuba gear. By the time the closest scientist realized what it was, it had grabbed him and torn him to bits.
The research team captured it temporarily, but like everything else connected to Lake Vostok, Organism 46B vanished. Russia's official statement mentioned only bacteria. Then they restricted all access to the lake. The original drilling site was abandoned. Armed guards now patrol the area. In 2017, genetic researchers analyzed water samples from Lake Vostok. They found DNA sequences suggesting intelligence far beyond any known cephalopod. Then everything disappeared. The samples, the data, the reports. According to official records, the research never happened. What made Organism 46B so important that it had to be kept secret? Dr. Padalka's final report gives a clue. During its brief captivity, Organism 46B figured out how to disable security systems. It understood cameras and lights.
This wasn't just ancient predator. This was something else, something that had evolved in complete isolation, developing abilities we can't comprehend. The shape-shifting, the toxins, the intelligence. These weren't just survival adaptations. They were weapons.
The lake remains under constant surveillance. Military vessels patrol its perimeter. Satellite images are scrubbed. For a lake with nothing but bacteria, there's a lot of effort being made to keep people out. Or keep something in. Jones' team was ordered to secure a facility deep in the no-go zone. They loaded up for war. Heavy weapons, body armor, an M134 minigun that could fire 4,000 rounds per minute. They weren't taking any chances. The entrance looked normal, just another research building in the middle of nowhere. That was the point. What was underneath wasn't normal at all. The first body they found was face down in a hallway. These weren't slash marks. These were surgical cuts, clean and deliberate. Then they heard skittering. Something moved in the shadows. Before anyone could react, it lunged. A strider the size of a large dog. The soldiers opened fire, but it was already on Henderson. The thing didn't just attack, it dissected with perfect cuts. Henderson was still conscious and screaming when the strider peeled his face off. 11 men became 10. Large striders are dangerous, but at least you can see them coming. The small ones were the problem. Not much bigger than house cats, they moved in packs through the vents. They could climb, they could jump. The team learned to watch the ceiling after finding Mitchell. He'd been dragged down a hallway and into an office. His legs were still twitching while the striders went to work. 10 men became 9. It took 18 hours to clear the facility. In the basement, they found a lab the size of an airplane hangar. There were cages of all sizes. Most were broken open and empty. Bodies were everywhere. Blood trails led to the vents. The largest cage held a strider nearly 40 feet tall. Then they realized this was a breeding facility, and something went very, very wrong. But what they found in the next room is what broke them. 2 medium-sized striders in a cage feeding on something. Jones' team moved closer. The air smelled sweet and tasted metallic. This cage wasn't broken. It was fully intact, with a chute for dropping.
All right, guys, let's make sure, man. We got 100 plus of y'all in here, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen like the video. The 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Like I said, appreciate the support for tonight. This is why we're bringing you Conspiracy Hour, man. Appreciate you guys. Let's go.
In food. The striders were loud and violent as they tore through their meal. Then they saw small shoes, a tiny backpack. One of the men vomited. The striders were eating children. Documents scattered across the facility told a dark story. This was a joint operation between America, Chile, and China. They were breeding striders, trying to control them. They spliced genes to make the creatures more aggressive. They were also trying to make them more obedient.
Yeah, sounds like they got it half right.
These were apex predators millions of years ago, frozen in the ice until scientists woke them up. But it gets worse.
It always gets worse.
Behind the testing labs, a bullet train terminal. Tunnels stretched beneath the ocean floor to cities all over the world. Hong Kong, New York, Melbourne, London. The trains used magnetic levitation technology decades ahead of its time. Lab notes mentioned delivery schedules, regular shipments from major cities. The striders were being conditioned to hunt specific targets. The shipments were people, mostly children. This was the largest human trafficking operation in the world. After his father died, Anton found his old computer, an Apple IIe from McMurdo. The hard drives contained everything: DNA sequences, facility layouts, shipping manifests. All the evidence was there, but he needed help recovering the data. Users warned him to leave the drives alone. Some gave advice on not how to recover the drives, on how to destroy them. Others just said, run. Anton never posted again. The Google Earth image that started it all has been scrubbed. The coordinates show only ice and snow, but beneath the surface, the network still operates. What was once confined to Antarctica now has access to every continent on Earth.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Antarctica is Earth's true last frontier. No country owns it.
That's what the lizard people want you to think. They own everything below sea level.
In 1947, Admiral Richard E. Byrd led Operation High Jump, one of the largest Antarctic expeditions in history. They loaded up with enough firepower to start a war.
Operation High Jump, link down and you lose papoose.
The expedition ended early, very early. During World War II, the Nazis launched Operation Neuschwabenland. Rumors spread about discoveries beneath the ice, underground caverns, ancient ruins, evidence of something that predates humanity. We know high-ranking German officials fled to South America after the war.
Link to Operation Eagle Flight down in your Kickstosa.
Kickstosa?
Yellow.
Most Nazis fled to Argentina. Others, according to theories, escaped to a hidden base beneath Antarctica. The US government took this theory seriously. In 1959, they locked down the entire continent. The Antarctic Treaty banned military presence, private exploration, unauthorized access. And it's true that some coordinates are censored. That's what allowed the Strider legend to start. Google does scrub images. I had to clean up Anton's posts to make them coherent. I tried not to add too much, but Anton typed like a typical 4chan user. All lowercase, no punctuation, random slurs for some reason. Anton's military patches and documents seem compelling, but those are easy to fake. But the underground bullet train network stretching across continents, that's impossible. Subs can't go that deep. No hollow tunnel could survive that pressure. I couldn't help but notice a lot of his story mirrors The Thing.
Yeah, very underrated movie. Kurt Russell in the 80s is gold.
I agree. I can't say for sure that Anton's story is fake, but he was probably riffing on The Thing. He got some things right, though. McMurdo Station has restricted areas. Military personnel conduct classified operations there. The no-go zones are real. The Ninian is another fun story. A massive humanoid creature with pale skin and human features lurking in Antarctic waters. But like most cryptid stories, the evidence doesn't hold up. The photos show exactly what you'd expect. Blurry white shapes in dark water, and most are icebergs. Some are photoshopped. Others are beluga whales, which have smooth white skin and round humanoid faces. But the Ninian is supposed to be 60 feet long. Beluga whales aren't that big, but sperm whales are.
Yes, big.
Stop it. They sometimes hunt vertically, floating upright. Maybe that's what they saw. There's no mention of the Ninian before the early 2000s, but there is Japanese folklore about creatures called ninyo, which means human fish. Again, I can't prove it's fake, but it's probably fake. Now, Organism 46B, the psychic shape-shifting cephalopod.
Tetradecapus.
That one is pure fiction. The story comes from a post on a tabloid site in 2013. Dr. Anton Padalka doesn't exist. In 2012, Russian scientists did drill into Lake Vostok, and it's true that an actual freshwater lake 2 miles under the ice that hasn't been exposed for about 20 million years is there. That's fertile ground for an urban legend to be born. So one was. These three stories don't hold up. But Antarctica's mysteries, those are real. UFO sightings, strange lights in the sky, unexplained crashes. Satellite images showed massive structures with entrances under the ice. Once the coordinates got out, the images were blurred. And if you want to see this for yourself,
Go watch Mysteries Beneath the Ice. An episode so nice, I linked it twice.
Antarctica is bigger than Europe and Australia. It's much bigger than the United States, yet only a tiny fraction is open to the public. You can visit if you're from a signatory country and can get a permit. Good luck with that. Most of the continent is...
Hey, appreciate the support, King, but we're not monetized on whatchamacallit yet. We're not monetized on Twitch yet, so I don't think it'll let you do that. But it will let you be a member on Rumble.
Specially protected or specially managed. You need another permit for those areas. You won't get one. Antarctica is one of Earth's most restricted places. Maybe that's for a reason. We're told the rules are there to protect the environment. But until we can see for ourselves.
And if you're watching on Twitch, man, make sure to like and make sure to follow us on Twitch, Rumble, X, wherever we're streaming right now. Right now we're streaming on 4 platforms, and that's YouTube, Twitch, X, and Rumble.
We'll always wonder if they're protecting something else. I don't believe in these cryptids, but doing this show has made me believe other things. Crop circles are real. The moon is weird. And there's something under the ice at the bottom of the world. I don't know why, but I have a very strong feeling that whatever it is, we should probably leave it alone.
Yeah, just like every other alien story, we should probably just leave it alone. I mean, unless you want to go out there and get your ass abducted. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it down for tonight, man. I appreciate the support, but y'all know